the resources behind the commitments and behind the gender action plans. We have, as I mentioned, annual reporting. So this comes to us in our project reporting annually, and that looks at both progress on the gender action plan as well as wider gender mainstreaming actions. And then I guess setting expectations, through the accreditation process, that to partner with GCF, this is really the kind of standard that we want to aspire to. This is the type of change that we want to see in the gender space. What have been some of the challenges in implementation? Of course, the quality of what we see still varies. This is very much linked to the capacity within our partners to actually undertake these actions. One of the challenges in particular, I think, has been if people tend to see just doing the gender assessment, doing the gender action plan as the end of it, they're not necessarily engaging the gender experts fully, engaging the communities and affected women fully throughout the project cycle. So that's another lesson, to have that engagement, not just upfront, but actually through project delivery. Obviously, differences depending on the country in the level and scope of stakeholder consultation. I think, like everyone out there, we have seen impacts of COVID just on the ability to actually get out and engage communities and stakeholders through the process. So I'm going to end, I know you're behind time, so I'm hoping to catch you up a little with just a couple of case studies. One's from an IDFC partner, one's from a non-IDFC partner. But we have here FP072. This is a project around strengthening resilience of smallholder farmers in Zambia that we're working on with UNDP. And this project, in its gender action plan, had a target that 62% of the beneficiaries of the project should actually be women. So this is actually getting climate information services to the smallholder farmers on the ground, actually delivering gender-sensitive training materials, improving access for women smallholder farmers to irrigation, new water management practices, and new agricultural practices, and also importantly, drawing on Indigenous and local knowledge and strategies to implement this project. The second one, which is with our IDFC partner, CAF, this is an interesting one because this is actually coming from our project reporting. So the other one was the Gender Action Plan. This is actually the results that have been reported by the partner on the ground. And this is a solar project in Chile. And with the gender plan focus on Indigenous and national migrant women. And you can see here that the project has actually reported activity on the ground, engaging women's groups, women champions, to actually hold workshops on gender equality, improve environmental education for women and girls. And then what this project is doing in the energy sector is actually promoting women's access to work as well as access of women-led local enterprises. So you'll see here that 40% of new hires at the corporate level, 10% participation of women in the labor force for this project. Look, that might still low, but the industry benchmark in the energy sector is very low, 1.5%, so a significant change there. And then over 60% of the local procurement for the project are actually through women-led enterprises. And then actually also doing training of women in installation, management, operation of the PVs that are part of this process, project. So that brings me to the end. Again, the team left some of our key messages here. I'm not going to go through them all in detail, but really focus on this one. Do not settle for gender sensitive, go transformative. We may not be there yet in terms of being fully gender transformative, but certainly at GCF, all of our approach, institutional approach, policies are trying to strive for this approach. And we do see the great potential, I think, of our partnerships like with IDFC members in actually having that multiplier effect as we work to get more gender responsive and more gender transformative. So I'll stop there, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate the fact that you presented concrete operations on the field. It's very useful for our audience. I guess you will have many questions at the end. I'm sure about that. So thanks very much. Very clear and innovative presentation. You have presented your own policies, but integrating gender and quality in funds applications, it appears to be the good way to include gender mainstreaming on systematic basis. So you do it, but there are many financial tools for climate, which can be much more. They can make many progress on that. So it's a very good way. Looking at the same objective, Um, but this time from a government institution point of view, integrating gender into intended or nationally determined contribution constitutes one avenue worth exploring to influence climate policies. So to illustrate this, I would like to welcome Thierry Labiastre, head of the French Development Agency in the Philippines, and Camille Leblois, gender and climate expert at the IFD headquarters. Camille, Thierry, could you please explain in more details how did you enhance gender and equality in the Philippines government, with the Philippines government through the nationally determined contributions tool?
Upload it, and unfortunately Terry is not here, I think. Oh well, I can't see him. He was supposed to start the presentation. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Camille. Okay, we can propose you can do the presentation.
Okay, I'll do my best.
Thank you, thank you, Camille. I will support you.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so as Philippe just introduced me, I'm Camille Leblois. I'm a gender expert at IFD HQ in France, working a lot on climate change support to IFD activity and the nexus between gender equality and climate change. So we wanted to introduce to you a concrete example also of a project that IFD has been supported and financing in the Philippines. So the idea of this public policy loan is to support the government of Philippines in the implementation of its nationally determined contribution to the Paris Agreement. As you can see in the slide here, through three reform areas: strengthening planning, financing, and institutional linkages for climate action, enhancing resilience to climate impacts, and strengthening low carbon pathways. So I won't go a bit too much into detail on this, trying to focus more on the gender aspect. So next slide, please. Yeah, so this program as a public policy loan as result matrix, so with the challenges and responses that are exposed here. So the idea is also to enhance the possibility of financing projects, climate smart projects, that because the country so far has lacked financing for such projects. So as you can see here, it targets also different sectors and like food systems, ecosystems, but also mitigation aspects through reduced emissions. So it's quite wide, and I will focus more now on the gender aspect and gender and climate nexus. So next slide, please. Thank you. As it was also mentioned in the introduction of this side event, there is differentiated vulnerability of men and women to climate change and climate change impacts. And it's particularly important in the rural areas, and this is more or less worldwide, but it's also significantly impacting the Philippines with a lot of climate hazards, with significant impacts on crops. So not only, let's say, everyday climate change effects, but also hazards like floods or other disasters. They impact mostly women for different reasons, because first of all, women are quite involved and in some areas more involved in the natural resources management, and also they can be more vulnerable also to disasters because of structural inequalities, like different education, different access to resources than men. And thirdly, there is also in some areas of the country a nexus between climate change impacts and conflict impacts that will enhance even more the vulnerability of women. Yes. Can you just turn off your microphone, please? I can't see the presentation anymore. Thank you. Yes, so just to say, at maybe at more national governance levels, climate change related laws and policies have been gender blind for a long time, but for quite a long time now, because since more than 10 years, I will detail this afterwards. They have also had gender focus, but maybe lacking some operational support and clear implementation in the field. So there is also room for capacity building at institutional level, so at the level of different national agencies in charge of implementing climate change related policies, and especially the NDC. So there is room for enhancing the gender equality and climate change nexus at this level, and still room and needs for developing tools to monitor and evaluation gender consideration in climate actions. So next slide, please. But I can't see the slide. Yes, thank you. It's back. It's actually, can you go back to the previous one, please? Thank you. Yeah, so as I said, the Philippines started to address gender equality in climate policies since 2009 at least, with a clear will at national level to have a gender sensitive approach on climate policies, with different pillars that you can see here. Active involvement of women in decision making, and integration of gender concerns in policies and programs that would be a kind of gender mainstreaming, and assessment of the differentiated impacts on climate policies on men and women. And still, since then, this willingness to enhance the gender and climate nexus has been underlined also in different policies, leading to the first nationally determined contribution of the country in 2021 with the gender analysis, specific gender analysis that was supported by UNDP to identify better how to integrate gender in the NDC and in climate policies at the global level. So this gender assessment has been done last year, and a gender action plan has been defined with concrete actions to enhance this gender and climate change nexus, and to make sure that gender equality is addressed through the NDCs. So that's what leads to our last slide, please. And the support of AFD to this specific part of the NDC. So, as I said in introduction, AFD already finances the public policy loans for the implementation of the NDC, but has put on the table additional resources for the financing also of the implementation of this gender action plan that was already has been already defined with the support of UNDP. So it's actually a strong basis for gender mainstreaming and enhancing gender impact, gender equality through the NDC of the country. So there are different pillars and different activities that are targeted through this action plan, and technical assistance grants that we found for this implementation of the action plan. So we expect to start the services in the beginning of 2023. And we have defined with CCC, the National Authority for Climate Change, the main priorities of this technical assistance that would be, for instance, the creation of an NDC working group on gender, definition of a gender toolkit related to the NDC activities, better gender mainstreaming in monitoring and evaluation activities of the NDC, capacity building of gender focal points at within the different NDC agencies, etc. So this technical assistance program is planned to start in 2023, and we are really looking forward for it because, as a conclusion, we are quite convinced that this is a quite interesting approach to mainstream the gender and climate nexus in public policies and also at a national level in all activities that support a country to reach the commitments of the Paris Climate Agreement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Camille. We're all expecting that this program will, the positive result of the progress and programs. Very inspiring presentation. I think it opened many perspectives for supporting states' accomplishments toward gender and equality. And this is a very good way. So thank you very much. Very inspiring. Thierry is not there? No? So we can continue. While gender and equality is a key factor to leverage sustainable and inclusive development in all countries, development banks have a unique role to play. In this context, in September 2017, IDFC, under the impulsion of TSKB, decided to form the IDFC Sustainable Development Goals 5 Gender and Equality. The group has been very dynamic on UNDP gender and equality seal themes, including eliminating gender-based pay gaps, increasing women's roles in decision-making processes, or eradicating sexual harassment at work. The working group has been also committed to explore operational dimension of the gender equality and new commitments during the Fixed Financial Commons Summit. IDFC working groups has consistently proven flexibility to take up new issues such as gender and climate nexus. So today, I would like to introduce two members of this network, the TSKB, the Turkish Sanayi Kalimba Bankasi, and the Islamic Development Bank ISDB. We'll start with you, Madame Khalif Alam. Madame Khalif Alam, you're woman empowerment specialist at the Islamic Development Bank. Could you please, I think you're online. Haviv, can you hear us?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, thank you very much. So, could you please tell us more about how IDSB take into account gender and climate in the bank investment activities?
Thank you very much, Philippe. And I think I've also have a presentation, if we could put it on.
It's on the screen.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank you for the invite. And I'm really delighted to be given the opportunity to share today with you the ISDB work and how it integrates gender and climate in the bank's investment activities. Next, please. So the Islamic Development Bank is a South-South multilateral development bank, which was established in 1975 with its HQ in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. We have presence in 11 regional hubs, the older ones being in Morocco, Malaysia, Kazakhstan, and Senegal. The work of the ISDB can be seen around the world with operations in 4 core regions, Asia, Africa, Europe, and South America. And beyond our 57 member countries, we also provide support to Muslim communities in non-member countries, including those afflicted by the conflict and natural disasters. Please proceed to the next slide. Next, and then next again. So ISDB initiated a realignment of its strategy very recently as a swift response to the multitude of challenges facing its member countries. And the aim was to set the overall strategic direction of the ISDB work for the next 3 years, 2023-2025, including promoting green growth and fast-forwarding women's leadership in the green economy. So the ISDB realigned strategy has 3 focus areas: boosting recovery, tackling poverty and building resilience, and driving green economic growth. Our development interventions over the next 3 years will be driven by 2 key pillars. The first one being centered around supporting green, resilient, and sustainable infrastructure to enhance the lives and livelihoods of people, especially women and the most vulnerable. While the second pillar addresses the promotion of an inclusive human capital development, focusing on areas such as universal healthcare services and nutrition and food security. As you can see, climate change and women and youth empowerment are cross-cutting in this strategy. The bank is seeking to align its operations with the objective of the Paris Agreement and support operations that enhance the alignment with its member countries' NDCs, all using a gender mainstreaming approach. Next, please. So the climate action practice and the women and youth empowerment practice both sit in one department named Resilience and Climate Action Department, and these 2 practices increasingly working together to design gender-sensitive climate action. Next, please. In year 2019 was marked by the approval of the first ever ISDB climate change policy and its women's empowerment policy. So here we have the 4 policy pillars of the climate change going around mainstreaming climate action, the bank's operations, promoting climate change, resilience by assisting the member countries in building their resilience and reducing their vulnerability to climate change risks, supporting transition to green economy and leveraging resources from the various sources, including private sector, development partners, and philanthropic foundations in an effort to meet the substantial investment needs required to address our development targets. Our climate finance is set to represent 35% of ISDB annual commitments by 2025. Just as a recap, in 2021, the climate financing accounted for 31% of ISDB's commitments, so good that we're on track. Next, please. Next, please. So now coming to ISDB Women's Empowerment Strategic Framework, which was also approved in 2019, and later we developed the operation strategy and action plan for 2020 and 2025, guiding our work in women's empowerment. And the policy is centered around 4 pillars as well: improving women's access to services and productive resources, mainstreaming women's needs in IDB operations and projects. So, and here again, as a requirement, we also required to have a gender analysis performed for every project that we have. The third pillar focuses around promoting women's agency and participation, with a special focus on fostering women's role as agents of change in building community resilience to climate shocks, and as well as building their and strengthening the capacity and engagement in the decision-making process for more effective and inclusive climate change solutions for the benefits of all. The 4th pillar of the strategy focuses on strengthening learning and capacity development of our member countries to lead on their women's empowerment national plans. By 2025, next please, 50% of ISDB operations will effectively contribute to empowering women within ISDB member countries. Next, please. Next. In terms of financing, the ISDB has a sustainable financing framework, and under this framework, ISDB has issued Green Sukuk, which is the Islamic equivalent of a green bond, raising 1 billion euros, which have been fully allocated to 11 green projects. Sustainability Sukuk in 2021 was also issued, raising $2.5 billion, and that's the largest of its kind, which will help finance a range of green and social related projects targeting several SDGs, as you see here next to see the social. So around the next, please. Around several SDGs ranging from poverty reduction to education, to also gender equality and improving socioeconomic advancement and empowerment of women. So increasingly, we're doing more work on the interface between climate and gender. And here are some examples in the next slide, please. So the first one is our partnership with GCF and the first grant funding secured from the Fund for Regional Readiness Program, which is leveraging private sector for climate action in 5 West Asian region countries, with a total amount of $2.7 million. And here there's, with the engagement of the private sector, there's a lot of opportunity for environmental education and work for women. The Islamic Development Bank was also recently awarded a grant under the NDC Partnership Action Fund to support Palestine to develop gender-responsive NDC implementation plans for 6 sectors. And this is under implementation, which will be implemented later this year, beginning of 2023. And recently in the COP27, we've had multiple gender and youth related events in climate change context, including with partners such as UNICEF and ILO. We're also happy to say that in Egypt recently, the Arab Coordination Group in COP27 announced a $24 billion financing by 2023 to address the global climate crisis. Of this amount, the ISDB will contribute an amount of $13 billion. So we're really looking forward for more partnership, and we appreciate more collaboration to ensure gender transparency, climate actions.
Thank you, Rafif. Because we have to go a little bit, sorry, 10 minutes left, and it was very interesting. Thank you, Rafif, and we start late, so very interesting and very inspiring, actually. So we know how much TSKB was important for the IDFC club. So it's a great pleasure to welcome Madame Alara Karbiseli, your Assistant Manager, Development Finance Institution, assisting our Sherpa and activity as IDFC TSKB co-Sherpa. So how does TSKB address gender inequality and climate change that remain major challenges to reach the SDG agenda? And how does TSKB support climate action while embedding gender perspective in its finance solution? So, Ms. Alara, the floor is yours. If you can respect the 5 minutes, would be nice for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Philip. I will try my best. So I have also a small presentation we can put on the screen. I will appreciate. So thank you very much. I will just start with a very short introduction of TSKB for our audience. TSKB is the first privately owned development and investment bank of Turkey, and its mission is to promote the inclusive and sustainable development of Turkish economy by providing its services in corporate banking and investment banking and advisory services. So having said that, in this first slide, I would like to talk about what TSKB is doing in favor of climate change and gender equality. To start with climate change, combating climate change and transition to a low carbon economy are key issues for TSKB. And over the years, TSKB has strengthened its roadmap on climate action with its medium to long-term targets. For example, as you may see here, TSKB aims to keep the ratio of climate and environment-focused SDG-linked loans in its portfolio at the level of 60% by 2025. Moreover, having published its first climate risk report in 2021 and having joined recently among the Net Zero Banking Alliance signatories, TSKB is also planning to finalize the end-to-end integration of climate-related risks in its portfolio by. As for the gender equality side, no, we can just stay in the first slide. As for the gender equality, back in 2016, TSKB had a marking point in its sustainability journey and took an important step in the social inclusion by providing a fund from EFD in order to support women's employment and gender equality in the workplace. And for that, TSKB utilized a specific tool to analyze the performance, the companies, and help them increase the capacity on gender mainstreaming by offering them tailor-made action plans. So this approach has been implemented successfully and has been replicated with other DFIs to leverage the impact and to raise awareness in the market. Moreover, TSKB has strengthened its capacity and impact while developing gender policies, but as well as joining in different and various working groups and initiatives focusing on gender issues, such as IDFC Gender Equality Working Group. For example, within this working group, now we are currently working on a project with an external consultant to map gender finance of the IDFC members. So we can say that gender equality and climate change continue to be TSKB's strategic priorities. We may move to the next slide. So at this point, the main question is how we try to integrate gender equality in our climate finance. How can we support and accelerate the climate solutions while applying a gender lens? So as emphasized today by Selina and by other panelists, more and more data and research reveal the vital correlation between gender equality and climate change. It is shown that climate change affects women and girls disproportionately, and the existing gender inequalities are further amplified as a result of these gender norms. And the challenges that we face today due to the climate change, such as competition over nature resources, energy transition affordability, demand for new skills in the green sector, and they all have a very distinct gender factor. So there is a substantial need for a climate action solving both sustainability and gender equality, and the challenge is to do it right. As TSKB, what we try to do is that besides our funds dedicated for women-friendly companies, we try to integrate gender approach as a cross-cutting issue in our operations. We observe more and more that this nexus between the climate change and gender equality is being addressed systematically in the sustainability agenda, mandates and investments of our stakeholders and of other development organizations. So in line with this, we try to improve our internal capacity to perform in-depth assessment and analysis of social, economic and cultural impacts arising from our investments that we finance. And more briefly, within TSKB, we have our sustainability management system. And under that, we have our environmental and social impact, social risk assessment model that is applied by our engineering team to mitigate all kinds of environmental and social impacts arising from our investments. And in addition to that, we have a social expert within our engineering team.
So the last sentence, Miss.
Analysis and social impacts and carry out gender-focused activities such as conducting interviews with women employees to understand the working conditions or encouraging the companies to adopt some gender-sensitive good practices, and all that enable us to identify the challenges and opportunities and tackle them and make the necessary adjustments. And lastly, I would like to...
We need to end that hour, please. Thank you.
Okay, I will finish.
Thank you.
I would like to look more on gender-segregated data, which is important for transparency and accountability and measurement. And another challenge is the lack of data and information on gender. So what we are trying to do is to strengthen our capacity to quantify our impact on SDG 5. And we follow with corporate clients regarding the level of gender mainstream. So in summary, the climate crisis is not gender neutral. It is important that public development banks intentionally, systematically and proactively integrate this gender lens in the way that they rethink the sustainability. So it is important that we support climate mitigation and education investments through a gender approach and find the best ways to elevate gender equality. We know that there is still much to do, but by collectively mobilizing, we can just play a substantial role and ensure that gender equality is reflected in our operations. So thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Thanks for having highlighted again the role of public banks in the gender and climate nexus. Now let's take a step back. So I would like to take advantage of the presence of Madame Zineb Squali from the Boston Consulting Group, your managing director and partner from the Casablanca office. In the light of your recent research of this nexus, what is the BCG perspective?
Thank you. Thank you. So I wanted to share with this audience a few facts and a story, if we hopefully have the time. We've discussed since the beginning of the panel the fact that women are disproportionately impacted by climate change. I think now there is significant evidence, significant research that this is the case. But if I may leave you with just a few numbers that tell this story. The first number is the one on the top left. That's the UNDP number. So in 2015, the United Nations Development Programme did a study on the displacements that happened during that year due to natural disasters. And 80% of the people that were displaced in 2015 by natural disasters were women. Second number, when it comes to employment and income, so 60% of sub-Saharan African women work in agriculture, and we know how agriculture is going to be impacted, and as a result, the income of these women is going to be significantly impacted. Third number I wanted to leave you with, and this is coming from the Malala Foundation, 12.5 million girls are at risk of school dropouts every year, because when there is a natural disaster, families tend to favor their boys going to school. And so that's 12.5 million girls every year that can leave school. And there are lots of other numbers that we can share around water scarcity and around the fact that women carry a heavier burden. So I think the evidence is there. And what also is there is that there are lots of projects that are targeting this issue specifically. And so what we did at BCG, we have estimated the impact of climate change on women. And this impact is, we've estimated that this impact is 20 years. This means that climate change might set gender equality back by 20 years. So this means that in 2030, gender equality might get back to the level it was at 2010. And because, again, of all that we have been saying since the beginning, meaning that there are impacts in all of the components of the global gender gap, the education, the economic participation, the health and survival, etc. But again, I want to say this is something that's already out there. There are lots of projects that are happening in this field, and we should continue having more and more investments and more projects that are targeting women and helping them increase their resilience and adapt to climate change. But there is also something else that is less documented, but that is equally important, which is the fact that the way climate action is unfolding, it could also be unfavoring women. And this is much more counterintuitive, because climate action, that's all the positive efforts that everybody's doing to reduce emissions, to adapt our lives to a warmer planet. And so what we have seen is that under the current trend, climate action could also be setting gender equality back by 15 years. Again, that's counterintuitive, and that's why it needs explanation. So obviously, women will benefit from living in a more sustainable planet, as well as men, and even more than men in some aspects. Their education, their health, their livelihoods will improve. But what our research is showing is that women might also be at risk of missing out on the green economy's massive investments and job opportunities. And I have 3 examples of that. By 2030, 65 million green jobs will be created. The highest paid, more stable ones are are requiring what we call STEM education. That's science, technology, engineering, mathematics. Today, women only make up for 35% of STEM students globally, which means that they might be at risk, again, of missing out on these job opportunities. Second example, by 2030, $500 billion will be spent by companies in highly emitting sector, such as building materials, industrial goods, energy, to upskill their employees. That's meaning to help their employees get new green skills. The problem again is that these sectors are historically male dominated, so mechanically women are less likely to participate from these retrainings, and that is increasing the gap between men and women in these competencies that are key for the jobs of the future. There is also something around what's happening in entrepreneurship. We know that female entrepreneurs get less funding than male, but in green tech, this is even higher. So female entrepreneurs in green tech get even less funding than men. So that's what gets us to what I was saying before, the fact that climate action could also have a negative impact. So what is it that we need to do to have a climate action that serves these two major interlinked challenges, sustainability and gender equality? And I promised you a story, so here it comes. We've been talking a lot about, you've heard words like gender mainstreaming, like gender responsive, gender sensitive. My experience with these words is that outside of this room, outside of the gender conversation, these are words that are not very self-explanatory. And so I have come to the conclusion that actually stories of actual projects help, and so here it is. Here is the story. The story is happening in the 90s in the beautiful city of Vienna in Austria. In the 90s, planning officials in Vienna realized, and that's the picture that's coming, that's a park in Vienna. They realized that after the age of 9, girls almost disappeared from public parks, while before that age, boys and girls would equally come to parks. So they did some research and they came to the conclusion that no, it's not that all of a sudden when they turn 9, they're not interested in going to parks. It's because of the way parks are designed, with their single large open space, where boys gather at the front, and multiple football cages. So boys feel welcomed, girls feel like they need to compete for space. So they just stopped going there. They also realized that their public transportation system, for example, is much more geared towards patterns that are mostly male. So that's for transportation use between city centers and suburbs, direct trips at mostly set times. And women trips are completely different. They're much more fragmented. They require multiple transportation modes, and they don't necessarily happen during rush hour. And so through these examples and many others, they realized that the urban planning that the city had, the urban planning approach that the city had, that was supposed to be for everyone, was actually not gender neutral. It was women blind. And so this is what's happening with climate action. This is what could be happening with climate action if we're not specific enough, if we do not specifically take into account women's needs. Because we think that this is a given, but history is filled with stories where, even though we think it's a given, this is not what is happening. And so what it requires what I call intentionality. So intentionality is the fact that even though we have a project, an investment, a legislation that is supposed to target both women and men, we need to intentionally make sure that women will equally benefit. And so from the story of Vienna and many others, intentionality means at least those 3 ingredients that need to be in each and every single green project, green investment, and green legislation. So the first one is making sure we specifically take into account upfront women's needs and behaviors, because the default perspective is not necessarily always women's perspective, so we need to understand women's context and where they operate. The second thing is we need to involve women in the design of projects. And the third thing is we need to measure specifically the impact on women, the impact of projects on women. Again, not as an afterthought to be able to fill in some sort of form to get a grant, but as a forethought that is implemented early on and that helps better understand where we stand. So I think that just right in. I will leave you with one last thing. I will talk to you again about the story of Vienna. Every year since 2009, except for COVID years, Vienna has been named the best city in the world to live in. So why am I telling you this? Because what the discussion around gender responsive and the discussion around gender and climate should not be just good for women. It is good for the economy, it's good for the planet, it's good for the communities. And that's the narrative that we need to get out there much more often, because when we have women sitting in climate negotiation tables, when we have women leading our cities, this does not just benefit women, this benefits the economy to start with and benefits the whole of their communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was very good to hear you actually and to stay a little bit late. Open questions? 5 minutes for open questions to the audience, if you may. Hi. Last chance, because we are late and the next panel will come. Okay, so we have all seen through this panel, I mean, concrete solutions. We'll see how donors can implement into their gender application, gender mainstreaming. We have seen very great public banks, how they are devoted, and you address very interesting perspectives. So thank you very much. I was very honored to I will stop there. I have still many things to say, but I will stop there because let's say, to conclude, so how we do better to develop this agenda. This is just the beginning of a long story between climate and gender in all the sectors, actually, because gender should be mainstream in all the sectors, not only climate. And thanks you very much for your participation, and thanks to our panelists again, and sorry for all these technical issues. One question? Sorry for that question. Can you present yourself?
Thank you very much. I am Mabel Emmanuel from Nigeria, and I am the UNCCD National Focal Point from Nigeria. I enjoy your discussion, but I am not happy because I came late. I would have started it with you. In Nigeria, smallholders farmers are women, and most of them are affected by climate change. But they have a challenge. They don't have access to funding, and the government is not giving them the needed attention to address their challenges. How can women in that category be helped to access finance for their projects? Thank you.
Thanks for the question. Selina, I give you the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question, and apologies you came late. So I'm at the Green Climate Fund. I'm not our gender specialist, but our wonderful team did share a few examples of projects, our investments with me. And a couple of the strategies that are being used in the gender assessments and action plans for our projects are, for example, so specifically recognizing, start with data. As we said, start with the baseline, specifically recognizing women's participation in that area, engaging the women through the project design. So that's step number one, is as the investment is actually being designed, go out, speak to the local communities, speak to women's organizations if they exist, incorporate those concerns into the baseline. And then in terms of the gender action plan, actually having specific targets for the investment targeting a share of women-led enterprises or women-led smallholders. And then what we have in terms of our legal agreements is actually the follow-up mechanisms to ensure that those are actually being flowed through, the legal agreements flowed through the funding and then monitored as well over time. So the example that I gave was a UNDP project actually in Zambia, which targeted having 63% of the beneficiaries actually being women. The other example we had is in terms of and supporting women-led businesses. You can actually have targets around using women-led businesses for procurement of the goods and services that will be used within that funding proposal. So there are a couple of the ways in which our projects are proactively, again, recognizing that we do need to take that action. As Zineb said, we have to be intentional about it if we are going to make a change, but then following that through with good project design and then actual monitoring, reporting, and the implementation on the ground.
Thank you very much. Then I'm sorry we have to stop the session now because the next is coming. If you have any questions to our panelists, please free to come on the stage and ask your own questions. So thank you very much for the audience for attending the event, and thanks again to the IDFC Club. Thank you very much.
can you ask them both to put their mute?
Okay.
Hello, Fabio, can you unmute yourself, please? And put your camera on. Hello, can you both put your camera on and unmute yourself?
Yes.
Yes, we can see you, amazing. Fabio? You have your camera off and we can't see you. Oh, hello. Can you unmute yourself, please? You're on mute. Mute? Can you? Yeah, great. Mute? We can't hear you. Yeah, no. Mute. Do you have his mobile phone and to tell him? He's like on mute. No, this is his laptop. I wish. Hi, can you hear me? Hello. You can't hear me. Can you potentially take your headphones off and we can try that? Hello? Yeah. Does anyone have contact with him at all? We can't do anything about this. This is his computer. I don't. He kind of changed his settings on his computer. We're typing to him on the Zoom. Yes, the session's every session. Can we just begin and he just fixes his computer? Yeah? She's ready, she's good. You guys are both good? Hi. And the microphone, yes. And hopefully he will be back to us. Hi.
Hello. Hello, and welcome to COP27IDFC Pavilion Biodiversity and Gender Side event, sponsored by Banco Argentino de Desarrollo, BIGE. And my name is Ayşe Nazlıca. I am the Sustainability Coordinator of TSKB, Industrial Development Bank of Turkey. As TSKB, we are the only privately owned development bank in Turkey, established in 1950, and operate within the mission of supporting the sustainable development of Turkish industrial sectors. We have long-lasting relations with development finance institutions globally, and we give great importance to collaboration with our stakeholders all around the world. As a leading member of IDFC, we also carry out the coordination of gender-related studies with our partner BIGE within IDFC Gender Working Group. On topic of today's panel, well, the biodiversity is in crisis. Every year, we witness the loss of species and ecosystems due to changes in land use, habitat degradation, overexploitation of resources, pollution, and of course, the climate change. It is essential to monitor, to participate and promote its maintenance and conservation, but it is also critical to use a gender perspective. Even though biodiversity loss and degraded ecosystems consequences affects women and men both, it has greater impact on those sectors of the population that are more vulnerable and less able to respond to risks. Women have a vital role in biodiversity conservation and sustainable use, as they are often the ones who face greater risks and greater workloads. As public development banks, it is important to act considering this diversity as well as to contemplate women's particular circumstances in the decision-making process of products and its implementation. Well, today we have very valuable participants, the panelists. The first one from Development Bank of South Africa, DBSA, Safira Patel. Safira Patel is an innovative ESG strategist with 20 years of experience in the environmental, development finance and sustainability space. She is the head of environment and social governance at the DBSA and leads the development of the DBSA's just transition approach and strategy. Safira chairs the Development Results Working Group at the DBSA and is a committee member of the Sustainable Landscape Finance Coalition. Having managed multidisciplinary teams, Safira's roles include advising on sustainable development, the just transition, natural capital, climate change mitigation and adaptation, due diligence and impact and sustainability reporting. In this moment, I want to ask Safira to tell us about her experience in the just transition strategy at DBSA. What did you do so far and what are your plans for the future, Safira?
Thank you so much for that introduction and for inviting us to join this panel. Maybe for some context, for those who aren't aware about the DBSA, the DBSA is an infrastructure development bank, so our mandate is to facilitate the development and to work with our clients to develop sustainable infrastructure in order to facilitate a just transition and also sustainable economic development and growth within our region. At DBSA, with respect to the integrated just transition, what we've started with is what we call our integrated sustainable development finance approach. So the approach aims to bring together the various parties within the organization who are all working towards this low carbon, resilient and just transition to ensure that the work we do aligns and projects can build off each other and we can use and leverage each other's knowledge within the organization. So our just transition approach, which is underpinned by integrated sustainable development approach, takes its mandate from the bank's mandate of infrastructure development, is aligned to international best practice. So we've got the SDGs, South African Development Plan, Agenda 30. We're ensuring that all of that is fully integrated and supported in our just transition process and plan. Additionally, we've also ensured that we are in alignment with our partners and stakeholders. Going ahead on the just transition without fully taking into consideration your context, the context of your partners and your clients, would mean that we have a very one-sided approach to just transition. So for us, it's critically important to bring our internal partners and stakeholders, as well as our external stakeholders and partners, along on the journey. To date, we have our fossil fuel funding statement, which we launched last year at COP26. Additionally, what we've started doing is working on the development of our just transition plan and setting of targets through the development of a TOR, and we've worked with IDFC quite closely to ensure that we can use this information and share it with our other partner DFIs, but also so that we can have additional support in the development of our just transition plan. So that would be the first element. We do have a climate change policy as well as a just energy plan, transition plan. However, those policies and the plan are somewhat old. We all know with the just transition, everything is moving very quickly. And whatever plan you might have had last year may not be particularly applicable to this current situation. And that's, I think, indicative of climate change and this just transition that we're doing. I mean, there are lots of moving parts, there's lots of complexities, lots of contexts that need to be incorporated into it. So we're currently revising our energy transition plan and our climate change policy as a support element of our broader just transition strategy and target setting. So that's the work we've done to date. We've got a long way to go. We need to work with our partners and stakeholders to ensure that the targets that we do set are aligned to country NDCs as well as international requirements, as well as the DBSA's context. I think it's particularly important to note that you cannot go ahead and put together a just transition plan and cookie cutter one from another one that you might have, another DFI might have, or even another client might have. It's critically important that we bring all the context together and we have a plan that is inclusive, but also flexible enough to consider the changes that are coming our way. I think within the just transition context, what we have today might not be applicable even in 6 months' time, because the data requirements are getting better. We've got more data coming in to support the direction we need to go in. So making a decision today, the impacts might change quite quickly. I think a key element for us in our just transition plan is biodiversity, as well as gender and natural capital. So we have to move beyond the mitigation and into the adaptation space, and that's a key element that we started to integrate. So we're in the process of putting together our biodiversity policy, which again would feed into our just transition plan. We're also revising our environmental and social management system. Again, that is critical to support the just transition work that we need to do. We need to ensure that the way we do appraisals on our project, the way we do our due diligence, the way we monitor and report, has to be context specific and ensure that we meet the reporting, but not just reporting, the data requirements for supporting decision making. So those are the key areas we're working on. With respect to gender and biodiversity specifically, we do have a gender safeguard. We've got that in place. And we do have a biodiversity safeguard in place. However, we need to take those further. We do know that within the climate change risk area, we're going to come across greater hazards, greater shocks, more extreme climatic conditions. And what we know is that biodiversity often suffers when you have those conditions. We have social cohesion elements that need to be considered. When there's low social cohesion within a country or a region, we know that women suffer the most, as well as our biodiversity. And considering that women play such a key role in the natural capital space, it's important to ensure that both women and biodiversity are effectively integrated and highlighted in our just transition policy, but also in our systems that we use to support our move towards a just transition. So critically important is to get the gender and biodiversity elements into our projects from the project preparation stage and the design stage. We cannot use it as an add-on, which in many cases it has been until recently. So flexibility and integration from the beginning is what we need.
Thank you so much. After the first round, I will be continuing with some questions. I'm so glad that you are aware of the flexibility of your transition plan. It's a continuous process, and I think it will also motivate all the employees and other stakeholders, especially the young generation, with the new developments. Our second guest is Mr. Fabio Maeda from Banco de Amazonia, Brazil. Fabio Maeda is Chief Risk Officer, Chief Financial Officer, and Director of Investor Relations of Banco de Amazonia. Prior to joining Banco de Amazonia, Mr. Maeda has accumulated experience over the years in asset management, investment advisory, and risk management, and is currently responsible for overseeing Banco de Amazonia's corporate risks and financial planning and financial statements. Fabio, can you elaborate on your experience regarding environmental and social risk and opportunities of your bank's related businesses and future plans?
Hello, good morning everyone. Initially, sorry for the technical difficulties I had. All set now. I want to take time the presentation to share it with you. screen sharing is disabled. Can you guys share it for me? Thank you. Can you confirm you can see the presentation?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, great. So first of all, I think it's important for us to understand the role of Banco da Amazônia here in Brazil and in the Amazon biome. Because to understand the actions we have towards the environmental sustainability, we have some lot of actions that we're going to show here to you. We have first some of the role of the Amazonia. So let me show you. Sorry. So Banco da Amazônia is a state-owned company. It's a public development company here in Brazil, and the range that it goes towards here in Brazil is like it covers all of the North region. So we have 118 branches that covers all the 9 states on the Amazon biome, and including 7 states that covers 100% of the North region. So, as being a sustainable, as being a public development bank, we have the mission of developing sustainable Amazon, and this is established in our mission. We have a development sustainable Amazon with credit and effective solutions. This is, I'm sorry, I'm hearing myself.
Fabio,
Yeah, I'm having some because I'm hearing myself.
okay,
Can you escape it so that
we can hear you. Fabio, we can hear you very clearly. No worries.
I'm not hearing you guys quite clear, so if we can answer you guys to escape from me, I'll just hear my silence.
We can hear you. You may continue. You may continue with your presentation, Fabio.
I'm not hearing you guys again.
Okay, I think we will moving on with our next guest. And we will come back to Fabio again. We have Fabiana Mena, who is the president of Fundación Gran Chaco, Argentina. Fabiana is an anthropologist, specialist in gender and public policies with 22 years of experience in local development in rural areas and indigenous communities. In particular, she has been dedicated to strengthening organizational processes with network approaches, training leaders for productive development and income generation based on the valorization of territories and their biodiversity, with special emphasis on the development of rural women and strategies for adaptation and mitigation to climate change. Currently, manager of the NANUM Connected Women project to strengthen the capacity for adaptation and resilience to climate change of 5,000 rural women from Bolivia, Paraguay, and Argentina through digital innovation. Fabiana, please tell us about the nexus on gender and public policies in local development.
Hello, good right now. I hope, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Well, we have been working, as you said, in this region, in designing and building a platform of different stakeholders called the Rede Chaco, which represent for us the basis, the necessary tool to build real integrating and inclusive public policies. We are in a region that includes, as you said, 4 countries, 1 million or square kilometer, and with a very different cultural diversity, not only biodiversity. We have more of 40 different indigenous people, and at the same time a very incredible biodiversity and opportunity for answering to different kind of problems that we have at the level of climate change events and climate disaster, but also about the challenges of facing poverty and other kind of problems. In this context, we believe, and in our experience, we have learned that including and incorporating the gender mainstreaming or gender lenses in the building of this challenging public policy, it have been a very interesting. In my opinion, it's like to know all the time and to integrate diversity lenses, because gender perspective means to incorporate not only a disaggregated data about the binary vision of men and women, but we are also integrating an intersectional perspective. That means that we are including also other variables like age, ethnicity, geographical location, that represent or create all the time different kind of barriers or are the causes of discrimination in different ways. So the first aspect that I think it's important to highlight is that gender perspective is not only about men and women, but we are looking at this different different kind of stakeholders that are in this way integrated in the building of public policies, not only about state and civil society or private sector, but also in each one of these stakeholders we are disaggregating and trying that women organization or women represented can participate in the different spaces of decision making or training session, because in rural area women are mostly they face all the time different kind of barriers to participate in this space. So when we in Rede Chaco, which is our platform, we could carry on in these last 10 years a very wide stakeholder mapping with these lenses, and the result is that I think if we won in efficiency and in effectiveness, because we have a very richness in diversity, and in not only regarding and highlighting or making visible the different perception problems or critical situation, but also, I think here is the key point of the gender perspective in public policy, we could achieve and we could access to a very wide solution or contribution from this platform. No? With gender lenses, we could achieve and integrate in our policies, in our action, in our programs, different solution, knowledge, and so I think we could accelerate our action and the impact that we are achieving.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your valuable experience. And I would like to continue the second round with some questions regarding the challenges and lessons learned. Safira, could you elaborate on some challenges experienced in integrating gender into biodiversity projects in your organization?
Thank you for that. What we have experienced with respect to gender and biodiversity is that we often get projects that come into our pipeline at a much later stage where we are unable to change the design or influence the design or ensure that gender and biodiversity are fully integrated into the project. Often the plans have been done and it's a question of can we fund it and let's do a social environment due diligence from a risk perspective. What we need is we need to be able to influence the project design, the programmatic approach, and that one needs to start right at the beginning of the project. So if we're able to integrate gender issues, biodiversity, natural capital upfront when the project is being designed, it would be a great deal easier to ensure that we have much deeper impact, and through our due diligence process we not only look at it from a risk perspective, i.e. mitigating or managing risk, but we're able to then start moving towards an approach that looks at the net positive. So what positive elements do gender and biodiversity integration bring to the project, and how can we either elevate those, replicate those positive impacts, and make the projects more sustainable in the long run. Because we do know that women play a critical role in how communities are farming. Women are responsible for up to like 80% of the world's food production. So food production, gender, and the ability to manage and create environments and landscapes that provide a net positive impact are particularly important. So for us, the one thing is starting at the beginning, in the programmatic planning, pre-project phase, to ensure that the project is designed with gender and mainstreaming upfront and is then integrated into the process. I think our second issue is data. Data can be very difficult to find. Data sets can be difficult to read or understand if you don't understand that space very well. And we need data to know where we're going and how to develop and design those projects. So data availability and credibility is critically important. And then lastly, what we do find is there's been a great deal of focus on mitigation projects. What that means generally, because they tend to have a renewable energy link. So within the sector, within the space, we have all been funding a great deal of renewable energy projects. So the model for funding renewable energy, the financial model, is there. It's usable, it's been tried, it's been tested, and it's easier for the investment teams to work with those models. We don't have a really well-developed model for natural capital finance, for adaptation finance, for how to finance gender and incorporate it into a project. So 3 areas. We need to ensure that we start at the beginning. We need to ensure that we have the right data sets and we monitor and manage for the right data sets. And lastly, we need to make sure that we support the development of financial mechanisms and funding mechanisms that speak to adaptation projects. Because you cannot make the jump until you have something well developed that people who previously weren't exposed to adaptation finance or gender or biodiversity finance are able to better understand. Not everybody is an ecologist or environmental scientist, so you need to make sure that we work on the development of those models and those tools and those mechanisms.
Thank you so much. I think the data problem is very common all around the world. And we believe that this problem will be solved with the capacity building, greater awareness, and high technology in the very near future. Well, I go back to my panelists online, and I will try to reconnect with Fabio, because his session was interrupted. Okay, great. Actually, after hearing your experiences, I would like to also ask you to answer my question. What is the main challenge in managing socio-environmental responsibility in biodiversity projects in the Amazon biome? Thank you.
Perfect. Sorry again, I was starting to hear myself and I stopped hearing and couldn't be able to continue. But if I may, I'll go back to our presentation because I think, once again, I think it's important to understand the role of our activities here in Brazil, here in the Amazon biome, so to understand what the cases we do here and how we are managing these environmental risks and opportunities as your question. So just a second. Okay, here we go. As I was saying, Banco do Amazonia is maybe the most important institution here in financing, obviously. I'm not talking in general, but in financing, we have very strong numbers that represent what we are helping manage the sustainability here in the North region, the Amazon biome. We have 80 years of experience here in development of the Amazon. We have a mission to develop sustainable Amazon. We are the main development bank here in the Amazon, modern. This is our vision, we're modern, engaged employees and solid results. I want to say here, this is our main funding. It's called the FNO, and why it's important for me to explain to you guys what is the FNO. Because in the constitution here in Brazil, this established that a percentage of the income tax and the industrialized products income tax is separated to this fund specifically. So we have as FNO the principal funding. So it's a funding that guarantees us to invest in projects here all over the North region, and we have 66% of development credit in the North region. And when we say development credit, I'm saying investments in machines, investment in trucks, investment in silos, in investments in general forms. So almost all of these investments are sustainability, have a sustainability concern on this, and I'll explain how we treat this. Because here we see the risk becoming an opportunity for us. Here on the social environmental analysis, we identified a problem because we, as having the principal funding here in Brazil, in the Amazon biome, to invest, we have also the responsibility to give these financings in a social environmental responsible way. So what we did is identify this risk, and how we treat it is by making a social environmental analysis. So almost all of our investments, almost all of our fundings, all of our credits we give to our clients, they must have a social environmental analysis. So we don't have financing on contracts that are on native lands. We don't have contracts that don't attend all of the social environmental requisites. This is how we found an opportunity to give social environmental analysis. It has become a revenue for us, important revenue, so that we took this opportunity over a risk we have in the social environmental concern of Amazonia. Talking about our theme panel here about gender and biodiversity, I want to talk also about how we treat this institutionally. So Banco da Amazonia has a concern on the gender theme, gender equality theme, we have a program that has been recently established. It's called O Despertar. In translation, it's Awakening. It's important here to say that the first time in the history of Banco Amazonia we have a chairwoman. So when the chairwoman of the board came on here, she identified the necessity to give Banco Amazonia this kind of focus. So we established the program, the Despertar, the objective here to transform the bank to a social inclusive company in these 5 years. So we're getting this top down on all of our organization to value diversity, to respect the differences, to motivate and engage employees. So we have a mission here in this program to come over the gender equality and not only this, but also in social perspective and in the gender perspective specifically. I have here the numbers here inside Banco Amazonia. We think these numbers are okay. They're not the worst, but they're okay. But we have to give them certainly much more. It is a mission to the chairwoman of the board that all women here feel empowered and feel the need the opportunity to ascend in the organization, to have management position as their goals. So we have this program here in Banco Amazonia as we work institutionally. In credit, here we have some of the examples of how Banco Amazonia works with this institutionally, with the social environmental concern. We have renewable energy lines, so all of these we have specific products that we have to our clients to enhance the social environmental responsibility. So we have special program financing for renewable energy, we have special program for microcredit, we have special rates, special conditions to our clients who have sustainable management with their natural resources. So it's our concern, it's a product, there are a lot of products here that specifically have this focus and this concern and special conditions as said. Here again, the social environmental aspect and the social environmental analysis. We have 6.8 billion of reais of almost 12 billion that we are making this year. So almost all, a great part of our contracts and a great part of our active portfolio is managed by social environmental analysis. That, as I was saying, it goes with our concern on social environmental responsibility. Here in the credit for women, we have this special program. This is where we treat the gender equality concern and where we think that the main pillar of gender inequality may be the economic perspective. So we think we have to empower women, we have to enable them to have access to credit, to access to financial services. And this is a program that we started this recent year, in February and March of 2022. We started the program Amazonia para Elas, which is Amazon for them. And this program is focused exactly on giving special conditions, facilities, special rates for women to have access to credit. So it's, like I said, it's a very recent program, but as of now we've already attended 31,000 women with this line of credit. So we think this on the upcoming years will be a very special product. This will be a product that will be very representative of what we are trying to achieve on the gender equality concern. Here, this is a very interesting case because this is how we act, and not on the numbers. I don't want to focus so much here on the numbers, but I want to focus on how these experiences change some of the people's lives. So here first I have the case of family agriculture contracts, despite 157 contracts. We are financing this day oil extraction to these families. What we perceive is a change on the on life of these people, because before how they were acting was economically saying they had like as activity low quality extensive livestock farming, which we know is not social environmentally is very poor and very degrading, and that, and how we are financing this extraction and this situation. We change the lives of these families by increasing the wage they receive, because then there is a much more interesting and much more environmentally concerned industry. So we change the lives of these people with this kind of financing. Also here, here in the family agriculture and on the indigenous people, we also have a lot of action on partnering with social organizations that we find that we can help a lot of families on financing them and giving them access to the agriculture they do on very many ways, so they can have a better productivity, and so they are the kind of people that we understand that will take natural care of the biome they are, the Amazon biome and so on. So we think this is an important focus we need to have here in the Amazon to give care to make them this kind of people take care of the Amazon where they live.
Thank you so much, Fabio. And my last question is to Fabiana. Fabiana, which are the lessons learned and recommendations to improve the access of women into climate finance?
Well, in our experience in this project that you have mentioned before, Nanum Women Connected, we facilitate the access to connectivity for isolated communities, and particularly for women organizations, by installing internet companies led by women themselves. And at the same time, it's not only about to connect women, to connect isolated communities, but also to incorporate disruptive technologies for access climate information and financing at the same time. We need data, we need access to that data, but also we need to support different kind of initiative to bring solution, to not only about adaptation initiative, but also mitigation is a lot the contribution that we can receive, that we can impulse from local communities to mitigation challenges. In this sense, we, for example, we have facilitated access to their first bank account for more than 2,000 women, and trained 5,000 families in the strategic appropriation of ICT, of different kind of tools. But we also are developing new application, the digital system for the management of early warning system, managed from the territory and managing local production and their access to market. So this experience of Nanum Women Connected is an example on how we can create and generate and design public policies, climate policies with the gender lenses, and at the same time reinforcing grassroots organization and integrating all the time, because it's developing and we are innovating all the time new kind of different stakeholders. One example in this sense is the initiative of gender bonds that the National Value Commission in Argentina has launched in this last year. It was the first one, and now we are in the third round of gender bonds with climate impact. we call that sustainable bonds. Latin America in general is a pioneer in gender bonds, not only Argentina or the Gran Chaco region. We have a lot of experience in Colombia, Mexico, and so on. But in the Gran Chaco region, it is a new initiative that are showing us that we have different solutions, different opportunities that we can develop and scale up, incorporating new and different stakeholders that we are not considering until now, as the National Value Commission and the other organizations that are working and are integrating the platform and working with the social enterprises and the National Commission to launch these gender bonds, and allows, in this sense, grassroots organization, women organization, to access to this kind of support. And we are supporting through these gender bonds different kind of solution, mostly natural-based solution, reinforcing, for example, the production of natural dyes, of medicine plants, or, well, adding value, in short, are different kind of projects that are adding value to biodiversity, showing and contributing to solution based on nature, and at the same time reinforcing and make visible the power and the potential of grassroots women organization as a key actors to build innovative and most efficient, more efficient climate policy. So in our opinion, we think that the most important lesson learned is that we should build more public policy and climate policy from the territory, so as bottom-up policies, reinforcing local actors and connecting at the same time, because it's not only looking or reinforcing the territory, but from the territory connecting local communities and rural communities with the world. In Danube Women Connected, for example, we designed an innovation platform called Chaco in which we launched challenges for digital innovation from organizations around the world to co-design solutions to local problems together with community. So finally, the most important lesson that we have learned is that it's connecting the local communities, the local level, with an international and worldwide stakeholders platform, contributing with the most open diversity contribution knowledge to bring solutions to the climate challenges that we have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. In this moment, I would like to. Oh, sorry.
I have sent a small, very short video. I don't know if you have it. If we have time to share, it can be an example.
Well, actually, we don't have much time, but before that, I would like to ask the audience if you have any questions to the panelists. And I think no, but I would like to ask the organizer if we have a couple of minutes for the video show. Unfortunately, Fabiana, but if you can send us via email your video, we would be very happy to watch that and share with our colleagues.
Don't worry. Yes, I have sent you already, but
oh, thank you.
1 minute video is just to show the territory and experience, but it's okay, I don't know.
Okay, thank you so much. I would like to conclude this panel with my appreciation to all the panelists for their experience sharing. And also, I would like to thank the organizer of COP27 and IDFC Club for giving us this opportunity to share our experience and lessons learned. Well, we all work for the future of the world, hopefully a gender equal world. And we definitely need a planet that includes all the species, all the living species in a sustainable, living in a sustainable environment. I think with the collaboration of the parties globally, we will achieve this goal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Recording in progress. Bonjour à tous, merci d'être venus à cet événement. Cet événement sera en français, mais on a de la traduction simultanée. On a aussi un intervenant, une intervenante plutôt en anglais. Donc si vous avez besoin pour les francophones d'avoir un casque, or if the English-speaking people need to follow the event, we have simultaneous translation. Please go and get your headset. So thank you very much. Je suis très honorée de modérer cet événement qui est organisé le jour du genre à la COP27. C'est aussi un plaisir de collaborer avec le programme d'adaptation de l'AFD, avec le réseau mondial sur les PNA, et d'avoir aussi des exemples du Bénin, et d'avoir aussi quelques participants dans la salle qui pourront peut-être partager leur expérience avec nous. Donc cet événement arrive à point nommé parce qu'on est à mi-parcours dans la mise en œuvre du plan d'action climat de la Convention cadre. Donc c'est le bon moment pour voir où les avancées dans l'intégration du genre dans les stratégies d'adaptation, mais c'est aussi le bon moment de réfléchir peut-être sur la manière dont ces stratégies ont été traduites en projets, en investissements sensibles au genre, et aussi de réfléchir aux défis qui sont encore à soulever. Je pense évident pour tout le monde ici que l'intégration du genre et des questions d'inclusion sociale sont vraiment cruciales pour pouvoir avoir l'impact qu'on escompte sur le climat. C'est d'une part parce qu'une analyse des facteurs sous-jacents socio-économiques permet de mieux comprendre les vulnérabilités spécifiques, mais aussi parce que les différentes perspectives, les différentes connaissances, les différents besoins qui sont exprimés nous permettent aussi de renforcer la qualité et l'impact de nos solutions climatiques. Il y a eu un rapport il y a quelques mois, au mois de juin, du secrétariat de la Convention sur la mise en œuvre du plan d'action sur le climat, sur le genre, pardon. Et celui-ci a permis de voir qu'il y avait eu quand même quelques progrès qui avaient été effectués en termes d'intégration du genre. D'une part, les parties ont exprimé leur intérêt et l'utilité de ce plan d'action climat pour l'autonomisation des femmes et pour l'intégration du genre dans les stratégies. Mais aussi, on a pu constater quelques progrès qui ont été faits en termes de renforcement de capacité dans la planification notamment. On a pu aussi voir qu'il y a eu un grand essor dans les dernières années dans l'intégration du genre dans les stratégies, avec notamment dans les révisions des CDN, une analyse de la FAO sur le secteur agricole qui montre qu'aujourd'hui, 37% des CDN qui ont été révisés intègrent les questions de genre, mentionnent le genre, alors qu'il ne s'agissait que de 9% sur les premières versions des CDN. Il y a aussi un rapport du réseau mondial sur les PNA, du Global Network, qui a montré que dans les PNA qui ont été soumis, quasiment tous, 97% de ces PNA mentionnaient le genre et 2/3 mentionnaient des activités d'intégration du climat et du genre. Donc ce sont quand même de gros progrès et des avancées qui sont vraiment notables et intéressantes dans la prise en compte du genre. Donc on en entendra un petit peu plus de nos partenaires, de nos intervenants aujourd'hui. Et peut-être juste avant de passer la parole à ces panélistes, je voudrais mentionner quelques points sur lesquels le PNUD travaille en termes d'intégration du genre. Ah, j'ai oublié de me présenter, pardon. Je suis Julie Teng, expert technique en adaptation au PNUD. Et donc au niveau du PNUD, on avait un programme conjoint avec la FAO sur l'intégration du PNA dans l'agriculture, qui a notamment appuyé l'Ouganda dans l'intégration du genre dans le développement de leur plan national d'adaptation dans l'agriculture. On a aussi développé des outils d'intégration, une formation qui est modulaire et qui peut être accessible à tous les pays et adaptable à leur contexte, un outil d'analyse des chaînes de valeur des filières résilientes au climat et sensibles au genre. Et tous ces outils sont disponibles. Donc la prise en compte du genre est très importante et aujourd'hui encore, dans un nouveau programme qu'on met en œuvre avec la FAO, on met vraiment le genre au cœur de nos actions et de manière transversale, avec aussi un accent sur les processus multi-acteurs et l'importance de cette inclusion sociale et du genre dans toute la planification, mais aussi dans les stratégies d'investissement et dans la mise en œuvre de ces actions. Donc c'est maintenant le moment de passer la parole aux panélistes. On a aujourd'hui, donc juste à côté de moi, Prisca... pardon. Oui. Prisca Djinaja Ablé, qui est du Bénin, qui est du ministère du Cadre de Vie et du Développement Durable, et qui nous présentera des exemples de son pays. Angie Dazé, qui est du Global Network, qui va parler des progrès qui ont été réalisés, et Christophe Buffet, qui est responsable du programme adaptation de l'AFD, l'Agence française de développement, qui nous parlera des actions du programme en termes d'intégration du genre. Donc on va avoir ces 3 présentations, et à la suite de ces présentations, ce qu'on aimerait, c'est avoir aussi quelques avis du public et pour pouvoir un petit peu enrichir cet échange et avoir aussi d'autres expériences d'autres pays éventuellement. Donc bon événement. Je vais commencer par Angie.
Thank you, Julie. And I'm sorry, but I'm going to be speaking English. So I hope that everyone who has a headset needs it for the translation. So I'm going to be talking about some reflections based on our latest synthesis report developed by the NAP Global Network that looks at the progress on integrating gender considerations in National Adaptation Plan, or NAP, processes. To start, oh, I need the clicker. Sorry. So just to start us off, for those who aren't familiar with the NAP Global Network, we were established in 2014 to advance adaptation planning and action in developing countries. And the Secretariat of the NAP Global Network is hosted by the International Institute for Sustainable Development, IISD. So today, the network connects more than 2,000 adaptation practitioners and policymakers around the world. And we work towards 3 objectives. The first is to facilitate peer learning and exchange among countries on their NAP processes and challenges and successes that they're having. The second is to support national level action, and we provide demand-driven technical assistance to countries to do so. And then the third is to generate, synthesize, and share knowledge about NAP processes and what we're learning from engaging with our country partners. So far, we have provided technical assistance to 59 countries, and we've brought together 57 countries, representatives of 57 countries in different peer learning processes. And we've developed over 250 different knowledge products that look at different aspects of NAP processes. So why are we focusing on gender in national adaptation plan processes? Well, first, NAP processes are really the key mechanism for achieving the global goal on adaptation. Countries are investing in these processes, they're moving forward, and so they're a really important opportunity to integrate a gender responsive approach. And because it is a process, we know that being gender responsive, much of it rests in the process by which decisions are made, how resources are allocated, who's at the table. All of these things really matter for a gender responsive approach. And because NAP processes are these iterative, ongoing processes, there are lots of opportunities and entry points. Third, we have mandates to do this. The Paris Agreement calls for gender action to be, or for climate action, to be gender responsive. We have the Gender Action Plan under the UNFCCC that Julie mentioned. We have international commitments on gender equality and human rights. So all of these really demand that we take a gender responsive approach when we're planning and implementing adaptation action. And then lastly, we have a growing evidence base on why this is not just the right thing to do, but the smart thing to do. So the latest IPCC report notes that inclusive governance that prioritizes equity and justice in adaptation planning and implementation leads to better outcomes. So, and they state this with high confidence. So the evidence is there. This is the way forward for us to be to achieve adaptation that is effective and sustainable. So what are we talking about when we talk about a gender responsive approach to adaptation? We've been thinking about this for a while now. Gender has been a priority theme for the NAP Global Network since around 2017. And we've come up with an approach that we think has 3 key dimensions. So the first is recognizing that there are gender differences in adaptation needs and capacities, and using that understanding to plan and implement adaptation action. The second is equitable participation and influence in decision-making processes related to adaptation, and this applies at all levels from local to global. And then the third is gender equitable access to the benefits that result from our investments in adaptation. And obviously there's a strong focus there on monitoring, evaluation, learning, so we understand who is benefiting and importantly who may not be benefiting when we invest in adaptation. So I'm going to share a few insights and examples from our most recent synthesis report on gender in NAP processes. So we've been tracking this since 2018, and this is our third report, thank you, Christophe, that we came out with in June 2022 that Julie mentioned. And the way we approach these reports are that as countries are submitting their NAP processes to the UNFCCC, we're systematically reviewing them to look at how they are integrating gender considerations. And then the other piece is looking at our engagement with countries and learning how they're tackling this challenge of integrating gender in their NAP processes. As I said, it's a process, it's not just a document, so that gives us insights into good practices, and I'll share a couple of those as well. So the first thing to say is that, as Julie mentioned, the vast majority of NAP documents do mention gender, but we've seen a bit of a shift in how they're talking about gender issues. So we're seeing more countries refer to gender equality versus just saying gender, which shows a sort of a more ambitious framing of how we're thinking about the linkages between gender and adaptation. And we're also seeing more countries refer to other issues like inclusion, human rights, and these are really important because they give us this entry point for a more intersectional approach. So not just looking at gender issues, but how gender intersects with other issues like age, disability, being indigenous. So that's a really interesting trend that we're observing. Next, please. So we also look at how women are positioned in the NAP documents, and it probably won't surprise you that the majority of NAP documents talk about women as a particularly vulnerable group. But one positive trend that we've seen is that a greater proportion of the documents are positioning women as agents of change in adaptation. And this is really important to move us on from this sort of women as victims of climate change narrative to recognizing that women are active solutions builders and collaborators and innovators when it comes to dealing with the impacts of climate change. Next, please. So I'm just going to give a couple of examples, and I'm aware that there may be, well, I know there's at least one of our country partners in the room who can speak more to this. So I'm just going to be very brief, and then we'll give a chance to our partner to speak in the discussion component. But I just wanted to share a couple of concrete examples to bring this down to earth. So the first is a pilot project that the NAP Global Network has done over the last year or so, working with an organization called Lensational. They're a social enterprise, and they work with women offering photography and storytelling training as a way of sort of giving them opportunities to raise their voices. And so we worked with them along with the governments of Ghana and Kenya and offered a targeted training on climate change that enabled them to develop visual stories, photos, and narratives that described their experiences with climate change and how they envision resilience. And then we brought them together with policymakers. So we had national workshops in each country where the women presented their stories and engaged in a dialogue with decision makers at the national level, key people who are driving NAP processes in these countries. And it was a really, I don't use the word transformational experience. I don't use that word lightly, but it was a transformational experience for many of the people involved just to have this conversation, for the women to be able to share their stories with national decision makers, and for the decision makers to just be moved by and have this common language to talk about how people on the front lines are experiencing climate change. The next example, I'm just going to introduce briefly. We've been working with the government of Côte d'Ivoire for a number of years now, and they started off with a gender analysis to inform their NAP process, and then they've taken a number of other steps, and they've recently established a memorandum of understanding between the ministry responsible for gender and the ministry responsible for climate change to facilitate more active collaboration. And I think we're going to hear a bit more from a rep from Côte d'Ivoire during the discussion. So I just wanted to close by letting people know that working with the Adaptation Committee and the Least Developed Countries Expert Group under the UNFCCC, we developed a toolkit for gender-responsive NAP processes, and this includes a lot of guidance, resources, practical examples of how countries are taking this gender-responsive approach forward, and it is available in English, French, and Spanish on our website. There's a short link there, but also feel free to just go on the NAP Global Network website. We have loads of resources on gender and NAP processes and different country examples, the synthesis report that I mentioned. And I will stop there. Thank you very much.
Merci Angie. Je vais maintenant passer la parole à Priska, qui va pouvoir nous parler un petit peu de l'exemple du Bénin.
Merci beaucoup, Julie. Bonjour à tout le monde. Mon nom, c'est Priska Djimanja Ablé. Je suis le point focal genre et changement climatique du Bénin auprès de la Convention cadre des Nations Unies sur les changements climatiques. Je voudrais remercier le Réseau mondial des PNA pour m'avoir associé à ce side event. Au Bénin, prochain slide. Au Bénin, nous avons des documents de politique qui parlent du genre et des changements climatiques. Nous avons élaboré un diagnostic sur la prise en compte du genre dans les changements climatiques. Nous avons apporté quelques éléments de réponse. Je vais partager avec vous quelques bonnes pratiques et parler des prochaines étapes. Au Bénin, les documents de politique, nous avons une politique nationale en matière du genre. Nous avons la politique nationale de gestion des changements climatiques. Nous avons la loi sur les changements climatiques. Mais quand on prend la politique nationale, ça n'intègre pas les changements climatiques. De même, quand vous prenez les documents de politique en matière de changement climatique, ça n'intègre pas le genre. Donc, il y a un problème. Il y a le Comité national sur les changements climatiques. Au sein de ce comité, nous avons la commission genre et changement climatique pour pouvoir pallier un peu à l'insuffisance qui se trouve au niveau des documents de politique. Nous avons au niveau de tous les ministères sectoriels des cellules genre et environnement, et au niveau de chaque projet, nous avons des points focaux genre des projets. Slide suivant, s'il vous plaît. C'est le diagnostic, j'ai dit tantôt que la politique du genre ne prend pas en compte les changements climatiques. On passe, s'il vous plaît. La figure que vous avez, ça montre que les femmes sont présentes dans tous les secteurs d'activité au Bénin. Il n'y a pas ce secteur d'activité dans lequel les femmes ne se retrouvent pas. Si on prend d'abord, elles font plus de 51% de la population. Leurs conditions sanitaires au niveau des forêts et du bois énergie, la gestion des ressources en eau. Par exemple, au Bénin, c'est la femme qui est responsable de l'approvisionnement en eau de sa famille. Si l'eau est à n'importe quelle distance, la femme béninoise doit pouvoir amener l'eau à la maison, alors que ces ressources-là sont impactées par les changements climatiques. Slide suivant, s'il vous plaît. Ici, au niveau de l'agriculture, de la pêche, c'est une dame qui est fumeuse de poissons. Non seulement les poissons deviennent de plus en plus rares à cause des effets des changements climatiques, son unité de gestion pour pouvoir fumer les poissons la rend malade. Donc, c'est pour montrer combien de fois les femmes sont vraiment vulnérables au Bénin. Slide suivant, s'il vous plaît. OK, et par rapport aux éléments de réponse, par rapport au diagnostic qui a été fait, nous avons, grâce à l'appui du Réseau mondial des PNA, nous avons élaboré une étude sur la prise en compte du genre dans le processus PNA. J'informe au passage que le Bénin a déjà élaboré son plan national d'adaptation qui a soumis déjà à la conférence. Donc, si vous prenez le document, vous allez voir un paragraphe qui est réellement dédié aux gens à cause de l'étude qui a été faite grâce à l'appui du Réseau mondial des PNA. Aussi, dans la CDN, quand il est demandé aux pays d'actualiser leur CDN pour augmenter leur ambition, le Bénin en a profité pour intégrer le genre dans les projets qui sont inscrits dans les CDN grâce à l'étude sur l'intégration du genre dans la CDN actualisée. J'ai déjà parlé tantôt de la commission genre et changement climatique qui est au niveau de du Comité national sur les changements climatiques. Le Bénin a également élaboré son plan d'action genre au changement climatique. Et ce plan d'action comprend 8 secteurs. Ça a été un processus participatif. C'est les cellules genre et environnement de chaque ministère qui, avec ces cellules, on a identifié les besoins réels en matière d'intégration de genre dans les politiques sectorielles et le plan d'action genre et changement climatique a été élaboré. Il y a pour les projets qui sont mis en œuvre, que ce soit les projets d'adaptation ou les projets d'atténuation, il y a toujours un plan genre qui est élaboré pour la mise en œuvre des activités du projet. Le slide prochain, s'il vous plaît. Toujours par rapport aux éléments de réponse, il y a des séances de sensibilisation qui sont organisées, que ce soit sur les radios, les télévisions, même sur le terrain pour pouvoir informer les femmes sur leurs conditions de vulnérabilité au changement climatique et leur montrer également qu'elles sont aussi porteuses de solutions par rapport aux effets néfastes des changements climatiques. Il y a eu la formation des femmes négociatrices, ce qui a permis d'augmenter la participation des femmes au COP. Quand la délégation béninoise, cette année, il y a beaucoup de femmes qui ont pris part à cette COP-là. Il y a aussi le recrutement des femmes sur les projets. Pour recruter les unités de gestion de projet, on fait quand même l'effort d'avoir des femmes dans ces unités de gestion des projets. Et il y a aussi le renforcement des capacités de l'Institut de la femme. Le Bénin dispose d'un Institut de la femme et ça fait partie des priorités de notre pays. Le président a renforcé les capacités des membres de ces institutions-là. Slide suivant, s'il vous plaît. Quelques exemples pratiques. Le Bénin est divisé en pôles de développement agricole. Les pays africains, c'est l'agriculture qui est le secteur le plus vulnérable au changement climatique. Et les statistiques que vous voyez là, c'est des statistiques de 2022. C'est pour montrer comment il y a une évolution dans l'intégration des changements climatiques. Si vous voyez, c'est l'accès des femmes aux terres fertiles et sécurisées. Il y a quelques années, au Bénin, les femmes n'ont droit qu'à des terres qui ne sont plus fertiles. Et ces femmes, avant même d'aller labourer leurs terres, elles utilisent toutes leurs forces pour aider leur époux à labourer d'abord la terre qui est fertile. Donc, il y a des séances de sensibilisation qui ont été faites dans le domaine de l'agriculture pour que les femmes puissent avoir accès aux terres fertiles. Et c'est les statistiques qui sont là dans le tableau. C'est vrai, tout n'est pas rose, mais on a fait un pas. En dehors de ça, on fait les plaidoyers auprès des chefs religieux traditionnels pour qu'ils puissent donner un peu plus de place à la femme. Slide suivant. Quelques exemples toujours. C'est vrai que les femmes ont accès à des terres fertiles, mais il faut arriver à les sécuriser. Et pour cela, il y a la loi portant code foncier et domanial qui a été adopté. Et quand nous prenons l'article 6 de cette loi, l'article 6 dit que l'État et les collectivités territoriales, en tant que garants de l'État général, doivent assurer un accès équitable aux terres pour l'ensemble des acteurs. Donc, que vous soyez femme, homme, enfant, jeune, et si ce texte-là vous donne droit à avoir accès été sécurisés. Slide prochain, s'il vous plaît. OK, ici, c'est dans le domaine de l'énergie où les femmes utilisent les panneaux solaires pour pouvoir arroser leurs champs. C'est un exemple parmi tant d'autres. Et voilà ce que je voudrais partager avec vous. En 8 minutes, on ne peut pas tout dire. Je suis là pour répondre à vos questions. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Prisca. On va passer à la présentation de Christophe sur le programme adaptation.
Merci. Donc, du coup, on peut passer slide suivant. C'est pas le bon endroit. Ok, je vais changer d'endroit. J'aurai besoin un peu de mes notes plus tard. Pour la première partie, ça va être relativement simple. Donc, je suis Christophe Buffet, je suis le responsable de programme Adaptation de l'Agence française de développement, qui est une agence féministe au service d'une diplomatie féministe. Donc, on est au bon endroit. Slide suivante, s'il te plaît, ou je peux même le passer, en fait, ça va être plus simple. Merci. Donc le programme Adaptation est entré en phase 2 depuis l'an dernier à la COP26 avec un triptyque comprendre, planifier, investir. La partie investir reste au cœur du projet au travers d'études de vulnérabilité ou études de faisabilité. On a eu un effet de levier, un effet de catalyse sur des projets, des investissements réalisés par l'AFD ou cofinancés par l'AFD, le Fonds vert ou l'Union européenne à hauteur de 580 millions d'euros lors de la phase 1, donc des projets plus robustes d'adaptation. On inscrit ces projets également dans les CDN, bien sûr, qu'on accompagne au travers de leur déclinaison de l'adaptation dans les politiques publiques. Par exemple, au Niger, on a soutenu un document stratégique pour mieux intégrer l'adaptation dans la stratégie de développement agricole. Au niveau gouvernance, toujours dans la partie planification, cette partie gouvernance était opérée par Expertise France lors de la phase 1 et cette adaptation a accompagné le Sénégal sur un outil de suivi de mise en œuvre de la CDN sur les dimensions adaptation. On a souhaité rajouter un nouvel axe pour cette phase 2, l'axe comprendre, pour faire donc ce triptyque comprendre, planifier, investir et s'inscrire pleinement dans la chaîne, à savoir de traduire les sciences du climat en action, donc en passant par les stratégies. Ce nouvel axe comprendre qui vise à financer des études de recherche opérationnelle a en réalité déjà un petit peu démarré, puisqu'en phase 1, on a financé l'IDRI, l'Institut du développement durable et des relations internationales, pour un outil innovant de mesure des progrès de l'adaptation, un outil qui s'appelle GapTrack, un outil à dire d'expert. Je pourrais vous en dire plus si vous le souhaitez. Donc on est un programme d'études et de renforcement de capacités. Et j'aurais dû le mentionner au début, on a pour objectif de renforcer la résilience des populations et des écosystèmes. Donc on est complètement en phase avec les messages du GIEC et du dernier rapport qui vraiment remet en lien ces deux aspects dans la suite des travaux opérés avec sa consoeur IDBES. On est un outil multisectoriel, c'est important de le mentionner parce que même si ça rend les choses un peu complexes, ça nous permet à nous d'être une sorte de couteau suisse et de pouvoir mieux répondre aux demandes des pays en mobilisant nos collègues et des expertises sur l'agriculture, sur l'eau, donc qui sont essentielles sur l'adaptation, mais aussi pour aller vers des choses un peu plus innovantes sur la protection sociale adaptative, par exemple, sur le Forecast-Based Early Action dans les Caraïbes. Donc on vise à être aussi un laboratoire d'innovation pour le groupe AFD. Deux composantes transversales aussi qui sont importantes. La partie knowledge management qui fait l'objet d'un poste dédié et d'un budget dédié va être extrêmement importante parce qu'on a fait pas moins de 75 appuis en phase 1, plus de 300 études et on s'est aperçu qu'on n'avait pas encore les moyens de bien diffuser ces savoirs, notamment au sein des pays partenaires, donc qui étaient au nombre de 15 en phase 1. Donc ce knowledge manager va venir aussi nous aider à mieux partager ses savoirs, ses expériences sur tous les domaines liés à l'adaptation. Et avec une dimension qui nous tient à cœur, c'est la dimension sud-nord. Il y a un certain nombre d'appuis, dont celui dont je vais parler au Sénégal prochainement, sur l'éducation qui n'existe en fait pas en France. Donc on souhaite pouvoir le valoriser en France au travers de ce knowledge management. Et bien sûr, donc ce qui nous réunit aujourd'hui, gender, le genre et l'inclusion sociale, qui fait l'objet d'un axe transversal pour l'ensemble d'une composante transversale pour l'ensemble des axes, avec des ressources dédiées, c'est important parce que c'est parfois ce qui nous a manqué en phase 1, et surtout un Gender Action Plan qui est assez robuste avec des indicateurs. Slide suivante. Voilà, donc en 2 mots sur la partie géographique de nos opérations. En phase, donc on a lancé la phase 2 l'année dernière avec un budget additionnel de 15 millions d'euros, avec 12 pays partenaires, donc un recentrage sur l'Afrique. Donc parmi ces 12 pays partenaires, 8 sont des pays les moins avancés. Et on a opéré une certaine continuité avec les pays partenaires de la phase 1, ce qui est très très appréciable pour construire sur les acquis. Mais on a ajouté 4 nouveaux pays: la Gambie, le Togo, le Bénin et la République démocratique du Congo. Et cette année, il y a quelques jours, on a annoncé conjointement avec l'Union européenne et UNCDF local une extension du programme dans le bassin méditerranéen avec 6 nouveaux pays. C'est d'autant plus important que ça va nous permettre de beaucoup mieux travailler avec l'échelle locale, qui nous manquait un peu, même si au travers des projets, des investissements, bien sûr, on était à l'échelle locale. Mais UNCDF local nous complète idéalement pour pouvoir essayer d'aligner les échelles et de produire une intégration verticale de l'adaptation, à la fois en ce qui concerne les stratégies nationales et la mise en œuvre de projets. Et à l'inverse, nous, on va essayer de les accompagner dans la décentralisation des fonds vers l'échelle locale, là où les financements manquent. Je crois que c'est une étude de IIED qui montrait qu'il y avait seulement 17% des financements globaux du climat qui allaient à l'échelle locale. Donc au travers de ce partenariat, on va essayer d'améliorer un petit peu les choses. Donc en ce qui concerne le genre, au sein du programme adaptation, de manière transversale, donc on va renforcer encore une fois cette dimension dans la phase 2. Mais par rapport au chemin qu'on a parcouru, ça me semble intéressant de revenir sur cette construction progressive qu'on a opérée, qui était en phase avec l'agenda international en partie, puisque on s'est aussi fondé sur le Gender Action Plan qui avait été lancé en 2017 au niveau des COP, et en se basant sur toute l'expérience acquise, notamment du NAP Global Network, pour mieux intégrer l'adaptation progressivement dans ce programme. Ça a commencé par ce qu'on appelle les missions d'identification, lorsqu'on s'est rendu dans chacun des pays partenaires pour faire des rencontres bilatérales avec les ministères, mais aussi des ateliers multi-acteurs. Au fur et à mesure, on a pu intégrer les focal points de l'UNFCCC qui est entré en fonction. On a pu les rencontrer, les intégrer dans les ateliers multi-acteurs, mais aussi nous, de manière proactive, on a essayé de rencontrer les ministères des Affaires sociales, de voir comment on pouvait susciter aussi ces dialogues sur les questions de genre et adaptation. On s'est basé sur les travaux, encore une fois, du NAP Global Network, de WeDo, mais aussi les profils pays genre qui ont été réalisés par nos collègues de l'AFD. En termes de mobilisation de l'expertise, pour faire très court et de manière très concrète, on a renforcé progressivement nos exigences dans nos termes de référence, en partant au départ d'une demande d'expertise collective au sein des experts qui répondaient à nos appels d'offres, et en allant progressivement vers une exigence d'avoir un ou une experte dédiée au sujet pour aller beaucoup plus loin et aller plus dans les détails. Et donc au total, sur les 75 appuis que j'ai mentionnés, il y en a 39 qui ont bénéficié d'une expertise dédiée genre et adaptation. J'y reviendrai un petit peu à la fin parce que bien sûr il y a des limites et des améliorations à attendre. En termes d'exemples d'activités réalisées et de résultats obtenus, on a contribué à établir des situations de référence parce que souvent les données manquent pour avoir des données une situation de référence sur le genre dans pas mal de pays. En termes de politique publique, on a essayé d'intégrer le genre dans un appui transversal relatif à la CDN de la Côte d'Ivoire, on pourra éventuellement y revenir, et dans la stratégie de développement agricole du Niger dont j'ai parlé. En termes de renforcement de capacité, il y a cet appui éducation sur lequel je vais revenir plus en détail, mais aussi un MOOC, donc une formation à distance que ODI a réalisé en partenariat avec l'Université de la Jamaïque à destination des planificateurs urbains pour renforcer à la fois leur appréhension de l'adaptation, mais aussi les enjeux de genre au sein de ces enjeux d'adaptation dans les Caraïbes. Et donc dans les projets qu'on a accompagnés en termes de catalyse, les fameux 580 millions d'euros que j'ai mentionnés tout à l'heure, on a une dizaine de projets, dont 6 sont relatifs au cadre 1, donc dans la notation de l'OCDE, c'est-à-dire ont pour un objectif secondaire, et un objectif principal sur la dimension genre. Donc, quelques leçons apprises et perspectives. Donc, tout d'abord, c'est bien sûr un work in progress. Je pense que c'est important de le mentionner. C'est intéressant aussi pour moi, qui viens de l'adaptation, de voir à quel point les deux sujets sont tout à fait similaires dans la construction. C'est une approche transversale qui est compliquée, qui bouscule en fait l'ensemble des structures du projet et des approches qu'on peut avoir. Et donc, on a une patience et une rigueur, un acharnement en fait pour intégrer mieux le genre, tout comme nous-mêmes on produit cet effort-là auprès de ces différents secteurs sur l'adaptation. Donc dans ce work in progress, on va essayer de poursuivre ce manque de données en essayant de produire des données de vulnérabilité spécifiques au genre dans un certain nombre de pays dans lesquels on travaille. Et puis aussi, un point important, c'est ce dialogue avec les pays partenaires à inscrire dans la durée. On s'est aperçu que parfois, en 2017, dans les exercices de mission d'identification qu'on avait opérés, la dimension genre était pas prise, enfin notre proposition de travailler sur la dimension genre n'était pas prise immédiatement, et puis au fur et à mesure de l'évolution du contexte, au fur et à mesure de notre propre connaissance des différents interlocuteurs, on s'aperçoit qu'il y a des pistes pour avancer ensemble sur ce sujet, donc c'est vraiment un dialogue dans la durée à avoir. Et inversement, nous-mêmes, on est inspirés par les choses qui sont faites dans pas mal de pays. En termes d'enjeux de mise en œuvre, ça reste à la fois extrêmement important bien sûr, d'intégrer le genre pour limiter en tout cas les risques de maladaptation. Et en même temps, on a fait face à des défis importants qui sont communs à plein de pays et qui ont été cités en ce qui concerne le Bénin, sur des facteurs structurels de vulnérabilité, et c'est souvent les enjeux fonciers. Et nous, en tant que projet ou que bailleur français, c'est toujours compliqué en fait d'appréhender ces sujets. Donc il y a un dialogue aussi à avoir et de trouver la juste place en fait où les partenaires complémentaires pour avancer sur ces sujets très structurels et très sensibles. En termes organisationnels aussi, je pense que c'est important de mentionner une limite qu'on a rencontrée et de faire un appel. Une limite qu'on a eue, c'est qu'on s'est aperçu que le nombre d'experts ou d'expertes adaptation, de manière générale, était assez réduit, ou en tout cas qu'elle ne répondait pas aux appels d'offres, puisque quand on a fait les statistiques du nombre d'experts qui ont participé, donc des 500 experts qui ont participé à nos études, on avait une trentaine d'expertes seulement, et encore plus intéressant, quand on redescendait à l'échelle nationale, il y avait presque 20% d'expertes parmi les experts nationaux, donc qui nous renvoyait au fait qu'on a aussi un enjeu de construction de l'adaptation chez des expertes du Sud. Et inversement, en fait, on s'est retrouvé face à une limite sur le sujet croisé adaptation et genre, avec dans l'espace francophone en fait un relativement faible nombre de personnes compétentes sur les deux sujets à la fois. Le sujet est encore naissant, il est montant. Dans l'espace anglophone, il y a beaucoup plus de ressources déjà disponibles. Donc on a aussi, nous, au travers de ce projet, des actions de l'AFD en général, un enjeu à essayer de renforcer cette expertise francophone sur cet enjeu croisé. Pour en dire deux mots, on a l'idée, dans l'axe 1 de recherche dont je parlais tout à l'heure, de soutenir aussi des doctorantes dans les pays concernés pour appréhender l'adaptation en général et éventuellement les enjeux d'adaptation et genre en particulier. Une autre leçon apprise très très concrète, laisser du temps aux experts expertes sur le sujet parfois tout simplement pour bien s'intégrer dans les équipes qui peuvent être constituées d'ingénieurs hydrauliques de plus de 40 ans, qui n'ont pas forcément tous une appréhension du genre immédiate. Et du coup, il y a un travail de renforcement de capacité au sein des équipes d'experts en préalable, et à nous aussi de nous assurer que la mobilisation des expertes, genre et adaptation, sont bien structurées. Et ce dont on s'est aperçu, c'est qu'il fallait absolument qu'il y ait du renforcement de capacité de l'équipe au début, puis une expertise perlée qui revienne régulièrement, et des terrains d'études qui soient réalisés, avec, si possible, un binôme international et national, voire un livrable, un document dédié genre et adaptation au sein des appuis qu'on réalise. J'y reviendrai si vous le souhaitez. Je vais avancer un petit peu avec donc l'exemple au Sénégal que je vais présenter très rapidement. Alors on regrette le fait que que Dibor ne soit pas avec nous, elle a été prise ailleurs. Donc je vais le présenter à sa place. Avec une présentation très générale, je vais essayer de ne pas être trop long non plus pour laisser la place aux questions. Mais c'est un appui qui nous tient à cœur parce qu'il est très transformationnel. Il vise en 2 mots à étudier la place de l'adaptation et du climat en général dans le système éducatif sénégalais, depuis les études de l'éducation de base jusqu'à l'université en passant par la formation professionnelle. On a la chance d'avoir Abdoulaye Faye ici du Centre d'éducation et de formation à l'environnement du ministère de l'Environnement du Sénégal qui a accompagné aussi cette étude. Il pourra répondre à vos questions si vous en avez de manière générale sur cette étude. La complexité, c'était bien sûr d'appréhender à la fois l'éducation, le climat et le genre, ce qui était une triple complexité. Et donc, on a souhaité d'avoir un rapport spécifique dédié au genre. Quelques éléments du diagnostic qui a été réalisé dans le cadre de cette étude. Donc, tout d'abord, l'état des lieux a pu être réalisé au travers d'une revue approfondie des programmes et des filières, au travers d'un processus itératif de consultation des différentes parties prenantes, et puis au travers d'un focus sur la problématique genre et changement climatique pour bien comprendre les enjeux différenciés femmes-hommes, pour promouvoir l'égalité via les curricula, les outils didactiques, l'accès à la formation et la gouvernance globale du système. Il y a eu un engagement stratégique et des actions au niveau institutionnel qui ont déjà été notées et sur lesquelles on pouvait tout à fait capitaliser, à la fois dans le système éducatif et au niveau de la politique climat elle-même. Puis des enjeux d'inégalité filles-garçons ou femmes-hommes qui ont été notés en termes d'accès à l'éducation, en termes de maintien dans le système éducatif pour les femmes sortant plus rapidement du système, et aussi en termes de réussite, donc ceux qui vont jusqu'au bout et qui obtiennent le diplôme, avec également des ségrégations notées dans certaines filières, des stéréotypes associés aux différents métiers, et des fortes disparités des inégalités elles-mêmes au niveau de différentes régions et dans chacune de ces dimensions. Pour prendre un seul exemple dans le supérieur, les filles ne constituent encore au Sénégal en moyenne qu'un tiers des apprenants, ce qui se répercute ensuite au niveau des différentes disciplines scientifiques et techniques dans l'enseignement supérieur. Et si les taux d'accès eux-mêmes des filles sont assez satisfaisants, leurs résultats sont souvent également très bons, mais beaucoup ne vont pas jusqu'au bout du cycle. Et du coup, la proportion de femmes diminue au fil des cycles, licence, master, doctorat, et très peu de femmes finalisent leur thèse. Et les femmes chercheurs ne représentent actuellement que 25% des effectifs, avec une part encore plus congrue dans les sciences de l'ingénierie et de la technologie qui vont être essentielles dans la mise en œuvre de l'adaptation. Je vais faire une toute petite incise ici, mais le rapport du GIEC soulignait aussi qu'il y avait un déficit de recherche en Afrique, avec moins de 4% des financements de recherche qui vont vers l'Afrique, et l'essentiel de ces 4%, presque les 3/4, passent par des institutions internationales. Donc là, il y a un enjeu aussi qu'on voit au Sénégal pour la création de cette expertise-là. Des inégalités femmes-hommes à prendre en compte aussi au niveau de l'éducation de la population adulte, sur le marché du travail sénégalais, et puis bien sûr des vulnérabilités accrues des femmes face aux impacts du changement climatique. Donc il y a des besoins en formation, un accompagnement différencié suivant les publics, Et puis, bien sûr aussi, vous l'avez déjà souligné, un potentiel à renforcer, pas seulement des victimes. Les filles et les femmes sénégalaises devraient être encore plus pleinement actrices du changement et de la lutte contre le changement climatique, d'où la nécessité de l'inscription dans l'éducation pour participer à ces filières. Je vais avancer un petit peu, donc avec le graphique lui-même qui synthétise les pistes d'intégration transversale. Donc vous le voyez, les pistes stratégiques impliquent différents niveaux d'action, notamment sur le contenu des enseignements et les pratiques pédagogiques, sur la formation des enseignants et sur la gouvernance du système éducatif lui-même, en lien avec le suivi et la promotion d'un accès équitable des filles, des garçons aux filières climat porteuses, puisqu'il y a un enjeu d'emploi aussi qui était important dans cet appui. Et puis des actions relatives à la synergie entre le système formel et les pratiques para- et périscolaires. Je pense que c'est important donc de mentionner ces différents niveaux, curricula, renforcement de capacité des acteurs, gouvernance du système éducatif, donc pour avoir des effets transformationnels sur le système éducatif et avec les aspects non formels. Je vais peut-être m'arrêter là parce que j'étais très bavard. Je vous laisse ce graphique si vous le souhaitez et puis on va passer à la séance de questions. Merci.
Merci Christophe. Merci aux trois panélistes en fait. C'était très très intéressant pour moi de voir qu'on constate tous les mêmes lacunes et qu'on essaie d'élaborer des actions pour renforcer l'intégration du genre qui sont très complémentaires entre les différentes organisations. C'était aussi très intéressant d'avoir un exemple du Bénin, mais aussi du Sénégal. En fait, pour commencer la discussion, je voudrais aussi donner la parole à certains participants dans la salle qui représentent différents pays et qui ont peut-être aussi des approches à nous partager. Je vais peut-être commencer par la Côte d'Ivoire.
Ok, merci Julie. Moi, c'est Kofi Anna Marlène. Je suis de la Côte d'Ivoire. Je suis le point focal national genre et changement climatique. Angers, tout à l'heure, dans sa présentation, elle a mentionné le mémorandum d'entente entre le ministère de l'Environnement et le ministère de la Femme de la Côte d'Ivoire. Donc, juste faire un peu le récap de où nous sommes quittés pour en arriver là. Voilà. Il faut dire que la Côte d'Ivoire dispose d'une stratégie nationale genre et changement climatique assortie d'un plan d'action. Voilà, on s'est dit, pour donner plus de poids à la stratégie nationale, qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire? On a réfléchi comme ça, on a décidé de mettre un mécanisme en place, appelé la plateforme genre et changement climatique, qui réunit tous les sectoriels. Quand je dis tous les sectoriels, c'est-à-dire que le ministère de l'Agriculture, le ministère de l'Eau, réunit toutes ces personnes sur une plateforme afin de pouvoir mener les activités ensemble pour ne pas qu'il y ait de doublons et tout. Et cette plateforme est composée des experts en genre et en changement climatique. Il faut le dire, ça n'a pas été facile parce que dans différents ministères, c'est que des experts en genre. Dans d'autres, c'est que des experts en changement climatique. Voilà. Donc, avec l'appui de Global Network, on a fait des renforcements de capacités pour essayer de mettre tout le monde au même niveau pour pouvoir pousser plus loin. Ensuite, nous avons mis en place un dialogue national structuré. Ce dialogue national a abouti sur un engagement de haut niveau pour la signature du mémorandum d'entente entre le ministre de l'Environnement et du Développement durable et la ministre de la Femme, de l'Enfant et de la Famille. Voilà. Pour qu'à leur tour, ils puissent faire un plaidoyer auprès de leurs collègues ministres et du président de la République pour pouvoir intégrer le genre et le changement climatique dans toute la planification sectorielle de tous les différents ministères. Voilà, c'est un peu ça. Et ça a été vraiment une bonne pratique. Je m'en réjouis quand je dis en parle. Voilà pour la Côte d'Ivoire. Ensuite, il y a l'appropriation. Après ça, il y a eu l'appropriation des différents sectoriels. Voilà, tout le monde s'est approprié le concept genre et changement climatique. Là, il y a la stratégie aussi genre de la Côte d'Ivoire. Mais là, elle est en révision. Bon, on a fait une petite étude où on a essayé d'intégrer le genre et changement climatique dans la stratégie. Elle n'est pas encore validée. Donc, au moment de la validation, je pense qu'on pourrait mieux avancer là-dessus. Comme prochaine étape, on pourrait dire actuellement chez nous en Côte d'Ivoire, le PN est en pleine écriture. Voilà. Actuellement, nous sommes au draft 0. la semaine dernière, juste avant, je vais dire, le début de la COP. L'équipe PNA nous a transmis le draft -1 du PNA. Quand je dis nous, je veux dire à la plateforme Genre et Changement Climatique, à tous les experts genre et changement climatique de la Côte d'Ivoire. Nous avons pu travailler juste pour montrer à quel point nous sommes associés. On a été associés en amont. On a essayé d'intégrer les gens dans tout le draft. Après, certainement, je passe sous le contrôle d'Angie. On aura certainement une deuxième section pour pouvoir valider et s'assurer, faire l'assurance qualité, s'assurer que vraiment les gens étaient pris dans tout le document. Voilà, c'est un peu ça que je voulais partager. Je sais pas, c'est juste l'expérience. Mais je dois aux prochaines étapes, je sais pas. Pardon? D'accord, merci.
Merci beaucoup. Et effectivement, comme je travaille aussi sur le PNA de la Côte d'Ivoire, on a aussi un expert genre qui travaille au sein de l'équipe et qui déjà commence à intégrer ces questions-là, mais ensuite c'est aussi vérifié avec la cellule genre. Je vais passer la parole à un autre pays, si vous voulez vous présenter.
Merci. Mon nom c'est Apollinaire Nyanvi. Je suis le directeur général du Fonds national pour l'environnement et le climat. Je viens du Bénin. Je voudrais d'abord féliciter les panélistes pour les brillantes présentations et je vais m'adresser particulièrement à la troisième communication. La troisième communication qui a rappelé un peu le contexte, les stratégies de mise en œuvre et puis l'organisation et qui a fait allusion à l'initiative locale qui est mise en œuvre par l'UNCDF, c'est le Fonds d'équipement des Nations Unies. Il faut dire que le Bénin également a bénéficié de cette initiative locale-là. Et en partenariat avec le Fonds d'équipement des Nations Unies, le Fonds national pour l'environnement et le climat a expérimenté et implémenté cette initiative-là. Nous sommes partis de 3 communes. Après, nous sommes arrivés à 9 communes. Et aujourd'hui, avec l'accréditation du Fonds national pour l'environnement et le climat au Fonds vert pour le climat, une note conceptuelle a été soumise, a été approuvée dans ce sens. Actuellement, nous sommes à l'élaboration des propositions de financement. Ce que je voudrais souligner là, la mise à l'échelle des approches locales liées aux gens. Et cette mise à l'échelle, c'est quels sont les outils disponibles pour mettre véritablement à l'échelle ces approches-là. Sinon, de tout temps, on s'est limité, n'est-ce pas, à la performance au niveau des communes et comment ces communes-là ont pu intégrer les rapports sociaux du genre dans toutes les activités socio-économiques de la localité. Donc, je crois que cette présentation est vraiment utile et il faudrait qu'on essaye de voir ensemble comment trouver des mécanismes concrets pour la mise à l'échelle du genre à travers son intégration dans les plans d'adaptation.
Merci beaucoup. On arrive vraiment à la fin de l'événement. Donc peut-être... Pardon, excusez-moi. Pour conclure, si vous pouvez juste chacun nous donner un mot sur les besoins ou les approches que vous voudriez promouvoir pour la mise en œuvre. Maintenant, on a des stratégies qui sont sensibles au genre. On a toujours du renforcement de capacité qui est nécessaire, mais si vous aviez 1 ou 2 mots à échanger sur cette intégration vraiment dans les investissements, dans les projets, pour qu'on puisse vraiment mettre en œuvre des politiques sensibles au genre.
Thanks. I think I would point to this issue of vertical integration that Christoph mentioned. We need to have processes that have priorities and concerns and knowledge feeding up to inform sort of national level decision making. And then we need to make sure that national level decisions, plans, budgets, etc., are creating the enabling environment for locally led action. And this is very much an iterative process. So I would point to that. I think that's where we need to go to unlock implementation.
Et merci. Mon mot de fin, c'est comment faire pour que l'adaptation soit une réalité au niveau local. C'est vrai, le Bénin a élaboré, soumis son plan national d'adaptation. les études de vulnérabilité qui ont conduit à l'élaboration de ce plan, ces études ont été réalisées au niveau macro. Donc, c'est comment faire pour élaborer des études de vulnérabilité au niveau communal et élaborer des plans d'adaptation communaux pour que vraiment l'adaptation soit effective à la base. Donc voilà le besoin du Bénin et aussi continuer à vulgariser le plan national d'adaptation et le plan d'action genre et changement climatique. Merci.
Merci. Moi, je pense qu'un bel objectif pour nous, groupe AFD, ce serait d'améliorer les notes CAD, qui serait d'une manière très très visible, en fait, une belle évolution notable pour que 100% des projets que nous on accompagne au travers d'adaptation et au-delà d'adaptation, le portefeuille de l'AFD soit au niveau au-dessus et en fait à minima tous 1, voire niveau 2.
Merci beaucoup. Donc on est pile à l'heure, je crois. Merci beaucoup d'avoir participé à cet événement et vous pouvez venir parler aux différents intervenants et aussi continuer à rester en contact, regarder les sites internet du National Network, de l'AFD. Le Bénin aussi a un site internet, je sais, ou celui du PNUD si vous avez besoin d'outils, d'informations sur les projets et les initiatives qui sont mises en cours. Merci.
if you can hear us, if you can speak, we can test the audio. You're on mute at the moment. If you can you have your camera on, please, Rachel? Okay, you can hear us. That's good. Okay, thank you. Yes, Rachel, we can hear you now. We can hear you. And you have to speak a little louder. Thank you. You want me to speak to Elvin as well? Elvin, could you come online as well, as in your, if you can switch on your. Yeah, I can hear you. We'd like to see you. Okay, we can see you. All right, good. Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone.
and they also need to contribute to the redirection of financial flows at the client sectoral and national levels. So it's quite obvious that development banks cannot act alone on this agenda. Their activities are dependent on and strongly influenced by shareholder governments. So basically what we'll do during this session is to consider some of the avenues explored today. We'll have a first panel with shareholders. Turn it down maybe. A first panel with shareholders, which I'll have the pleasure to moderate, and then there will be a second discussion, a roundtable discussion with financial institutions, which will be moderated by Claire, my colleague Claire. So my name is Benoît Leguet. I'm the managing director of the Institute for Climate Economics. And the Institute for Climate Economics, I foresee, is also the secretariat of the initiative, the Mainstreaming Climate in Financial Institutions, which is an initiative that is designed to help public and private financial institutions from developed and developing economies mainstream climate considerations into their own activities and operations. That's what you see on the slide behind me. We'll have a panel discussion with 4 speakers. 2 of them are on site and the other ones are remote. So let me please welcome Norbert Gorison. Norbert, if you could join me on stage. Norbert is the Deputy Special Envoy for International Climate Action. He works for the Federal Foreign Office in Germany. Let me also welcome Ahmed Al-Kabani. Ahmed is a Senior Climate Change Specialist at the World Bank Group. And online, we have hopefully at least 1 speaker and possibly 2. Özlem Taskin. Özlem is a policy analyst at the OECD. And Nancy joined us? Nope. And Nancy Lee will possibly join us later during the side event. Nancy is a senior policy fellow at the Center for Global Development. And she's also a member of the G20 expert panel, which was tasked with the independent review of multilateral development banks' capital adequacy frameworks. So if Nancy joins us, that's fine. And if she doesn't, I take it other panelists will also mention the G20 the expert panel's work, and notably, Özlem, I count on you to do that if Nancy doesn't join us in the end. So my first question, I would like to conduct this as a roundtable discussion. So no slides, if I'm not mistaken, and I'll ask a number of questions to the panelists. Dear panelists, feel free to join in, to jump in if you have any question, if you want to react. We're flexible, so I will direct you some questions. But then again, if you want to react, just keep the time constraint in mind, and that's about all. Norbert, I would like to start with you, if you agree. A first question directed to you. From the perspective of a major shareholder of MDBs, what are the principal limitations in development banks' capacity to address climate change, including in the triple crisis of COVID-19, conflict and climate? If you could stick to 5 minutes in your initial response, that would be most welcome.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. And I would not comment in my first instance from a perspective of a major shareholder, but more from a perspective of a policymaker who is dealing here with the outcome of this COP, and also interested in contributing to the solution which is needed to address effectively the climate crisis. And I think what is coming more and more clear here in this conference, and that's also underpinned by work we did ahead of the conference, is that the system seems not to be fit for purpose to address the various crises we are in. The crisis of recovery from COVID, now the crisis which were caused by the impacts of the Russian war of aggression, whether it's the food crisis or energy prices, inflation, and of course the climate crisis. And of course the Sustainable Development Goals are also by far not being met. We know they will not be met by 2030. And if you look at all of those crises, you see each of those crises asks for additional funding, additional money to help to manage the crisis, or possibly help to address the crisis and resolve it. Climate seems to be one of the most overarching crises. We have committed as developed countries to mobilize 100 billion per year by 2020. We have failed to do so. Germany and Canada were requested to, or invited to, come up with a delivery plan on when and how that will be met, and the outcome was last year by 2023, and this year we did an update where we did not, or progress report where we did not revise the numbers, but we looked at what happened in the meantime. And what we identified were four particular areas where more work is needed out of 10 actions areas which were addressed last year. So 4 areas are adaptation finance, access to finance, mobilizing more successfully private finance, and the fourth one were the MDBs. And that's what I would like to address here more in detail. We reached out to shareholders, to developing countries, and to the institutions, and we recognize more and more that there is a need for a fundamental reform of their business models. What we heard was shareholders should play a stronger role. They should really coordinate their positions in the boards, and in particular they should request better analytics of the costs of climate change. They should consider this capital adequacy review, which the G20 is running right now. How could we make more out of the capital which is there? But also possibly looking at capital increase, maybe dedicated for climate, creating incentives to borrow specifically in the area of climate mitigation and resilience, and in particular also looking for more concessionality, which is even more important now with the increasing debt distress. And reflecting last week here at COP and what else happened, we heard that if the debate is going even beyond that. And Barbados, the government of Barbados started to initiate a debate which culminated in the Bridgetown agenda, which included not only the MDBs but also the IMF and what could be done with the special drawing rights, and that's called now the Bridgetown agenda. And I think it becomes clear that the thinking has to go far beyond what we can do here in UNFCCC, but maybe even more beyond what we could do in the MDBs as such, even if we would be better, and that we should really consider to launch a debate of reforming the full Bretton Woods systems. And of course that's a debate which cannot happen here. It needs to happen elsewhere, but there's already some requests, in particular for the World Bank, to come up with some reform ideas by the spring meeting next year. Let's see what comes out of that. So I think it's quite interesting at the moment what will be happening over the next 2 years.
Thanks, Norbert. And speaking of the devil, since you mentioned the World Bank, well, by chance we have a representative of the World Bank. What limitations have you faced when implementing and designing your Paris alignment plans? And the question to you is, how could shareholders be supportive of your action?
Thank you, Benoit, and thank you, Norbert, for opening the question in this way. As rightly mentioned, there's been a lot of discussions on this, but we're focused on what we have right now and identifying where the gaps are, and that management at the bank, and I believe that other MDBs are looking into those asks from our shareholders for sure. But to zoom in into Paris alignment specifically, because this is one of the key issues, one of the key things that we've been working on, at the World Bank and at other MDBs as well for quite some time. And we do see some, obstacles and things that we would want support in. So I'll zoom in, and one of the things that Norbert, you kindly elaborate is the data part and the analytics part, which, now looking into how we're rolling out Paris alignment and how we're going to, this will affect all of our work or our pipelines or our relationship with our client countries. Having proper analytics that identify the low carbon pathways, the low carbon and resilient development pathways is one of the key things that we see a lot of support that is needed. Now, NDCs, some of them are getting better, but they still don't go far enough, they're not ambitious enough. Very few long-term strategies in our client countries, and these really set the path forward. And this is where we've ramped up a lot of our effort to support our countries and working with our client countries and clients, even the private sector, to try to prepare those and forge those. Now, another thing that we've been doing also to identify what are those pathways where the long-term strategies do not exist. The bank has put climate, as I'm sure you've been hearing a lot on this COP, climate and development working together, and we've launched now many of our many country climate and development reports, CCDRs. We've launched over 24, I think 24 of them by this COP. And here we're bringing climate at the forefront with our development agenda. So, and this is very important because when we talk about Paris alignment, we're not just talking about the sectors that are energy, transport, but we're also talking about the multitude of sectors where we support development and alleviating poverty, even social sectors. And as you rightly mentioned, we cannot forget SDGs. We're development banks at the end of the day, but now this is us bringing climate at the forefront with all the other SDGs at the heart of everything we do, and then identifying how can we work better to support our client countries on this front. And what we hope to do is that this becomes our center for dialogue, engagement with our clients and with our development partners, even with the other MDBs, our development partners, and I want them to get involved in this. These documents are what we call core World Bank analytics. It's a World Bank document, but we believe they're global public goods that should be used by our client countries and our partners to pave the way. And then we know in different sectors, this is how we get to the SDGs in the different sectors, but in a low carbon and resilient manner. And we need these analytics. And this is here we need a lot of concessional financing. We need a lot of policy support and concessional financing from our shareholders and donor countries to go into supporting these, because there's no time, and currently we weren't equipped, and there's no time to wait for many LTSs to be produced before we start acting. So we're all committed to Paris alignment. We need to act now. Our portfolios, our dialogue is being aligned now as we speak. We have people working in the bank throughout all the World Bank and MDBs towards that, and we need these analytics to be available yesterday. So I'll stop here and hopefully we'll continue in the next round.
Thanks, Ahmed. Turning to you, Özlem, if you can hear us. If I'm not mistaken, the OECD has been working for a number of years on the role of donor shareholders in raising development banks' climate ambition and action. You've heard Norbert, you've heard Ahmed. What they've said, does it reflect your policy recommendations? I hope it is the case. Özlem?
If you can hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay, great. Just to say that definitely the input from Norbert and also from Ahmed very much resonate with our findings. Development banks are key institutions. And in fact, I will go so far as to say that the transition in developing countries will not happen if development banks are not on board. Also taking up some of the input that Norbert has mentioned, the question is, are development banks fit for purpose today to be able to help countries, transform their development pathways in order for development banks to really get there and embrace this agenda, internalize it and make it stronger. And also in line with the recent calls that we have heard about, in particular with the view to the annual meetings, our work also highlights that we're not there yet. And in fact, we need to rethink development banking for climate. Benoit, you mentioned already in your introduction that development banks, they don't act in a vacuum, but they are strongly influenced by shareholder governments. So our research highlights that scaling up development banks' climate ambition requires governments, and in particular donor shareholder governments, to focus on three main elements. The first is ambition. Development banks need stronger mandates, underpinned by performance and incentive systems, your reporting systems, key performance indicators on climate. Much stronger mandates, and shareholders are in place to help them do this. The UN Secretary General recently included this point in an op-ed where he urged government shareholders to put in place ambitious targets for investments in renewable energy infrastructure. So that's the first point, ambition. The second point that we think the donor shareholders really need to push forward is to support development banks to move from what they are right now, which is financiers of infrastructure. They need to move from this, more traditional role and go towards being mobilizers of commercial capital. Again, Norbert also mentioned these 4 key points, and one of them is mobilization. This frankly means a significant rethink of their business model, but this is what they need to do to remain relevant in order to help countries transform their development. They need to be mobilizing much larger shares, much larger sums of capital for the climate transition. Again, with a little bit of an outside view, US Secretary of Treasury Janet Yellen outlined also about a month ago that development banks' operating models, they need to change, and they need stronger targets for mobilizing private capital into their projects. And then third and finally, shareholder governance of development banks, they need to be providing concessional capital. So also a point that both Norbert and Ahmed mentioned just now. This concessional capital, can help development banks to really get into the places where it's a little bit more difficult to act on climate. Important that concessional capital is used most usefully, targeting it towards areas where it can have the highest climate impact. This is in particular important when we think about policy support and capacity building for development banks. For example, to put in place, more ambitious NDCs, implement them and finance them, but also with a view to long-term low emission strategies that Ahmed has mentioned. It's also important with a view to improving diagnostics of, both climate change, what's happening, but then also climate action. And then Norbert mentioned the OECD Climate Finance 100 Billion report, where we also highlight in this edition that grants represented a larger share of climate finance for SIDS, for LDCs, and for fragile states compared to developing countries overall. So providing this concessional capital is also crucial to advance climate action in these contexts. I'll leave it at that. Thanks so much.
Thanks a lot, Özlem. Turning to Nancy. Nancy, can you hear us? Oops. Yes, well, you've been part of the G20 expert panel tasked with I'll read the full title, the independent review of MDB's capital adequacy frameworks. Is there any connection, since there is no climate in the title, is there any connection between the report and climate change? And if so, could you elaborate in a couple of minutes on the key recommendations of the report?
Sure, and there absolutely is a connection, and it's very good to have a discussion of the report in this context. Basically, the consequences of capital adequacy policy decisions are critical for climate finance. The second point really is that MDB multilateral development bank capital now is underutilized and could be used more efficiently to produce more lending capacity. So those are the two fundamental conclusions of the report. Quantitatively, what we found was implementation of the report's recommendations at scale across the 15 institutions that we were asked to review could drive hundreds of billions of dollars of increased lending capacity. So the stakes are really quite high and very relevant to this conversation. Just to summarize the report's recommendations, they're grouped in, let's say, 3 buckets. First, assigning some value to what's called callable capital in the MDBs, a substantial part of shareholders' capital subscriptions. Second, deploying financial innovations that create more usable capital. And third, engaging credit rating agencies and private investors to promote more accurate risk assessment for MDB credits. Under the first bucket, the report recommends giving some value to a prudent share of callable capital. as credit rating agencies actually do, but most MDBs do not. Callable capital is essentially a guarantee that government shareholders offer to cover the extremely unlikely risk of an MDB default, which has never happened. So credit rating agencies recognize that that guarantee has value and provides what they call uplift for it in their ratings. So we are proposing that MDBs do the same thing using whatever methodologies are appropriate for their particular circumstances. And this change would not require changing MDB charters or governance, and it certainly would not change the extremely low probability of a call on callable capital. Bucket 2 is innovations, and basically what that means is offloading risk to either private insurers or people interested in actually buying MDB assets, or to third-party guarantors like government shareholders, or the MIGA, which is part of the World Bank. It includes issuing hybrid capital to allow private investors not only to buy MDB bonds, but to buy a hybrid capital instrument, which would also increase the available capital to institutions, which could be leveraged in more lending. And it includes pooling callable capital commitments in times of crisis in order to allow the MDBs to surge their lending to respond to more for short-term crises as opposed to the longer-term issues that we need more lending from MDBs for. And then the last bucket includes a number of things, but most fundamentally includes using MDB data as a public good, which will allow all the key actors to more accurately assess the risk of MDB credits. And I'm talking about credits both to governments and to the private sector. What we found as a panel is that what's called MDB preferred creditor status, which is their preference over other creditors in repayments, has a lot of value, and therefore MDB credit performance is actually much better than comparable commercial institutions, and therefore the risk of MDB credits is lower, which means that if the risk were accurately assessed, then the amount of capital that MDBs would have to put aside against their lending would be considerably stronger. So just that greater transparency would have really very significant benefits, and is very possible given a sufficient commitment of resources and political will by the MDBs. So let me just say, finish by saying 4 things. Number 1, the recommendations are mutually reinforcing. So some of the recommendations which would just marginally increase leverage in the institutions are balanced by recommendations that increase the amount of available capital. Second, it would be much better if MDBs collaborated and moved forward on this agenda together so that no institution faces first mover costs and risks alone. Third, the benefits are not just for MDB lending capacity, they're also for crowding private investors in at scale in ways that the MDBs, as we just heard, have not been able to do. But I would stress the last point, and we should, as we continue this conversation, I assume we'll get into it, which is this is not a substitute for capital increases for the MDBs. It's rather a complement in the sense of you can make a better case to shareholders for more capital if you convince shareholders that MDBs are using existing capital as efficiently as possible.
All right, thanks, Nancy. We'll have a second round of questions. We are on time, and I'll ask the panelists to remain concise in their answers. They've done an extraordinary job so far. My second question to Norbert would be, what would be the changes in the mandate, the strategies, or the business model of development banks that could be considered to ensure that they best contribute to mobilization and the alignment of financial flows?
Thank you, and thanks for the interesting contributions from colleagues also. I think what we expect development banks, MDBs and DFIs be doing is being in particular, as has been said, able to mobilize rather than only finance projects, mobilize programs, mobilize transformations at large. And in order to do that, first of all, they need a very clear mandate, or how should I call it? Yeah, I think I would call it a mandate. At least they should own this as a central part of their operations to deliver on the Paris Agreement and doing what is possible in order to limit 1.5, to limit temperature increase to 1.5. So some of the banks are already calling themselves climate banks. I know that the EIB is calling it like that, and KfW is also doing it sometimes. So I think that goes in this direction, and that climate cannot be longer being one of many objectives. It needs to become one core objectives, because the global transition is at stake. If I look at the obstacles, I think there is a number of internal procedures which you have to think of, trainings, internal assessments, but also the organization. Quite often the sector units or the sector departments have less impact than the country desks or the country offices. Country offices in the countries quite often listen too closely, I would say, to their clients. They're too close to them, and in the end they are the deciding ones. So the question is really what we can do in order to revise that. The previous World Bank president, he has set up a very complicated organization, which I'm not fully convinced that it was successful, but at least it had this vision, to really bring the sectoral units and closer to the operations on the countryside, a matrix concept. But I also think it is needed to look at the incentives for the managers in the banks. As long as incentives are purely look at the biggest possible volume of your deal, and that decides on what you have in your pocket in the end, I'm not sure whether that's the right incentive. So if we can do something in order to make incentives dependent also on the impact on climate of the projects and deals or programs the managers are responsible for, that could have a big impact. And of course, I think we should not be too cautious with all of that. I think it's clear that really changing the operations of the MDBs and DFIs towards aligning more to Paris, there's no very clear benchmark for that, how to do that. We don't have best practice. We have to learn what we are doing, and we may consider this works not, but I think it's not an excuse to be too slowly in the needed revision of procedures and organizations, because in the end, one of the overarching problems we have here in the conference when we talk about the climate crisis is, yes, we are doing a lot, there's things are moving in the right direction, but by far not at the scale and by far not with the speed which is needed. And in that situation, we cannot afford to be too cautious with our approaches. So let's test it and revise. Once we have found this is not leading in the right direction, we need to revise it. I don't think that's a problem. I don't think we should be too cautious about that. And yeah, let me leave it at that. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Norbert. I guess everyone's going to talk about the World Bank, so we'll let Ahmed be the last to react. Nancy, turning to you, at this year's annual meetings of the IMF and the World Bank, shareholders instructed the World Bank to develop a work program for its own evolution. So one of the main reform priorities and what are some of the opportunities you would see in forging the change agenda?
Thanks very much. And while we're focusing on the World Bank, we need to be sure to understand the power of the whole system. I mean, the MDB system is a system now with about, if you look at all of the 15 major multilateral development banks, they have a total of something like 500.
Nancy, we are, hang on, if you could just hang on 2 minutes, because it's quite noisy on our end of the wire. Sorry. Hang on. Yeah, I guess you can resume. Sorry about that, about the interruption.
Okay.
Yeah, could you please start over? Yeah, start over, because I guess we just didn't hear the last 30 seconds or a minute of what you were saying.
I just was making the point to start that we can focus on the World Bank, but the system is much bigger than the World Bank. If you look at the major 15 multilateral development banks, they have a collective total of about $500 billion of equity from their shareholders, and they currently have something like 1.4 trillion in development assets and development lending. So this is the time when we really need to talk about the system as a whole, as essential, and really the only set of institutions we have that is capable of getting to the scale that we need, the trillions of dollars year in and year out, in order to meet this challenge. So I would say the set of reforms includes one set that has to do with additional finance and another set of reforms that has to do with how the MDBs operate. And it's really important to bring those two together. There is a tendency to focus on the size of finance without talking about the reforms. So on the size of finance, it seems to us, and we've been publishing a fair amount about this in the Center for Global Development, the size of finance has to be boosted by 4 elements. Number one, implementation of the capital adequacy report recommendations to achieve these hundreds of billions of dollars of additional lending I was just talking about. Number two, general capital increases. We cannot avoid the reality that to get to that scale, there needs to be general capital increases. And after all, after the global financial crisis, which was a much smaller shock to the developing world, every major multilateral development bank got additional capital. So there's every rationale for more capital at this stage. Number three, consolidation of donor concessional finance, grant finance for climate. In the World Bank alone, there's more than 50 entities that provide climate finance. As many, I'm sure, during these days of conversation have said, it's very hard to access that fragmented and uncoordinated system. So there's got to be a way to use that very scarce grant finance more efficiently. And number four, find a way to use the SDR allocation to reallocate it in ways that can allow additional lending from the MDBs. And there are several proposals out there, including one that would use SDRs to add to MDB capital and therefore leverage it. So this is the time to move forward with those four. And then on the reform side, very briefly, as the World Bank representative was already saying, really move forward with integrating climate, both adaptation and mitigation, into country programs, but also incentivize countries to allocate more of their finance to climate-related activities. And as Secretary Yellen said during the annual meetings, that can involve using some concessional finance, that is below market finance, to incentivize middle-income countries to spend more on things that have spillover positive benefits for countries beyond its own borders, beyond their own borders. So that's really important about part reform. Third, shift to more catalytic instruments. This is not just about MDB lending. MDBs could be doing guarantees, insurance, equity, things that actually mobilize more private finance. So there needs to be a shift out of just straight senior lending to things that actually fill capital market gaps and therefore unlock more private finance. The MDBs really need to collaborate more with each other, and I would advocate that there needs to be a structure that brings the MDBs together as alongside relevant UN agencies to collaborate on common targets and monitor the implementation of those targets. It's simply no longer sufficient for this to be done by individual boards and individual MDBs without collaboration in order to share risk, share the development costs of these projects, and share exposure to the risks. And then finally, the other part of the reform agenda is to target not just climate finance inputs, which is what we've seen so far, but to target climate outcomes so that we can get closer to so the MDBs can really try to start quantifying their contribution to the climate outcomes and therefore the resultant temperature changes that we need to get to. So it's no longer sufficient to say each year, we've contributed 60 billion to this. The MDBs need to work together on a methodology to figure out how to quantify what they're contributing to climate outcomes.
All right, thanks, Nancy. Özlem, as Nancy pointed out, it's not only the World Bank and it's not only MDBs. Now the OECD is looking at the whole ecosystem of binational, subnational financial institutions, development financial institutions. Can you see what are some of the emerging good, if not best, but at least good practices that you see emerging?
Sure, happy to. And if okay, when honing in on these emerging good practice approaches that we see, I'd like to focus on mobilization, just because that was also, at least from what I heard, one of the key items both of Norbert's and Nancy's intervention just now.
Okay.
Yeah, we looked at, for a number of years already, at a number of development banks at different levels, right, all the way from multilateral to the subnational development banks. And interestingly, a national development bank, the Development Bank of Southern Africa, provides, from our point of view, a helpful case to highlight the role of shareholders in enabling development banks to evolve from, the sole financer to mobilizer. There are three elements that I think are worth highlighting, in particular when we look at, these internal procedures that Norbert has mentioned, organizations, what needs to happen internally in these organizations. First, shifting institutional focus towards mobilization. So the shareholder of the Development Bank of Southern Africa, which in this case is the National Treasury of South Africa, they actually reduce their expectations for return on equity in order to allow the bank, to engage in activities beyond loan provision, a point that Nancy has mentioned. For example, to facilitate market creation, developing capacity for different public and private actors, and also support policy strengthening. Lowering expectations on ROE, so on return on equity, also enables banks, more generally speaking, to engage in higher risk activities and to mobilize private finance in contexts, where mobilization is currently not yet taking place. And this is again one of the key recent asks of Guterres, Yellen, Motti, and others, where they say we need to increase the risk tolerance of development banks. So lowering the expectations for return on equity actually proved something highly important or crucial for the Development Bank of Southern Africa. Then secondly, to further increase the focus on mobilization, Development Bank, the DBSA, and again its shareholder enabled it to do it, but they reduced the disbursement targets, and at the same time simultaneously introduced a mobilization target in the strategic objectives and corporate scorecard. So it's not just about adding, a new element to what development banks need to do, in this case mobilization, but at the same time they also reduce the disbursement target. So this just to better integrate, I guess, mobilization into the DNA of the development bank. And then third, DBSA created dedicated capacity for mobilization and more upstream processes. In this way, DBSA was able to rewire its organizational structure, again, away from direct financing and towards a stronger institutional outlook of mobilization. And what this meant in practice, really unpacking it, was that DBSA created dedicated offices and resources for mobilization and capitalization, as well as broader, pre-financing functions. So project preparation, programmatic approaches, planning, you name it. And creating these units elevated the visibility and also the prioritization of these functions and objectives within the bank. So again, moving from sole financing more towards mobilizing and catalyzing. And these units really focused on, bringing in new actors, supporting market creation for a longer term scaling up of clean infrastructure, and did not necessarily focus on the outcome of loan provision. So just three key elements, at least from what we can tell from our analysis, on emerging good practice approaches to focus more on mobilization and less so on, your sole loan provision and loan financing.
Thanks, Özlem. Now turning to Ahmed, you've heard Özlem, Nancy, and Norbert. How could these changes contribute to the alignment of Paris, of international financial institutions toward the Paris Agreement? Do you see anything that you would like to react on, or anything you would like to add?
Thank you. I think maybe there's like 30 points that I would like to react to, but there's no time for that.
In 3 minutes.
So I'll try to maybe focus on the big ones. And thank you, Norbert, for mentioning how the realignment internally is important. Now, I'll just start by giving a chapeau reaction for a lot of things that were mentioned. Yes, the recommendations have been received by the G20 and the shareholders, and management is reacting to that. And many of them actually we welcome, and we look forward to them because they give us more space. They're going to hopefully they give us more resources, more fiscal space, and we welcome those, and we look forward to seeing the next steps. And I think this is something that is being looked into by our management at the World Bank. Now, I can focus on things that we're already doing, and hopefully we can only see increasing. I'll go back to the first point, the CCDRs and the system transformation. This is quite transformational, not just with our clients, but even internally. And to give you an example, Norbert, responding to how the institutions are moving. On one single CCDR, you're talking about from 100 to 200 World Bank staff, between our regional office, our global practice, from the climate change, from our economists that are actually working with the government and internalizing how we do climate with our development goals. And this is something, so beyond the value and beyond what you're seeing being presented on the results, which we see as very valuable and hopefully just the starting point to build on, this is really a game changer. This is really transformational within the World Bank, having this number of people internalize climate in their work. And hopefully with the recommendations and with giving us more fiscal space, we see this more and more action and more financing coming in this direction towards both climate and the SDGs. So I wanted to start with that this motion, it's already happening. The second thing that also would be good to comment on, I heard something on the trust funds. We had a whole trust fund reform inside the bank, I think a couple of years ago, where we have umbrella trust funds that actually speak to each other. So it's not as fragmented as you think. Of course, we could still do better. And currently, we actually need more financing for that. I think we've heard in the recommendations from every speaker about the need for concessionality. I'll maybe flag two. The climate support facility, supporting the analytics and guiding our way at the country level and guiding our programming at the country level. It's been supported with very generous contribution from Germany, from BMZ, but there is more and more, we're receiving more and more requests, and we want to expand. We are also, with the climate support facility, there's the LTS, the MDB LTS facility working with the climate support facility that we're talking on with the MDBs, showing how we're actually working with our fellow MDBs and trying to have a coordinated approach, especially at the upstream, and supporting the countries as they move towards their Paris alignment goals. We also have scale, speaking of financial instruments. This was just launched last week by the World Bank president. And here we're looking at results-based financing and looking into carbon credits and how can we expand this results-based financing with verified results, and how can we scale this and use this for more climate action, so that in essence it's like a revolving fund. We establish results and we move forward. Now we need support for this. We need more concessional financing of this. Now, as I said, a lot of those capital adequacy framework recommendations are most welcome. They'll give us more breathing space. They'll enable us to do more. hopefully get more people to work on these issues. But we've already been internalizing many of this, and movement is in motion. You know, we're doing more with policy-based lending. We're doing more with our colleagues in MIGA, as I see my colleagues from MIGA walking in, and de-risking facilities, and de-risking and combining bank financing, IBRD and IDA with MIGA financing, and we see more of those in more countries. Now, hopefully we get more support from our donor countries, from our shareholders, and hopefully we get to expand more and more on this work. Happy to elaborate more. I know I'm out of time, and I know you want to move on, so I'll stop here, and thank you.
Thanks, Ahmed. It's time for a little bit of interaction with the audience, if you guys agree. I will wrap up the first series of the roundtable with a final question, but before that I would like to try and interact with the audience. Do we have any questions or any statement from the floor?
Hello and good afternoon. My name is Wouter Meinertsma and I work for the European Investment Bank. Norbert, in the beginning you said the stakeholders need to get more influence, and I'm quite curious what you mean by that, because I'm very frankly, I'm speaking just for myself here on personal title. When you have a lot of stakeholders that always want something different, it makes it very difficult to move forwards. And as the EU bank, we have only the EU as stakeholders, and that allowed us to very quickly move ahead in this Paris alignment space. And if you also have China and the US and Russia and everything as your stakeholders, that makes it much more complicated. So yeah, I'm wondering if we should be careful what we wish for if we ask for more intervention from our stakeholders. But maybe I didn't fully understand the message behind that statement.
Any other question or a statement? What I'd like, I mean, if you have any question, please ask it now. What we'll do afterwards is I will direct the questions to the panel, and they will answer whichever question they want to answer and forget to answer whichever question they do not want to answer. So if there's any other statement question. All right, it doesn't seem to be the case. Well, you only have one question. Do you guys want to answer? Ladies first. I see Nancy nodding. Nancy?
Yeah, I just wanted to observe on this question of multiple stakeholders that we saw, I think, some progress during the annual meetings of the IMF and World Bank in October, in the sense that I think we got past the notion that there is a trade-off between the mandate of the bank to reduce poverty and promote shared prosperity, as well as this additional focus on global public goods, but particularly in the climate sphere. Because I think, at least in a lot of the conversations, there was this notion that they have to be pursued together. And that was certainly emphasized from the developing country side and the emerging market side, that they can't be asked now to shift focus on some very fundamental development priorities. But it was also emphasized on the rich country side, that, and this was very explicitly part of certainly the US message, that it has to be done together. And the CCDRs are clearly, as described, promoting exactly that kind of focus. So I think there probably will have to be more changes operationally in the World Bank in order to actually move the priorities that come out of the CCDRs forward in terms of decisions about finance. But I think that at least is moving in the right direction. The point, though, is the rub comes in terms of the scale of finance, because while conceptually there should not be a trade-off, if there's not enough finance to pursue these additional priorities, just the arithmetic will force the trade-off. So I think we haven't yet gotten to the point where particularly the major shareholders have really decided what they want to do, both in terms of concessional finance and in terms of capital increases. But I hope we get to it very quickly, maybe in time for the spring meetings of the IMF and the World Bank, because the stakeholders need to come together, not just conceptually about integrating climate issues, but they need to come together on how to scale finance in order to do that.
Thank you for the question, but I'm not quite sure what I said, that stakeholders should have more influence. That sounds strange. Of course they have shareholders, not the stakeholders. Yeah, of course I talked about shareholders, and I think they could have a stronger voice, and that's what I had in mind if they are better coordinated. There's attempts of a group of shareholders, like-minded shareholders, to do that, and that's a starting perhaps to put a little bit more push towards the management, not only to the IMDb and the World Bank, by the way. Fully right. There are more banks. If I mentioned sometimes the MDBs, I know the World Bank. I know it's not a World Bank discussion here. It's a discussion about all of them. And the problem with the shareholder coordination is that it is in principle divided. First of all, between clients and capital owners, more or less. And secondly, that the shareholder community is not really owning the sustainability and climate topic in the same way as we would do here in this room. So I think that is where more could be done, but it's on the way. I wouldn't complain too much, because I know there's a lot of discussions among shareholders. Other ministries talk to the finance ministries, who in many cases have a seat on the board, in order to come up with a more with a position which is fully owned of the government, of the shareholders, and that was not natural. When I started in this business to observe it, it was really a separate place, and what the board directors did in the bank was hardly discussed really with the rest of the shareholder government. That has changed, and it's good. So I think that's what I mean. This evolvement in this direction, and then also perhaps having a better conversation between the shareholders from the south and the north, in order to come to a common agreement. Because we hear in the rooms here quite often when we have texts where the MDBs are asked to contribute better or more to climate finance, to be better aligned to Paris, that some of the parties here react allergically against that and tell them these are development banks. They have nothing to do with climate, and they're shrinking the space for our development priorities. I think that's where more debate is needed. Or I think the times where we can trade development against climate is over. So without climate, there's no development. And one can do both things together. But simply saying, okay, let's go on with the old way, and then in 5 years we fix the climate problem, is not going to work. But you're nodding.
Thank you. I can react to that, and we're in full agreement. So we're not saying they're exclusive, and we're not saying there's a trade-off. If anything, actually, we had the synthesis report on the first batch of CCDRs that says up to 70% of emission reduction while maintaining growth can done without any single trade-off or any single tool, and in the 24 or 28 countries that were covered by the 24. So, which is exactly what you're saying, Norbert, but with analytics behind that push growth in our countries. We'd like to remain close to our client countries, our developing, and we try to remain responsive, understand their needs, but we're working with them at the upstream, at the policy level, to forge those development pathways while they ensure their growth, reducing poverty, while addressing the Paris goals. both adaptation and mitigation, and we're full agreement on that. And this is why we welcome all the support from our development partners and shareholders, definitely. And one thing to show, maybe something to flag, we have a World Bank Paris alignment event today at 6, where we actually shed some light on where we are. So, colleagues are welcome to join. This will be at the World Bank Pavilion at 6 p.m. today, and we welcome these questions, and we look forward to being hopefully Paris aligned by July 2023. So, I'll pass. Thank you.
All right, thanks Norbert, Ahmed. Özlem, is there anything you would like to add, either in reaction or something, a missing bit that we would have missed out?
No, not a missing bit, but just to reiterate what colleagues have mentioned earlier. I think good climate policy is good development policy. Climate action and progress on sustainable development are very much inseparably linked. If we want to safeguard and build on development gains of the past, we need to address climate change. Maybe it's just more putting this common narrative, that it's actually not a trade-off, that the two go hand in hand. Just to reiterate those elements.
Okay, thanks Özlem. Now I believe it's time to wrap up the first series of presentations. Before I thank the panelists, I would have one final question for them. It's the end of COP27 is looming. Christmas also, or any other celebration that you could think of. If you had one thing to ask to someone at the surface of Earth, what would it be? And who would you direct your query to? Now you have 30 seconds to think about it, and I would like one-liners, 30-second responses. What and who would you direct it to? Your Christmas wish, so to speak.
Should I go first?
Yeah, please, Özlem.
Okay, no, happy to. For me, the wish would go to the donor shareholders. 3 elements, I think, for good donorship in the face of climate change. Stronger mandates underpinned by KPIs on climate and mobilizations. Second, enable development banks transition into mobilizers. And then thirdly, the provision of concessional capital to enable the transition. As my end of COP27 Christmas wish list.
All right. Nancy, what's your Christmas wish? Or end of COP27?
I would ask the heads of the multilateral development banks, along with their shareholders, to set climate outcomes targets, collective climate outcome targets, to define Paris alignment, not in terms of the types of activities that are chosen, but in terms of the actual climate adaptation and mitigation outcomes. And then I would ask them to form a collaborative body to collectively pursue those targets and be held accountable to them. Thanks.
Thanks, Nancy. Ahmed?
It's not an ask, it's a I wish, maybe, that very soon. I've seen the large number of my colleagues working at the MDBs and at the World Bank internally towards Paris alignment, towards developing actually results metrics that we're already working on, and hopefully we hope to be seeing soon inside the World Bank and with other MDBs. Also towards mobilizing finance through our trust funds. So I see all of this work being built internally at the World Bank and in other MDBs. So maybe my wish is maybe very soon we start seeing results on the ground in our client countries where we're reducing prosperity and addressing our climate goals. So that's my wish.
I would add a wish which is more COP specific. We had the European Union was coming here with the request or with the wish to have an agenda item on Article 21C being included in the agenda. This was not accepted, so therefore I want to see strong language in the outcome document which hints towards the direction of the overall reform of the multilateral international financial system.
All right. Well, thanks to you for this COP27 Christmas whatever wish list. I would like to thank you for this eye-resting discussion, because we had no PowerPoint presentation. I guess if you would like to join me in a round of applause to our panelists. And I will hand over the floor to Claire. Claire is a senior project manager at the Institute for Climate Economics, and she's also the head of the secretariat at the Mainstreaming Climate in Financial Institutions. Claire, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Benoit. Ooh, it's loud. And thank you very much for the introduction. Thanks to all the panelists also. So we're going to have a we're going to start off now with the second part of the discussion. So we've heard a lot about the institutional reform and the broader picture. And now we'd like to invite on stage a set of panelists from financial institutions who are going to talk to us a little bit more about the operational instruments that we can use to have this transformative impact and see how in practice these can work out. So thank you for the introduction, but I won't introduce myself again. I'd probably just like to add a couple of words on the Mainstreaming Climate in Financial Institutions initiative. So we're an initiative that brings together 50 financial institutions, a little bit over 50 financial institutions. And so we work on with these financial institutions to provide a place where they can share their best practices and also lead by example. So we're very much in touch with these different financial institutions and lucky enough to be able to have direct access to what they've been doing. So we've invited a few of them to talk to us a little bit about what they've been doing, and I'll probably ask them to come up on stage right now, and then I'll also bring up, because I see Alice is busy, so I'll bring up our two presentators who'll be also sharing some work that they've been doing. So I'll start by calling up on stage our, our four panelists. So we have, I see him there, we have Alexis Bonnel, who's Senior Advisor, Foresight, Climate and Sustainable Development with the French Development Agency. We also have Dana Kupova, who's Associate Director, Head of Green Economy Transition, Financial Institution Business Group for the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development. We'll also be having with us Vito Dellerba, who I see over there, who's from the Caisse des Dépôts et Placements du Québec, so the Quebec's Deposit and Investment Fund. I'm sorry, I don't have your exact title. Maybe you could give it to us a bit later on. So maybe you can all join us up on stage, if that's okay. And we'll also be having online with us Elvin Afandi, Division Head, Economic Policy and Research from the Islamic Corporation for Development of the Private Sector, ICD. Good afternoon, and thanks for joining us online as well. Okay, so maybe to start off, we're going to have a couple of presentations to set the scene of our discussion on two different financial instruments that have been increasingly used by our financial institutions to have this transformative impact and catalytic effect we were talking about during the first session. And I think we're going to start with you, Anya, who's going to be talking us through your recent work on policy-based instruments. So, Anya, sorry, your, oops, just don't want to mess up your name. You're Policy Advisor for German Watch. Anya Gebel, Policy Advisor for German Watch. And I believe, yes, sorry, we'll be starting the presentation with you. Thank you very much. You can either sit down or stand up, whichever is easiest for you. Pardon? You need the mic. Yeah, I'm going to pass the mic to you and you have the clicker.
Okay, so shall I start? Okay. So hello, I'm Anja Gebel, working with German Watch as a policy advisor on development banks and climate. And I'm going to speak on the topic of aligning multilateral development banks' policy-based finance with the Paris Agreement. And I'm going to start with a couple of introductory points on why this is an important topic. So the way in which this instrument, policy-based operations, works is that countries receive a general budget support in exchange for implementing policy reforms agreed upon with the banks. And we know that governments request policy-based operations usually to implement reform packages for different development goals, but also to support macroeconomic stability, for example, in times of crisis. And these operations make up for a considerable share of bank commitments. That's what we see here. So this can range from 10 to 25% in a typical year to 30 and up to 60% during a crisis such as COVID-19. And given that policy-based operations are a relatively quick way to financial stabilization during times of crisis, it's also likely that they will actually become even more important in the future. And also in the context of the just energy transition partnerships that are currently negotiated, they're increasingly being regarded as important elements to support the energy policy transformations. Is there a technical problem? No? Okay, you can hear me fine? Okay. So even if experiences and also evidence for the success of climate-related policy-based operations are still limited, there's still reasons to believe that the potential of policy-based operations actually extends beyond the energy sector and that they could play an important role in supporting ambitious climate policy also more generally, and like this maximize development outcomes. So because one thing depends on the other, as we just also discussed. However, in our research on policy-based operations, we found that so far the PBO formulation process, so the process in which leads up to the formulation of policy actions in PBOs, does not sufficiently consider climate risks and does not systematically identify opportunities for green development. And also that staff incentives are insufficient for consistently integrating climate action and PBOs. And this can result in policy actions that support climate problematic economic activities, which in turn increase countries' exposure to climate risks and delay the transition. So this highlights the importance of Paris alignment, and based on these insights, we're suggesting that for a policy-based operation to be in line with the goals of the Paris Agreement, it needs to be ensured that its policy actions do not increase macroeconomic, fiscal, or social exposure to climate risks, and wherever possible, support long-term resilience and a just transition to climate neutrality. And so in this definition, you see that next to suggesting a specific perspective on climate risk, which is intended to capture also indirect risks, this definition also highlights the need to actively support climate goals and identify opportunities to do so. When thinking about how MDBs could go about in ensuring Paris alignment of policy actions, we first looked at the way in which PBOs are typically being designed at MDBs, and in doing so, we've tried to highlight how robust climate considerations can be and should be integrated in critical steps of the PBO process, starting from the diagnostics and the dialogue with the partner country to the donor coordination and the formulation of policy actions and also results indicators. I don't have time to go into any more detail on this now, but what I would like to stress is that revisions to the process to more systematically integrate climate considerations in all steps and from the very beginning should not be so much regarded as an addition to the screening of policy actions for harmful elements, but rather as a necessary precondition to be able to arrive at Paris-aligned policy actions in the first place. This is just a brief impression of our analysis of policy actions in 3 policy areas: public financial management, public sector management, and energy. So here you see the public sector management example, where we categorize the policy actions and then try to identify the potential for significant harm and the potential for climate co-benefits for a number of subcategories. So we did this to provide some ideas for an approach and for things to consider when negotiating and drafting policy actions. So the main recommendations we derive from our findings are based on the notion that PBOs can actually support ambitious climate action and maximize development impact, and that if we want partner countries to request such PBOs, there's a couple of things that banks and shareholders can do to facilitate this demand. So this requires, on the one hand, stepping up MDB analysis and technical assistance on climate, including by integrating climate into macro-fiscal assessments, into social impact assessments, and institutional and policy assessments, and also support this internally through guidance and training. Also, MDBs should use technical assistance to better integrate climate in country strategies, and they should include climate-specific results, indicators, and projects. Also assess impacts and generate lessons learned for improving results in future PBOs. So this actually echoes lots of the things that have just been mentioned by the previous speakers. For shareholders and other DFIs, our main recommendations are to set additional incentives for climate-supportive policy-based operations by co-financing such projects with grants, and to bolster coordination, for example, via country or regional platforms. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anya, for sharing the results of your work on PBOs and for sharing with some of your insight on what can be done to maximize the impact of PBOs. I think this is really interesting and will mirror what Alice is about to show us. Alice is one of my colleagues. She's a product officer at I4C, and she's been working on financial intermediation, so she also has some interesting insights on how to assess and improve the alignment of financial intermediaries. Floor is yours, Alice.
Thank you very much, Claire. I hope that you can all hear me well. Yeah. So yes, we wanted also to present you some outcomes of a research project that we have just launched. Is that okay? Yeah. On financial intermediaries, because we have been a lot discussing about mobilizing private finance and the need for new instruments and for additional instruments to mobilize climate finance. But international finance institutions also have an opportunity as well to change financial sector practices through their engagement with financial intermediaries. So not only looking at operations and end projects, but also looking at actors individually and systems. So we have started to work on a project together with colleagues from New Climate Institute, building on a paper that was released last year that was launched by German Watch, WRI, and New Climate Institute, and that presented a proposed assessment framework to assess the alignment of financial intermediaries. So all these local financial institutions that IFIs are working with, and to really assess whether their portfolios were aligned both with mitigation and adaptation objectives, and also proposing some key recommendations to assess as well the governance as well as the transparency frameworks of these institutions. And so the idea of this new research project that we are launching with New Climate Institute is to go a step forward and to compare the different frameworks that have been launched by international finance institutions. We have seen the MDBs releasing some approaches, the French Development Agency as well last week, and to provide some recommendations for ambitious and rigorous alignment frameworks moving forward to really have an impact at scale, and to also provide recommendations on how to also support these financial intermediaries in this journey and to move towards the implementation. So maybe I will just start representing again that indeed international finance institutions have started to align with the Paris Agreement objectives. They have started looking at their direct operations, ensuring that they are doing no harm across all of their operations, and more trying to have the most impact possible for the transition of systems and economies. And now they are looking at these indirect financial operations. This is a new area of work for them, but this is an area of work that could have a transformative impact if it's done well and if it's done at scale. So a number of international finance institutions have already started to engage with their financial intermediaries to help them foster and develop green projects on the ground and finance this project on the ground. This is the case, for example, of EBRD, AFD, ICD as well. They have developed these green credit lines that are already a key first step for these local financial institutions to start integrate climate considerations within their operations. But now they also need to help them to stop these non-aligned activities. So this is something new, and a number of international finance institutions are now considering the development and implementation of new due diligence processes to help as well these local financial institutions to really stop these non-aligned activities. And what we have heard and what we clearly see from the research that we are doing is that there is a need for international finance institutions to coordinate and to move towards an harmonization of these due diligence processes, especially as they are talking to the same clients, to the same financial institutions. And if collectively they set a strong and ambitious alignment criteria for their financial intermediaries, this could send a strong signal to financial markets locally. In terms of the recommendation of these due diligences that we will provide, we would highly recommend that this starts on the basis of a quantitative assessment of the portfolio, looking at concretely what these local institutions are financing, and also to complement this by a qualitative assessment of how climate change is mainstreamed within the organization. What is the capacity of the institutions? What are the resources that they have internally to ensure that these assessments are made? And finally, to also include, in addition to that, a forward-looking assessment that should be clearly leading as well the conversation and the dialogue with financial intermediaries. And this should be a context-based qualitative assessment of the institution's level of ambition moving forward. Sorry. But today we are not there yet, and indeed international finance institutions are clearly facing a number of constraints. Indeed, the access to data is difficult. It is very difficult for international finance institutions to know what financial intermediaries are investing in. It is also difficult for them to engage on Paris alignment, as a number of financial intermediaries are just starting their climate mainstreaming journey. So they need to take these first steps, and are not able already for a number of them to already develop a transition plan. So there is a need to accompany them in this journey. And today there is also no clear understanding, as Ahmed was saying, no clear understanding of what is the long-term strategy and what is the pathway that the countries will be following for the transition. So this is also a lack of data that is clearly needed to move forward. And finally, while a number of regulators across the world are starting to integrate climate risk management requirements for their financial intermediaries, we are still far from having requirements with regards to Paris alignment and regards to the impact of financial institutions on the transition. So this is also the reason why to align financial intermediaries with the Paris Agreement objective, international financial institutions really need to support the consistency of local financial system. And indeed, they are well placed to create these enabling conditions for financial intermediaries to align with the Paris Agreement, as they can offer capacity building as they can also engage and provide support for national governments as well in defining these long-term strategies, in defining these sectoral strategies and financing plans for the transition. And they can also engage with regulators locally to also help them progressively develop voluntary and mandatory requirements for an orderly transition. However, to do that, they need the mandate and the resources to do it, to engage in these different areas at the scale that is needed. So I will stop there, and yeah, I look forward for the discussion with the panelists.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alice, for sharing with us your recommendations on how best to assess and support financial intermediaries with their journey towards climate mainstreaming. I think you've given us, both Anya and Alice have given us quite a few avenues that can be explored on how to move forward with this. I think now is a good time to listen to the financial institutions and their representatives that we have with us today on their views of how in practice this can be done. I just wanted to check, because I think one of our panelists hasn't arrived yet and has been caught up. Just wanted to check that Dana wasn't with us in the room, but I believe she's been caught up. So I guess we'll just start the discussion without her. So we gave you three two questions to reflect on when we were preparing this discussion. The first one was related to the opportunities that you see as practitioners, financial institutions, the opportunities that are available today and the avenues that can be explored to have this transformative impact, both in terms of the instruments that you can use and maybe more broadly of the sectors and items you can be working on. So I think maybe we can start with you, Vito. I'll probably sit next to you now. We've got one of the panelists that hasn't arrived. We'll probably start with you, Vito, if that's okay, if you could give us your views on these opportunities.
Should be coming up. All right. Just because I don't like the feedback, I'm gonna stand up and step over there. Yeah. All right. Thanks. Sorry, I'm gonna be right next. I'm gonna be right next to you if you're okay with it. The feedback was driving me nuts. Well, I guess before they put up the two slides, I can maybe give you a little bit of background as to who I am and why I'm here. My name is Vito Delerba. I work for Canada's second largest pension plan. The plan has 400 billion Canadian dollars in assets, and within that plan, I manage a portfolio of 4 billion Canadian dollars in what's called quasi-sovereign fixed income in emerging markets. So I help governments build strategic projects across the world. And so the backbone of what I'm going to present to you today really comes from my experience as a practitioner within the space. And since this is one of my last panels, I thought I'd be a little bit more provocative than I have been all week. So you're going to get to see some stuff that I really haven't put out there. Maybe the prior slide, please. I'm going to show you two slides. They look a little busy, but I'm going to walk through them. I wanted to give a solution. I wanted to explain to you what this means in practice, because all I've been hearing about are what the problems are, how we need to fix the MDBs, how we need to mobilize private sector capital, and it's all very high level and it actually doesn't go in the ground. We've been thinking about an actual solution that brings together all of these parties to basically mobilize private sector capital at scale for emerging markets, climate adaptation, and mitigation finance. Now, I said I wouldn't talk about problems, but in order to get to the solution, it's always important to have a very clear view as to what the problem statement is in order to build your solution around that problem statement. And so this is the only time I'm going to talk about the problem. This is, in essence, what I like to call the value chain of the life cycle of a transaction. And the problems that you're going to see here in this value chain are things that I come across when originating directly in emerging markets. CDPQ is a direct investor. 90% of its assets are actually put on the books by the investment people. And so what you see is that as you start going into the markets and you start talking about NDCs and NAPs of the countries that you're trying to finance, there's a number of issues that come up. And I really love something that Norbert said when he was on the panel prior. He said, I wrote it down, the financial system is not fit for purpose. I thought that was great. And he also said that 3 of the 4 items in the review was around mobilizing private sector capital. And what we were hearing from DMDBs is that we need to mobilize their capital, but one statistic that I've been using this week is that traditional institutional investors were 900 times the size of the MDBs combined, so we're massive. So we have to find solutions that are fit for purpose to mobilize us. Now, how do we do that? Well, the problem is that we realize that there's limited institutional capacity locally to actually make these deals happen. When you talk to governments from Central America to Asia to Africa, a lot of those NDCs and NAPs have been created by consultants and are a piece of paper that they don't know how to implement. And so you end up having conversations around, hey, how do I get these deals done? I want to use your capital, but I don't know how to actually build a deal. That's at the real early stage. This is where project preparation happens. Then, let's say those transactions are actually built, you need to get into an environment where you actually have to measure the impact. This is offensive impact rationale. We need clear climate rationale to build those climate projects, both in mitigation and adaptation. But when you ask local authorities how to actually create a baseline for an adaptation project, blank stares. And so you need consultants, you need to develop technical assistance available to get these countries to actually do the work that they need to do. This here is the realm mostly of multilateral development banks. It's not the realm of institutional investors. So we'll get to that in a second. The next issue is that I write $200 to $400 million checks. That's my average text check size. I can't walk into a credit committee with something less than $100 million. The majority of these projects, $5 to $75 million. And the further out you go on the frontier, the smaller and smaller they become. Very hard for me to aggregate these types of transactions, and so I need to build a network that allows me to aggregate small deals into platform structures so that I can deploy large amounts of capital constantly. So I basically have to create a machine. The other issue, and I'm not going to get into why this issue, and I won't say who the actors are that create this situation, but the risk-adjusted return of many of these transactions are not attractive to me relative to the universe of fixed income investors. I'm an absolute return investor. I look for transactions that are at or above the efficient frontier of all fixed income investments in the world, from US high yields to mortgages in Europe. It doesn't matter. So if the transaction that I'm finding in Africa doesn't equal or is better, I can't do it. So we need to figure out how to realign the risk-adjusted returns. So that's what we're trying to solve for. Now, if you thought that the problem was simple, it's not. The financial system is not fit for purpose, and that's exactly what we heard. So the solution has to be unique. It has to be something we haven't done before. And all I've been hearing here, it's my first COP, all I've been hearing at this COP is institutional investors are not showing up, and we need to mobilize the MDBs. Actually, what we need to be doing is thinking of different blueprints that can be used by different actors, where we all collaborate together to solve a problem that before was compartmentalized and siloed, and today requires collaboration. And there's one solution in the world, and it can be used at scale, and it's very powerful because the whole is much stronger than its parts. Can I ask you to go to the next slide, please? Now, I know it looks busy, but I'm going to walk you through it, okay? This is the solution to the problems that you saw. The way we're looking at this is to actually think of the whole life cycle of a deal. Cradle to grave is what I call it. We need to be preparing these projects, and so you need to create upstream development facilities that are capable of crowding in local stakeholders, climate experts, advocates, global north, global south, everybody in the room to actually create the solution to the problem. And that's something that's not being done. So it's the first thing you need to do. The second thing you need to do is actually, when you build it, think about this. What if you have a sustainable agricultural project in India, and then this facility becomes a facility used by institutional investors to build traditional sustainable agricultural projects in Central America and in Africa? All this information has to be democratized and given to the market so that you can actually copy these things over and over. Now, when you're done with the project preparation, you need to connect it to last mile technical assistance. Like I said, the impact measurement capabilities of these borrowers is not as high as it needs to be, at least for now. And mostly these technical assistance facilities are going to be attached to a capital stack, which means that when the project is ready, the investor is ready to walk in. Now, The only way you can originate these transactions is because they're small, is you got to build an origination network of partners across the world. And so you need large players that have tentacles in many different markets at once. That's how you find the deals. Once you found the deals, you need your capital structure. You need the money to be able to lend. I'm a fixed income investor, so I build fixed income capital stacks to lend money long-term into infrastructure projects. But what's important here is to solve the problems about what I said before. There are tools out there, and we hear about it all the time. Subordinated concessional capital, guarantees, FX hedging, which is a problem. Depends who you are, depends what your objective is. But the goal is to actually marry all of these things together, find the right partners, philanthropies, public sector providers, DFIs, IFIs, to actually build a capital stack that works for you, but at the same time, that works for the borrower. That's what's important, because you're creating a product that some borrower is going to need to use to solve a climate issue. So it's competitive out there. You have to have an interesting product, and all of that has to come into consideration when building the capital stack. And the last piece, you don't want to be mired in doing deals for 5 years. We need to be quick and nimble. I got to get transactions out the door every 6 months. If I want to deploy billions at scale, we're not going to spend 5 years doing this. And so what we need to do is actually have an execution methodology that's quick, nimble, and agile. You set up a council, some sort of investment committee that gets managed independently, and all of a sudden, you start deploying the money that you need. This holistic approach, where you're the first ones that I've shown this to, here at COP, this holistic approach is way beyond anything that an institutional investor used to do not even 20 years ago when we bought stocks and bonds on the market. This is outside the realm of what's being done today. And the answer and solution, I go back to a complex problem, has to be collaborative, and it has to actually be somewhat complex because you need to do things you've never done before. So the answer is, there's a $1.4 trillion gap out there, or whatever the gap of the trillions of dollars that we talk about. To a financier like me, that tells me that there is a massive market opportunity. And so rather than thinking of it like a crisis, think of trying to come up with different blueprints that allow you to access the opportunity. And right now it seems like people are just talking to one another, or at each other. So we need to start talking together, and this is how you do it.
Wow. Thank you very much, Vito, for sharing, for letting us be the first ones you share these slides with. I saw a few people taking photographs here in the audience, so it was really interesting, and I think it gave us a very good idea of how blended finance can have a transformative impact and how it's important to mainstream it across the different the life cycle of the project impact. I think I'm going to pass it over now to Alexi, who's going to share his ideas on the opportunity that we can have to have a transformative impact. I'm going to pass it over to you.
No, I don't have slides. Yes, thank you so much for the invitation and the opportunity, and many thanks also for this rich conversation, taking in the ideas of many speakers here. Well, to start, I also wanted to pick up on Norbert's observation at the previous panel that the financial system is not fit for purpose. And when you listen to Norbert telling us that as a shareholder and a government representative, it tells you very many things about what might need to be done. The first observation here is that it's surprising that it's not fit for purpose, because for many years now, the system, the financial system has, and many of the stakeholders, at least within the system, have been doing or have engaged into a quiet revolution where slowly but surely they have made progress in terms of integrating environmental, social dimensions, climate dimensions to all of what they do. I remember a few years ago the discussion on aligning with the Paris Agreement was focusing at the project level. Now we have presentations which are focusing at policy or counterpart level. That's a sign of progress, and that's part of what I call the quiet revolution that we are all have been engaging in. But yet the observation at the end is that we're not there yet. It's not fit for purpose. And actually, when you look at the bulk of finance that is being invested today around the planet, it's not aligned with the Paris Agreement or the SDGs. And all of that despite all the progress that has been made. So the question here is whether we are doing this at the system level good enough, and whether the sum of incremental action can lead to systemic change. And I just wanted to develop a little more on that. When the Finance in Common Summit, which is the coalition of all development banks around the world, started its journey 2 years ago with the launching summit that took place, gathering for the first time all development banks around the planet. The question we asked to all participants was exactly the one that you're asking here. What is needed to improve impact and be transformational? They came up with 5 answers to that question. The first one, we discussed it in the previous panel, is about the mandates and the role of the shareholders that should be more explicit in terms of asking their development banks to work on climate and fully integrate and mainstream climate in all of what they do. First answer of that community. The second answer of that community was about the regulatory context. Public development banks quite often do not have enough incentives, even if they had a mandate, a very clear and ambitious mandate on climate. They have some regulatory constraints that sometimes prevent them from taking risks at the scale that is needed, or in terms of accountability and accounting for their performance in exchange of maybe a bit more of risk-taking. The third area that was highlighted was the one about what is a climate-aligned or a climate co-beneficial investment. And many different institutions have different answers to that question. And there is a need to develop a common language around what is defined as something that is climate compatible. And there is a lot of confusion these days. I mean, many of you know that there is a conversation about net zero targets for financial institutions. What is a net zero target for a financial institution? Shall each financial institution of the planet be net zero, or shall it contribute to the global net zero? And who defines what is that contribution in that case, and how do you split the effort? That's one part of the conversation. Another one is whether a net zero strategy is equal to an alignment strategy. Is that the same thing, or is it different? And are we talking about 1.5 degrees, about 2 degrees? Are we talking about something else, which is a degree target, but also the wider context of the Paris Agreement? Many discussions around those issues also. And if there's not a lot of coherence there, action will be implemented in many directions, and we will end up not having a systemic impact at the end of the day. Third, that was a third element that was brought together by the coalition of all development banks in terms of areas for improvement and opportunities as well. A fourth area is about the business models of development banks, and this has been discussed already by previous speakers, and including just now about how we could have a different approach to blended finance by being more holistic. All of that, I think, has an impact on the way development banks can carry out their business. And at the end of the day, it's about making this change or making development banks evolve from being SDG takers, which they often are. I mean, there's a good SDG project out there. It requires a little bit of concessional finance. Here we go, we finance the project, we've done our job. That's perfect, that's fine, but the impact you have is equal to the impact of that given project. And what's next? Maybe you send a few market signals when you do that, but you don't have a theory of change in terms of enabling transformation behind the project that you financed. So moving from SDG takers to SDG makers is actually another quite revolution that many development banks are engaging in, and that's about really looking more at not only the project level but also at the counterpart level and the policy level, the pathway level. That is something that you should try to enable as much as you can, and it's not always through projects. In that case, what happens to the financial equilibrium of a development bank? I mean, the usual business of a development bank is about lending, right? And through the proceeds of the lending, it's not for profit, of course, but you manage to carry out the business. Now, if your focus of attention is a lot more towards soft elements or non-financial elements, technical assistance, helping project preparation, building networks to ensure that there is a collaborative effort that is in place, discussing policies and strategies with key stakeholders, working on political economy assessments to see where you can have the biggest impact and with whom and when doing what. All of that has not generated any single loan, and therefore the financial equilibrium of development banking is at stake. So here there's a reflection, and that was brought forward as a fourth element to the discussion by the Finance in Common Summit. And then there was a fifth one, which is about improving collaboration, at least within the development bank community and also with many other financial stakeholders. So these 5 elements are the ones where I think many development banks are trying to make progress, and that's also the case of the French Development Agency where I work. But if you take them separately, at the end of the day, what you'll have is incremental improvements. And you will probably not get to the systemic and transformational impact that you're looking at. So what we are more recently advocating for is to look for the more transformative opportunities. What I call transformative here is those opportunities that can end up into the generation of system-level changes. And that, of course, a development bank alone, or even a coalition of development banks alone, cannot do it without having an engagement with all the other stakeholders and coalition of stakeholders in the financial system. And if you start looking at that at system level, then there are many things that change in the perspective. And I just wanted to mention 2 or 3, and I think there's a second round of discussions where we can get into more detail, including the difficulties. But if you really want to seek systemic change, then ask yourself, shall we speak about additional finance? If your perimeter, the one that you want to transform, is the system, then all the finance is already in the system. All the additional finance that we're looking for is in the system. So the question is not about the additional finance, it's about the reorientation of the whole system towards climate and SDG compatible investment. So that's a first observation. And I see, and particularly in COP context, that there's a lot of talk about additional finance, but a system level reflection should reconsider this additionality. It's about transforming the whole system. Second observation here is that if you have a system level reflection, then you should really look you should really question the actual role of financial services in our economies. What should a financial institution do? What should be its actual societal purpose? And we see a lot of discussion around that in many areas. Take, for instance, regulators and the different central banks, even here at COP, are speaking a lot about climate. Their job is financial stability. Why are they increasingly talking about finance if their actual job is financial stability? I think that's a good early signal that the discussion about the role of finance is evolving. Another early signal of that is, you've seen probably over the summer, a very interesting exchange of letters and an ongoing discussion between several US states and BlackRock about what should be the nature of the fiduciary role of a financial institution such as BlackRock. And you had several US states saying, well, we have our pension funds that are invested and being managed by BlackRock, and we are a bit worried that BlackRock is allocating this money, having a lot of environmental, social, and governance considerations in mind, including climate change considerations, and that's going too far. That's what we are expecting from an asset manager or an investor. They should be looking at their core fiduciary responsibilities, which is ensuring that the clients, in this case the pension funds of those states, are gaining the financial returns according to what can be done best. And the response from BlackRock was to say, well, maybe in the context of 21st century needs, we should consider that ESG considerations should be part of the discussion, including the discussion on fiduciary responsibilities. Of course, I'm not taking for granted what BlackRock is writing or saying. What I'm highlighting here is that there is a very interesting discussion ongoing at the level of regulators, between clients and financial institutions, indicating that the expectations, role, and societal responsibilities of financial institutions can be questioned, are being questioned, and my take is that they should be questioned if you want to get to systemic change. I'll stop there for now because I have spoken too much, but in a nutshell, there are very many good ideas on the table. Many of them taken individually generate what I believe are only incremental change. And having a more systemic approach needs to really change the lens through which you are looking at those issues, and maybe reconsider bold issues which are not easy to tackle. We'll come back to that later, but that challenge the traditional way that you represent the problem.
Thank you very much, Alexis, for sharing with us the state of AFD's reflection on what is required, what is asked from you as a PDB, and notably through the Financing Common group as well that you were mentioning. I really like what you said about going from being SDG takers to SDG makers, and I noted the importance of creating opportunities, and notably through systematic changes. I'll pass it over now to Elvin, who's online with us. Elvin from ICD, I think we'd like now to hear from you on the opportunities that you think there might be to be more transformative.
Here I'm loud.
Hi. Yes, we can hear you. Perfect.
Yeah, my good friend Alex already touched a lot upon most of the things actually I was about to talk about, but maybe I'll just do a bit of zoom in on few items so far we discussed in the room. The first I will start with is role or the importance of enhancing our support to shareholder governments especially in vulnerable countries in adaptation planning and attaining in general the SDG targets. So the countries that need to adopt the most often lack the means to do so. So the countries that are in the high need, they don't have the necessary means in place. As was the case of our member countries, in the ICD we have them 55, many of them lack the financing and the institutional capacity to implement needed national adaptation programs. So at the same time, private sector and the other part has limited tools and capacity to undertake basically risk-benefit assessment to support investment in climate-related risk reduction or new business opportunities. So in collaboration with the public and private sector in general, I think we can be involved with national adaptation analysis for vulnerable countries, especially in our part of the world, and help them to identify short and long-term frames and priority sectors with the focus on mobilizing especially the private sector. We know that as in total private sector investment in the climate agenda is around 300 billion, right? So it's only, for example, 1 billion is accounted for the adaptation part. So we know that there's still a lot can be done, especially on the adaptation side. So that's why our role as a development institutions to facilitate the process. And I believe also this will help address planning uncertainties by preparing climate information of the private sector to aid in investment decision making. If adaptation measures are to drive potential opportunities in the private sector, then a private sector person needs to know what options they have and why they would benefit from investing, especially on the climate adaptation. Second is more of on the collaboration side. We need to definitely join our efforts on the sense that with not only within the development institutional community, but also with the stakeholders, with the private sector, just to build and screen pipeline, conduct market assessment to meet climate objectives. There are already some good opportunities. I just came across with some estimates for the return on investment for sustainable infrastructure versus the smart crop solutions or the food related type of technology driven type of the solutions. So according to the on average numbers, like $1 investment on the sustainable infrastructure in Africa brings around $4 of return, while as this number can be even close to 20 in some cases for especially for Africa. So I believe there is some opportunities there as well, especially on the bringing the climate vulnerability or transiting the climate vulnerability into the business opportunity, but just to scale it up and have it available, I think we need to work on multiple spheres, including as a development institutions to support the science, technology, innovation, research and development, and make it and increase the awareness, and not necessarily only with the direct funding, but also our kind of South-South cooperation or North-South cooperation, bring the best technology and or help facilitate the process of bringing the best technology from country A to country B, basically to add the scale to the business. Maybe I'll stop here. I have few views on the general the points that so far discussed in the first panel as well, but maybe I was supposed to stay. I'll stop here for the time being. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alvin. I think that brought some very complimentary remarks to what had been said before by Alexis and Vito, particularly on the technology aspect. So now we've been joined by Dana, so very pleased about that. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll pass it over to you then on the opportunities on EBRD side that you've identified.
Yes, of course, and thank you and good afternoon, and I apologize for late arrival due to some logistic issues. I'm sure you can relate after a few days at COP. So I did miss the first part of the discussion, but I can already connect to a few points that were raised earlier by my fellow panelists. But first of all, let me just give you a quick introduction. European Bank for Reconstruction and Development has been very active in green finance, well, pretty much since the establishment, but back then it was not called green finance, but it was called environmental safeguards, and it has evolved over time, of course. But we are now at the stage when we have a commitment to do 50% green finance by 2025. And also we have a commitment to have all of our financing Paris aligned from 1st of January. And I think that's an important point which links to what was discussed here just a minute ago about the systemic and the need for systemic and transformative impact. Because I personally work in the financial institutions team of the EBRD, so I'm on the business side. And when we were told that we need to do Paris alignment about 1.5 years ago, we really didn't know where to start. it was a very challenging task because especially in intermediated finance, it is a big issue. And we thought about how to approach it from the perspective that we really create sustainable financial infrastructure in our countries, and we help our counterparties to align themselves with the objectives of the Paris Agreement. So we made a decision that our core focus in Paris alignment will be more on the institutional transformation of our counterparties rather than looking purely at our financial flows. Because when we looked at what we finance versus how much assets and how big the balance sheet of our counterparties are, we could see that we could achieve 1,000 times more impact if we help our counterparties to redirect the financial flows or help them to sort of help them to serve their customers in a different way or enhanced way. So we designed our Paris alignment approach on the basis of what we called transition planning. Now it's sort of a very popular term. And we really looked at how we can help the partner financial institutions to transform their own business model. Back then, when we were looking at the methodology, it was about a year ago, there wasn't that much guidance available in the market. So we have designed an approach which is focusing on TCFD pillars. And we are aiming to assist our counterparties to improve their climate corporate governance, but also to look at how their strategy might need to be reshaped, how their risk management practices need to change to take into account climate risks, both physical and transition risks, and also how they can monitor and how can they measure and disclose how they are moving along this path. As I mentioned, we started with TCFD pillars. Of course, since then, there has been a lot of guidance that came to the market from the Task Force for Transition Planning, from, G funds, NGFS, you name it. So we keep refining this approach, but we are developing tools that can help partner financial institutions to understand what is the journey, because we know what is the target. It's the Paris alignment, but anything that's in between, it's a little bit of cross-country run, and we need to figure out what are the different milestones. We need to have a map, and we need to have a compass. So what we have designed is a sort of matrix which can assess a bit where financial institution is in terms of those 4 pillars. And we also have a diagnostics tool that can help the counterparties to identify what is that next step, because everybody's starting point is different. And based on our survey of banks, which we did about 1.5 years ago, we could see that really most of the financial institutions are at the beginning of the journey and are just starting to figure out how to introduce, for example, climate risk management. So I don't know how much time we have, but that's something I wanted to share. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to elaborate.
Thank you very much, Dana, and thank you very much for insisting on the need to work on your counterparts if you want to make sure you've got a systematic impact on what you're doing, through what you're doing, and particularly with your financial institutions. I think that also reflects very much in relation to what Alice was saying in her presentation a little bit earlier. So we have the second question for the 4 of you, because we know that opportunities are great and it's brilliant to have avenues to explore, but we also know that there are sometimes barriers and priority areas that you might think that it's important for you and for us collaboratively to work on if you want to get to where you want to be. So we asked you as a second question if you could tell us a little bit more on the principal technical, financial and political barriers that you think your institutions should be working on to have this transformative impact. Maybe we can take it in the same order, if that's okay. So maybe start with Vito and move over to Alexi, then Elvin, and then Dana. Vito, the floor is over to you.
Thank you. So maybe I'll start with, let me start with financial. Let's go with that one. Financial risks. When you're looking, or for us at least, as I explained, we're an absolute return investor, so we're trying to ensure that we're getting a proper market return, because we manage the pension plan of 8 million Quebec citizens, so I, as an investor, have a fiduciary responsibility to them. I have to get the market return. I don't have a choice. And that is the number one. And so when it comes to financial risks, when it comes to building large platforms like the one that I just mentioned, what you realize is that not every country is at the same level, and you need to actually be able to build structures that are flexible enough to be useful in that country. And what do I mean by that? In India, for instance, I can print $1 billion worth of paper with a couple points of concessionality, and money goes out the door. That's not the same in sub-Saharan Africa. You need significantly more concessionality, and so you have to actually be able to understand what that means in each market, which generally is an opaque market where information is not very well known. You have to have the right partners to be able to do that, and the ability to actually have the capital to get the information that you need, and then you have to actually be able to structure it properly. Financial risks abound because in the end, if you don't get the market return and actually get us a portfolio return that's less attractive than what was originally thought, we just won't do it again. We're going to go elsewhere, wherever that market return works. Capital is fungible and can move within markets, and so I think that's the biggest issue from a financial side. The risks are high because information is opaque, and you need to be able to structure and be flexible within the markets that you're in. The second, technically, when it comes to mitigation finance, this is not a difficult place to deploy capital. We're the second largest infrastructure investor on the planet. We also did a net zero pledge, but we're reducing our carbon footprint by 60% by 2030. We have a roadmap and a compass, and we know where we're going. Reducing GHG emissions can be easily measured. Investing in adaptation, much more difficult. Figuring out the right ways of measuring your climate impact, the climate rationale of those projects, ex ante, ex post. These are markets that institutional investors, the statistics are striking. I was on a panel with the BCG and the Rockefeller Foundation where they came out with a report on how much money has gone into adaptation finance. It's sobering. Institutional investors have put in less than $1 billion in that market. There's a reason. This is one of the main reasons. This is very hard to manage this specific risk. The third, politically, this one is around collaboration. Blended finance and mobilizing institutional investors, and as you saw from what I showed before, there's so many different parties that are involved in order to make things work. And when you're working with governments in, say, 25 countries, collaboration is key. And we haven't been in many of those countries, and I've literally been told, like, who are you and why are you here? From ministries of finance and economy. They don't know what the second largest Canadian pension plan is, and I don't blame them. We haven't even been in Africa before, as an example, and so there's a certain trust factor, which is quite apparent here. If you go listen to the negotiations, that needs to be dealt with, and we need to build that trust quickly in order to be able to scale and actually create those models that can then be adopted by the market more generally.
Thank you, Vita, for reflecting on some of the risks. I think got a very good general overview of what the barriers you might be encountering at the moment are. I'll pass it over to Alexis, who will probably complement some of what you just said.
Yes, thank you very much. I will try to focus on, I started speaking about the opportunities in terms of working at the systemic level, and again, based on the fact that each individual financial institution, whatever that institution is, be it an investor, a public development bank, a commercial bank, can be as impactful and transformative as possible, but it does not operate independently from the rest of the system. So if the rest of the system is not moving in a similar direction, then you will have pockets of transformative impact, but that would not be at the scale that is required today. And we all know that reaching that is still very far away from what is happening today. So I will focus more on the transformative part and systemic part. First of all, it seems to me that there are not enough safe spaces where the different financial stakeholders can discuss systemic issues. There are a few, but they're not working on a regular basis. There are some pockets of conversation here and there where you have representatives of the private financial institutions and investors, of public development banks, of regulators, governments, think tanks, civil society, getting together and trying to discuss systemic level issues. But this could be promoted, and as a matter of fact, the Finance in Common Summit is currently promoting two ideas here. The first one is to take advantage in different countries where you have just energy transition partnerships that are being set up or are being envisaged, to try to develop in those countries collaborative platforms where you would gather all the financial stakeholders that have something to do with the political vision of the Just Energy Transition Partnership, and you initiate an informed discussion about what could this group as a system do in support of the political vision of a Just Energy Transition Partnership. So this could be started these days in South Africa. Maybe other countries will be coming up with similar plans, and I think that could be a good space also to discuss the different ideas and to respond to the collaborative needs that you were highlighting just a few minutes ago. So that's first recommendation regarding where to find a safe space or how to create a safe space where you could have systemic level discussions. That's at the country level, but you could also envisage doing this at the global level. And it's been quite a few years now since we had in the international agenda a discussion on financing for sustainable development. It was back in 2015 at the Addis Ababa Summit, conference to be precise. And if you remember, this conference tackled very many things, but they were focusing on international public and private flows, mostly, and not a systemic level discussion. And it seems today that the timing could be right for a new sort of Addis 2.0 or Addis plus 10, whereby you could envisage generating a discussion between coalitions of private financiers. GFANs and UNEP-FI could be involved there. Regulators, you have the network for greening the financial system that is in place now, and you have the network of all development banks, Finance in Common, that is there as well. So for the first time, it's possible to have coalitions which are proxies of the different categories of financial institutions and regulators engage in a systemic dialogue. We could take advantage of that also to promote a discussion at the global level. So that's one area, one difficulty, finding spaces to develop this type of systemic level dialogue and implement them. Another difficulty, and I have three difficulties, so I will go fast now. Another difficulty is that if you really want to engage into systemic level transformation, then you need to engage into a discussion on the representations of the role of finance. What is expected from finance at the end of the day? If you go back in history, finance was created as a multiplier of human desires. It was created as the main economic instrument that relates us to the futures we want. It makes the futures possible because we gather the finance that we don't have ourselves, and with that finance, we are able to invest and implement and carry out projects and programs. So there's a strong relationship between finance and the futures, at least when it was created. It has been somewhat lost in between, and with a strong focus on very strict definition of fiduciary responsibilities. And maybe we could inject a little bit of the historic futures relationship of finance into the discussion and enable several more and more dialogues on how different stakeholders represent the future of finance. We will be holding a side event on that later this week here at this pavilion. That's on Thursday, and we will be exploring with a set of partners 2050 pathways, possible pathways for the future of sustainable and climate finance. So if you're interested, that will be this coming Thursday at 11:30 here at the IDFC pavilion. And last element I wanted to highlight is about accountability frameworks. If we are serious about moving from SDG takers to SDG makers as public development banks, then the accountability frameworks we have, they're all wrong. They're all project-based, very much deterministic and quantitative. If you want to be more SDG enabler or SDG maker, then you need to have an accountability framework that integrates the fact that you are contributing to change, but you're not sure that your single contribution is leading to systemic change, but you're giving yourself the best chances to achieve this. You are factoring in a lot of non-financial actions, including many of those that were mentioned in the blended finance mechanisms. And the accountability of that is extremely difficult. It's a lot easier at project level to account for CO2 emission reduction. It's a lot more difficult to account for a contribution to systemic change. And this is think tank territory. There are think tanks around the table. I'm inviting them to consider this question as a key research question for the 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexis, for sharing with us your thoughts on the main barriers. And I noted the importance of collaboration, accountability frameworks, but more specifically collaboration between the different public development banks, especially, and the work you've been doing with AFD and with FIC at country level and on the broader level to have a systemic impact. Thank you very much for that. I keep it in the same order. We'll pass it over to you, Elvin, to hear your thoughts on the main barriers that you might be facing and how you could overcome these.
Yeah, I think there are two types of barriers here. One, the first is more of like systemic, regardless of we talk about climate financing or not, it's there, especially in the developing world. And there are some climate-specific type of barriers or issues that we will be facing in member countries, for example. I think we still need to keep helping member countries to address the market distortions per se, like the barriers to the private sector to enter, and make sure that there's a level playing field for everybody to benefit all of the existing business opportunities in the climate change. My limited experience with the COP over the last 5-6 years, what I see, for example, COP is becoming more of like transforming from knowledge platform or the public platform up to the business platform. Now people come here and speak about the business. They sign deals, they sign business. So it seems that if we do further help the markets we operate with bringing the conduciveness overall ecosystem from the regulatory part, policy making, planning. You hear me?
The sound's gone.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
Hello? Can you hear us? Can you hear me now?
Elvin, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, he can hear. Okay, well, we can't. Sorry. Okay, could you? Elvin, I think maybe we should be able to hear you again.
I can hear you.
Okay, sorry, the sound broke for a minute or two. Maybe you could, start again. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, just turn off my video. Maybe there's a problem with the network. So what I was trying to say is like in addition, when you need to work on the overall ecosystem, but in addition to that, the climate-specific ecosystem or regulatory environment, that's another barrier. That's like Islamic Development Bank Group in general, and part of it is ICB dealing with the private sector. What we face is like in many countries, member countries, they want to build on the climate agenda, climate financing, like with the different financial techniques. One of them is called green sukuk. It's like typically the green bond and in the conventional way. But they don't have a existing or the necessary institutional framework to do that. So we basically need, as a development institution, to assist us, the member countries, to have in place those regulatory environment, for example, to progress on the climate financing agenda. The last issue maybe I will bring also is related more on the political commitment. I see still a weak or insufficient political will or commitment across many developed countries. The relevant political decision makers are not sufficiently willing to press ahead with adaptation, especially. So I think this Congress needs to ensure that the coordination between the ministers, different sector entities, the local government agencies are in place to ensure that the investment plans with adaptation special purposes are translated into feasible projects, programs, initiatives that basically, again, help they achieve their current agenda. Maybe I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Evan. I think we heard everything you said. And I noted the importance of making sure that all the countries are on the same, making sure that you have the same level playing field for all the countries, and so that you can create opportunities and develop commitment through business, through business environments, through enabling business environments. Sorry. To close, to the last person that's going to be discussing on this panel is Dana, and she's going to take us through the main risks and barriers that you've identified at EBRD, particularly in relation to financial intermediation in your business sector.
Yeah, absolutely. So I take it as it's about risk to the transformative impact, actually. I think that the challenge that we are facing now in moving or expanding the focus from the use of proceeds, products, to actual transformative impact is related probably to two key challenges. One is the cross-cutting nature of what we are talking about when it comes to transformation. Because if we look at how financial institutions operate, it's about changing the, capacity and knowledge at the board level, to training the front office, to really understanding how to serve your clients. And that is something that we have identified as a big challenge. And actually the training and capacity building programs that were done in the past, the most successful ones were those that were training employees and staff in banks en masse. So really not just training maybe a couple of people in the financial institutions, but really having everybody in the bank trained and everybody engaged in the climate agenda. So that's one aspect that we have identified as an issue and needs to be taken into account when building up a capacity. But the second is important in particular for emerging markets that we serve. And that is the fact that most of the international initiatives that are there are focusing on the best practice. And everybody is thinking, okay, so what does Paris alignment look like? And for many banks and financial institutions in emerging markets, it's such a challenging journey that very often leading to despair, basically. So what we have focused on is designing our approach in a way that helps to set out sort of tangible milestones along the way. So not only having a commitment, for example, to Paris alignment, but knowing what is my next step in the area of strategy or in the area of climate risk management. Because if we look just at the best practice, for many of the financial institutions, it's like telling them to run from Sharm el-Sheikh to Madrid without a map. Yeah. So I just wanted to leave you with that thought. And back over to you.
Thank you. I think that's an excellent way to end it, and very interesting to see how, yes, you need to focus not only on the ones that are the front runners, but also on the ones that are just starting their journey towards Paris alignment. I think that's something that a lot of us have been working on, and very interesting to conclude with that. Thank you very much. So to wrap up this discussion and give us some concluding remarks, I'm going to give the floor to Rachel Owens, who is joining us as Director of the Climate Finance Programme for the European Climate Foundation. Rachel, thank you very much for being with us today. I know you caught COVID. You were meant to be with us today. I hope you're feeling better, and thank you very much for joining and providing the concluding remarks. The floor is yours, Rachel. I hope you can hear us and we can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you fine. Can
Great.
you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Claire. And thanks so much for such a rich discussion. I'm sorry not to be with you in person, as Claire mentioned. Yeah, so I just wanted to kind of summarize what I've heard today and to maybe bring in a few more elements for us to think about moving forward. I mean, I think it's been a really fantastic conversation because it's really been focused, as Vito said, on kind of solutions and identifying the problems, but really looking at some kind of practical solutions. And so great to hear from such a wide range of stakeholders, which I think is so important in this space. I mean, that's certainly the thing that we know that needs to happen. We need to move away from kind of the talking to the action. So I think that was a really great element of the conversation today. One thing I kind of felt that was missing slightly was the real discussion of the economic reality at the moment, and for many countries, particularly in the developing and emerging markets, looking at high inflation, given the strong dollar as well, and severe indebtedness. And I just think that is an element that we need to bring into our economic analysis of the current situation, because it just makes things kind of even more harder, not to kind of leave on a more difficult note, but I think this is a key challenge that many of these countries are facing, and obviously that's reflected in many discussions that we're hearing around loss and damage, but also around the kind of just transition and what that looks like. And this is an issue all the way from kind of Eastern Europe all the way to many, as I said, of many countries in the developing market. And the other thing I think that is important to kind of to bring up in this environment with these, you know, with you as kind of key stakeholders in this element is around this discussion we had around kind of collaboration and how important that is. And obviously that is key in terms of collaboration, not only on the kind of public finance side, so of the MDBs, IFIs, etc., and them collaborating, but also obviously with the private sector. The one thing I think we do need to acknowledge that there are certain MDBs which are very politically powerful. So looking at the World Bank, for example, and the kind of, I completely understood what Nancy said in terms of, you know, not having a first mover situation, but also there are some MDBs such as the World Bank that is lagging, and when, you know, other IFIs and MDBs look to the World Bank and don't see the leadership that we would like to be seeing as much, I think this does have a huge impact, and obviously that's, you know, connected with the, you know, the position of the US in general, and I also think that's connected with this just transition that we talk about. You know, the World Bank having a very strong position on this is really, really important if we're going to see the type of reform that we want to see. So we heard from Norbert that you know, the financial system is not fit for purpose. I think we can all agree on that. And we also heard about this kind of need to move away from solely focus on lending to really focus on mobilization. And I think one element to add to the discussion that we've already kind of had, which is very relevant, is also this element of kind of de-risking strategies, and how, you know, one of the things we're often hearing is that the de-risking needs to be a bit more strategic when it's coming from MDBs, particularly looking, maybe there's de-risking happening where it doesn't necessarily always need to be happening because there's actually a kind of well-established market. But as, you know, I think Vito and Alvin were saying, there needs to be a real focus on kind of developing those local capital markets, because it feels like the finance may actually exist in the system, but it's that the deals are not kind of ready-made, you know, as Vito was saying, for either the kind of private finance side or the public finance side to kind of step in and provide that financing. So what can we do to really look at it in a holistic way about how to develop those local capital markets, but also looking at, you know, reform, rule of law, governance, etc., which is obviously another key part of an investor's decision. You know, what is the risk appetite related to a particular investment. We heard again from Vito about adaptation finance, and that also feels really key. Obviously, mitigation has to be key in terms of reducing emissions, but adaptation is also going to be key, particularly when we look at that kind of just transition element. And then we also heard about this need to kind of mainstream climate into the institutions. You know, we heard from Dana particularly about the EBRD. You know, everyone should be a climate expert. And I think that's exactly the kind of the direction of travel. I worked in the European Parliament after the financial crisis, and one of the things we were really looking at that time was remuneration and incentives, and how the kind of remuneration incentives had led to the financial crisis. And it feels like we're in the same kind of crunch point right now, and we need to have the whole business model, as everyone has been saying today, really aligned with climate. So that's KPIs, that's individual targets for managers, and that should be both in the private sector and in the public sector. I was slightly concerned to hear from Alice that, you know, some of the assessment was that there are still some projects that are being funded and activities taking place that are climate harming. So I definitely, you know, that should be a base, you know, the particularly from the MDB and from the IFI perspective, that there should just be no kind of climate harming activities happening, but also really looking at what is the theory of change, I think, as Norbert said, and, you know, what is the real world climate outcome, not just an activity, but what is the climate outcome. I come previously from an NGO, and that was, you know, our core business, you know, is what was the real world outcome we want to be seeing. And then just maybe to conclude, two final points. So I think the issue of counterparties was raised very eloquently by Dana. And really, I think that one element that we do need to make sure that there's clear alignment with the regulatory changes that are happening around the world. We heard about the whole kind of BlackRock and US and ESG backlash, which is obviously very relevant, but also in the EU, there are huge regulatory changes happening right now. For example, there's a directive being discussed which would require all major multinationals in the EU or operating in the EU to carry out due diligence. And currently the EU member states are deciding whether financial institutions should also have to carry out that due diligence on a whole range of different topics, but particularly around climate, and should have to have transition plans. But there's a whole range of other regulatory actions. So I think, you know, certainly there needs to be this clear alignment between those regulatory changes happening in the US, EU, but many other countries as well, in Asia as well, development of taxonomies, etc. And together with the kind of shift that we need to see on the public finance side. And then just finally to conclude, it sounded like, and something that we certainly agree with, that there needs to be a real kind of convening space for greater collaboration in the MDB space, in the IFI space, which is focus on collaboration, but also on effective decision making, and but also this kind of accountability frameworks, as we just heard from the representative from AFD, which I think is such a key conversation that we're having right now. We've looked at, you know, on the private finance side, what's happening with GFANs and the kind of pushback we're seeing. It is really important that institutions are held to account for you know, for what they have committed to publicly, and what can we do as a broader community to ensure, you know, as Dana was saying, that there is a clear pathway for all of the institutions that we need to shift capital, and what does that pathway really look like? So thanks very much for having me.
Thank you very much, Rachel, for summarising the discussions really well, and I think we've collectively identified a certain number of topics for us to work on over the next year or coming years. Thank you very much for that. I'd like to extend the thank you to our panellists that were here with us today, and also to the ones, Anya, Alice, that presented in the second part. Thank you very much, and yeah, we look forward to continuing these discussions throughout the year. Thank you, all of you.
Good morning, everyone. I think the indication of the numbers in this room is the fact that we are actually having a graveyard shift. But I think it's not about how many you are in the room, really. It's about the quality of the conversation. So thank you for coming, and I'm looking forward to an exciting session. This session is called Implementing Transition Finance Guide, looking at challenges and opportunities. The way we're going to structure the session is that I'm going to set the scene very quickly, introduce you to our panelists, all three of them at the same time, invite them to make an opening statement, each of them, open up the session to the room for questions to be asked and clarifications or comments. I hope you will participate very robustly at that time. And then I will then ask open-ended questions to each of them to allow them to just expand on their topic of expertise. And then hopefully by then we're all still awake. We can then be able to close the session. So as everybody here knows, how many people in the room are not South African? Welcome. Everybody is South African. It's almost speaking to the converted. Okay, so everybody knows that South Africa has a multi-billion-dollar opportunity to accelerate the shift to a renewable-based power system. Of course, this would mean that the country must leverage the world-class solar and wind resources and strong tailwinds of the global investment community, ramping up onto net zero financing. South Africa could lead an energy transition that drives a very strong economic recovery, especially post-COVID. We all know that the cost of inaction is grim and is unacceptable. Failure to act will be catastrophic for us as South Africans, for the economic recovery of our country, and for the poorest of the poor within our country. We would like to robustly harness the energy transition opportunity, which most certainly will drive areas that are really critical for our economy, such as addressing energy poverty, economic growth, energy security, which we all suffer from. I mean, I'm sitting here, even my app is still telling me there's load shedding right now in my own area. But not only that, but it can position South Africa as a global leader if we get this right. And thus create the blueprint for other developing countries or other jet programs in other countries that are yet to transition to a net zero economy, and learn from us as South Africans the proper way of doing so, or learn from our mistakes and our experimentation what to avoid. Just a couple of things. Our president last week criticized international donors for making it hard for poor countries to gain access to the aid to fight climate change, which is also true. If you've been to COP many years, you'll know that this is a song that has been sung many, many times. And we are all on one hymn sheet, but we don't have the action that follows through. And I'm hoping that maybe in this COP, we might actually see a movement towards that. He also asked for a clear roadmap to deliver on the decision that was made in Glasgow last year. According to him, South Africa requires nearly 90 trillion US dollars for a successful just transition. And I'm hoping that here we are going to be able to achieve the objectives of this session, which are very simple, if my technology here works. We would like in this session to create a platform for conversation for the industry, the DFIs and other players within the financial markets to share experiences around development of credible transition plans. We also would like to have the broader financial market players to share experiences regarding challenges in appraising projects for transition financing. And of course, what are the best practices that we can share to date? How do we leverage those? How do we use those? What are the financial tools that are aimed at accelerating a responsible transition to low carbon development? As a result, I'm really excited to have this panel right next to me. Exciting young voices, young, I'm the oldest probably in this panel, young voices of Africans providing African solutions to the problem of climate change from the perspective of Africa. So I will start with the gentleman there to introduce him, Mr. Eluma Obiako, who has over 20 years of accomplished public and private sector advisory and investment experience, working with a variety of financing entities and infrastructure firms, primarily in the United States and more recently in Nigeria. Welcome. Next to him is Safira Patel. She is an innovative sustainability ECG strategist with 20 years experience as an environmental, developmental finance, and in the sustainability space. She is the head of environment and social governance at DBSA, which is the Development Bank of South Africa, for those who don't know, for your, I suppose for your pleasure. And she leads the development of DBSA's just transition approach and strategy. And next to me is a very robust young lady who's busy with her PhD currently, Priscilla Jersey. She is a chartered development finance analyst and has 20 years experience in finance and energy. Her current position is that of a senior advisor on funding, execution, and the Just Energy Transition Project funding lead at ESCOM Treasury, with a focus on transition finance and climate finance. I welcome my panelists, and I'm going to go back to Mr. Eluma Obiako. If I don't pronounce your name, well, it's not because I don't know, it's because it's too late in the day. And invite you to just make your opening remarks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak on this important issue. And of course, I'm here to represent the Africa Finance Corporation. A couple of quick observations, which is not new to most of you here. Africa suffers significant energy poverty, and in many countries we don't have base load electricity. The issue for us, therefore, in trying to address this challenge and in trying to bring about power is to make sure that as we bring power on, as we bring more generation on, that we do it in as clean a way as we possibly can. But the just transition requires that we recognize that Africa's contribution to the climate crisis, frankly, is very small. In relative terms, perhaps less than 3%. And our need and our development thrust is very significant given where we are today. As an institution, the key area of focus for us are private sector investors who develop projects, especially generating projects, and the issues that they face then becomes more a question of what are the resources available. So is it solar, hydro, wind, etc. So there are real limitations in terms of what exactly are the resources available. Fortunately, in most African countries, the sun shines most of the time, so you do have good solar resources, but you also do not have what we call baseload power. Baseload power is power that you require all the time. And therefore, the key challenge for us in providing baseload power in such countries as Mali, Burkina, etc., or even Senegal, is that they rely on dirtier fuels, HFO, LPFO, etc. This is the reality. So for us, in terms of thinking about net zero, is to think about what are the plans of the countries themselves, is to think about what sorts of technologies can be adopted so that you can meet the needs of these countries today, but over time, put yourself in a position to address, to reduce the environmental footprint of the technology that they adopt today. In real terms, that means that if, for example, I were doing a project, and this is practical, in Senegal, perhaps I can think of a dual or triple fuel plant that can use liquid fuels, that can use gas, and even when using gas, can use more hydrogen in the gas to reduce the environmental footprint of the particular facility over time. So what this means is that you need to be able to get into a project or this project early enough. It's not enough for you to wait for a client to walk through your door with a fully developed project where they already have an EPC contractor, etc., and then you begin to suggest ways for them to take into account climate issues. Those issues need to be taken into account at the design stage. Because of that, we have a project development facility wherein we're able to engage in projects early. And because we're able to engage in projects early, we're able to shape the technology that is adopted. We're able to shape the environmental considerations that are done. And we're able to, over time, help the project evolve. This is on a greenfield basis. One last quick point for brownfields. For brownfields, we're able to also speak to parties about repurposing sites from dirtier fuels to cleaner fuels, about repurposing technologies. And that would mean retrofitting oil burning facilities to burn something else. So these are all technological approaches that have financial implications because people come to you for finance, but you need to meet them at their point of need. That is to say, you need to meet them early, not very late in the process that you're having them start over. I thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for inviting us, the DBSA, onto the panel. It's been quite a pleasure to listen to the previous speaker. With respect to just transition and financing the just transition, I think I'll start with the fact that DBSA is an African DFI, and our mandate is to develop infrastructure, sustainable infrastructure, to facilitate sustainable development and economic growth within the region. So within that context, we play a very critical role for the region and for the just transition and the move towards the low carbon economy. If we take what we're doing from three different perspectives, the internal, the partnerships with our external parties, as well as our projects, I think I'll focus primarily on the internal because that speaks to how we're positioned internally and how we're set up to ensure that we're able to provide and deliver the projects and the infrastructure that would then support our move towards a low carbon economy. So what we're currently doing is we have what we call our integrated sustainable development approach. It's the broad framework of which all the different activities that we're doing across the organization, shall we say, hangs. The reason we have one integrated approach is to ensure that all the different parties, sections, teams within the organization are all aligned and are able to then work together in symphony to facilitate the move that we so badly need. What we've done is we've started to revise all our systems, including our environmental social management system, our safeguards, our policies, and we thought this is a critical move at the start, because if we do not have the right systems in place, we won't be able to bring the right impactful projects into the organization. And even when we do bring the projects into the organization, we will not be able to do our due diligence and also try and mitigate any risk. A key element of this revision of our ESMS and our policies and targets is that we need to move away from looking at your ESMS systems and safeguards as a pure, let's look at the risks of a project, let's mitigate the risks. Within the transition, we need to move away from that completely. What we need to do is look at the projects up front as we develop them, as we design them, and get involved in that stage from a project prep perspective and from a programmatic perspective. And if we can embed issues like gender, biodiversity, natural capital, we won't just have projects that are low risk and mitigate climate change. We would then end up having projects that also speak to issues like gender mainstreaming and ultimately net positive. So what we're doing is we're looking for sustainable projects that reduce emissions, transition us to a low carbon economy, but have a net positive impact. And that net positive is where we start to speak about our natural capital, social issues, impact issues, adaptation and resilience issues, how communities are faring after our projects and before our projects, how many households have been removed from risk and vulnerability due to climate hazards. So it's a general movement, and we're getting our systems in place so we can support this big wave of project that is coming our way and needs to come our way. But we need to make sure that as we develop these projects, we're doing them in the most effective and integrated manner. That then brings us to partnerships, because it's one thing getting your systems internally in place. If you don't have your external partners, let's say IDFC, GCF, JEF, KFW, and all our various credit lines, you won't be able to move the market and move the projects and the programs to start creating those projects. So that's also critically important, and we are leveraging and working with our partners to deepen our impact. And that again speaks to our net positive. And then lastly, speaking about our projects, as an infrastructure bank, we're traditionally used to looking at infrastructure as a grey, concrete, hard infrastructure. We now have to move, and we slowly are moving into considering biodiversity and natural capital as ecological infrastructure. And I think that move will be really important for the bank, for the region, for all of us, is that also facilitates that net positive. So it's not only focusing on low carbon and mitigation projects, it's ensuring that our transition is supported by the right systems and policies, but also facilitates that net positive that we absolutely need for us to move along the trajectory.
Thank you for the invite. In ESCOM, I think we believe in credible transition plans that have finance as a driver and encompasses, transition finance. I'm asked to talk about best practices in terms of the use of transition finance. We know that it is a new concept that is framed differently by different countries and defined differently as a financing, for high-emitting companies to move towards the low carbon print. But also we know that it is a fund that must concentrate in funding the journey to the low carbon. So in saying so, as ESCOM, we believe in appropriate funding mechanisms that will be able to fund the just energy transition. Because if we don't have appropriate mechanisms, then that is a problem, because transition is not business as usual, so we cannot be talking the same funding streams that we were talking with lenders prior the transition. We need innovative kind of structures, both on the debt structures and the non-debt structures. So I'll just make an example as on a recent structure for Komati that I was a lead negotiator on with the World Bank, where it encompasses, it looks at the need holistically instead of cherry picking, because we know that there is that, sort of temptation of cherry picking, because you know that there are non-revenue components that are like the decommissioning, because you have to decommission before you get to repurposing. So why you decommissioning? Obviously, with us, our power stations are coming to the end of life, most of them. But now we don't want to decommission without an alternative, because we have called it a just energy transition. So there has to be justice there, because there's people involved. So if we don't repurpose, then it means that now that is affecting the communities, affecting the workers in terms of job creation. So that part to be funded also is very important. Also, the funding structure, including the repurposing, which is obviously your attractive part with your PVs and all, scaling renewables. And then the last part being the social part. So it is important that we put this, holistically. We don't just fund this and not fund this. So if we treat it as as one component, where we are thinking about the space for those renewables, we are thinking about obviously the repowering, moving towards cleaner energy, but also on that one, we need to prioritize. Sequencing is very important, because we can try to scale up renewables, but if we don't have the grid access, it's an issue. So it's important then to sequence correctly and prioritize that we have the capacity also on the transmission side. And then the social component is where also the philanthropies can participate a lot there, because we've got repurposing initiatives that will not only create jobs, but will also create opportunities for the community to participate in terms of ownership. So that is where I see philanthropies playing, because that area, we know that the unemployment is about 40%. So we're not just addressing people that will be losing jobs because we are shutting down, we are decommissioning. We are addressing the fact that whatever we building, it must not just replace, but also create more job opportunities, meaning go an extra mile. So in terms of looking to the innovative financing also on other structures, because the one I spoke about is the one that is encompassing all three, that is very important for transition, meaning that you're funding the journey and the green. So it is important now to make sure that those instruments you combine, you form a blended solution, so that all the journey is funded till the end. Because if you take climate finance, it funds only green. But then the transition finance funds also the journey. So the last part, I just want to come in on the non-debt instruments. We really need the DFIs to play a role. Actually, we're calling for reform, because the incumbents that are trying to transition are actually now on the forefront driving the transition. It's about the institutions now to be flexible and to catch up in terms of innovative structures. So another structure also I wanted to introduce, where is a sustainable link structure, where you have a matrix that is from your JET strategy, where now your disbursements or your funding will be linked to a transition milestone. So such structures that incentivize decarbonization, it's very important that the DFIs also look into. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all three panelists. One would say this is not a sprint, it's not a marathon, it's a sprinting marathon that we need to do to get to where we need to go. So I will want to open it up to the room and see if there are any comments, additional inputs to what our panelists have already said. Clarification, if you seek a clarification point, and then we can move from there. Can I see by show of hands? Thank you so much.
I had a question from the gentleman. The thorn among the roses. I wanted to ask you if you, in doing what you're doing, because the continent needs a lot of development, and it seems like we have to balance, development with transitioning and climate finance. And so in terms of your own jurisdiction, and it's quite wide, how have you navigated that? Particularly from investment decision perspective, how have you navigated that? And if you've got any words of advice for us that's also on the same journey at a very nascent stage of the journey.
Thank you. We're still navigating it. You're absolutely right that there needs to be a balance. It's very clear to us, though, that the development imperative for Africa is non-negotiable. As I started out, if you sort of think about it, if you were to be very blunt about it, John Kerry made a statement here last week where he said, unless the US and China cooperate on climate, the target of 1.5 Celsius reduction cannot be achieved. And the reason is very simple. The US, China alone is responsible for about 9 billion tons of CO2. Right? Senegal is responsible for less than 10,000 tons of CO2. In comparative terms, if China were to make a 1% differential in what it does, it's more than everything Africa can do. Right? So we're not lost on that. Is it better? Okay, great. So that's not lost to us. So where we see resources in Africa, like gas, like hydro, solar, etc., we try to prioritize it in the balance, recognizing that you have to have development first. The development imperative for us is real and it's now. But as my other colleagues have said, we also have to recognize that we have a moral imperative to preserve the environment. So the projects that we bring into being have to be, number one, as clean as possible, and number two, have to have built into them the capacity to get them cleaner going forward. So we've established systems in-house that allows us to do exactly that balancing that you're talking about. When projects come in the door, if you're a certain technology, we will see if we can restructure it early so that it fits and it does that balance that you're talking about. But it's a tension that we're still figuring out how to manage.
Sorry, I don't see any hands in the room. Maybe let me just ask broad questions to the panel again, just to allow you to have more time. Maybe Safira, what is DBSA doing to support transition financing?
So I think upfront, one of the key things that we need to do to support transition finance in the near future, almost immediately, is linked to our fossil fuel funding statement, which states that we will no longer fund any fossil fuel projects unless they're part of an unambiguous, credible, just transition plan. So what that means is we need to make sure that our clients have a just transition plan that is credible, And that is unambiguous. And that's, I think those 2 points are the most important points, because what happens when you do get a fossil fuel project, which is a transitional project and needs to be funded, but you don't have a credible transition plan in place. So what we've done is we've started to use the CPI guideline on transition plans and how to assess transition plans. And we look at the elements that were in there, we integrated them into our ESMS and our due diligence process. So that helps us to see what the state of the client's just transition space work context is. And from there, we're able to support our clients to develop them. So not to develop them for the clients, but to support the clients to develop them. And in doing so, in the interaction that we have with our clients, technically you're also building that capacity across the region for future projects to already have good transition plans in place, have already considered what their targets should be, have applied their minds to these things. So the next time they come for funding, or if they need funding elsewhere, they have a transition plan in place. And that supports the move towards transition finance. So maybe if I can just recap quickly on how we ensure we have these transition plans in place. You know, they need to be credible. They need to have tight set targets. They need to ensure that there's an implementation plan in place. And again, that implementation plan is another source of finance and financing projects, because once you've applied your mind, you're right, in order for me to do X, I have this transition plan, this is my targets, these are the projects I need to undertake, be they internal capacity building projects or actual funded infrastructure projects. That enables us to see, okay, this is how we can further support our partners and create that pipeline that we so badly need. So it's not just a case of, oh, do you have a transition plan? And if you don't, we don't want to fund you. It's like let's work on this. Let's support you in putting together your transition plan. And that doesn't come in the form of somebody going to do it for them. That comes in the form of guiding and helping and seeing where they can go so that they can have them in place, because that then opens up projects and a pipeline for future projects across the region. So that's critically important for us. And then maybe just lastly, you know, it has to be an institutional approach, not siloed and context specific. And I think I cannot emphasize that enough. When you have a transition plan, it's based on your data, your context, your experience, and I'm talking from an organizational perspective, which means that your bespoke transition plan suits your needs as well as your country's NDCs, as well as your region, and that then starts to unlock all this additional project finance that we need to bring in.
Thanks. And Priscilla, I would ask from you just to tell us, if you can, what can we do to accelerate the production of a clear guidelines for transition finance implementation and investment in order to encourage the participation of local investors, especially local banks, rather than looking outside South Africa, if we can?
In terms of the guidelines, I think the EU taxonomy has done a good job in now including the transition activities. So it's no longer about just, you know, the labeling of the green activities, but they have now gone to a length of, labeling the transition activities. But it's still an ongoing process. I mean, there's other bodies also that have done well in that. Your OECD, they've done a good job on that. But what I'm thinking is that whilst that is still happening, we must not wait for labeling. There's a role for the DFIs, there's a role for philanthropies, as you know, the labeling is ongoing, that to make this happen, we need the DFIs to assist in terms of credit enhancing, in terms of de-risking, so that we are able to accelerate the transition. As you know that we've got fiscal constraints, and you know that the development banks, they want the sovereign guarantees, and we don't have headrooms. So if they can assist with those credit enhancement instruments so that there's no sovereign guarantees required. It will help us to move forward. And also, I think in terms of the philanthropies, like I said, helping with the social studies, any studies we need, owners, engineers, implementing agencies to move this forward in parallel to the guidelines that have been built. But also what was encouraging in this COP on the South Africa side, there's good work that went into that JET implementation plan. So it's a road, it's an investment plan. So it's sort of a roadmap to implementation. So that also give a good guideline in terms of now our pilot, because it's a Catholic fund, this 8.5 billion. We know that we need far more than that, but it will assist as also a pilot, to be able to crowd in the private sector, because I've talked about philanthropies, I've talked about the DFIs, but I didn't talk about the private sector. So it is important that on the blended solution that we crowd in the private sector, we look at the partnership models, your triple Ps and all, so that we are able to partner and be able to deal with this, because it's a big ticket in terms of just the initial, amount we need for the next 5 years as it's put on the plan. Thank you.
Okay, I come from the world of philanthropy, and in 30 years of investment in South Africa is one philanthropy called Open Society Africa, South Africa. We look back and we ask what are the returns, and we are dismayed when we see what is happening, that democracy is in recession, the Gini coefficient hasn't been reduced, poverty is still high, all of that. I'm saying this in order to ask you, each of you, one question. What is the top priority in terms of action as we go back home that needs to be done in order to accelerate the pace towards where we want to be in the next 10 years? Well, let me start with you, even though you're not going back to South Africa, you're going back home. Maybe from your side, you can talk about what are the barriers in terms of your own area to investors who actually want to be able to bring climate not as an add-on, but as part of the design of projects.
I don't know. It looks like this mic is allergic to me. Can you hear me? Okay. It's a good question. I mean, we live our dreams in terms of we're not just lenders as a DFI, we're also investors. So very recently, for example, we invested in a very large platform that has about 1,000 megawatts, ourselves and others, 1,000 megawatts of renewables, right? So, and with that, we are essentially following what we say by investing and then bringing resources to build even more assets that will address exactly the point you're making on the ground, from the construction of these assets all the way through to the production of the electricity, all the way through to the building of capacity of various parties who participate in the process, such as project developers, and to demonstrate for other project developers to pick up the baton and run with it in terms of what we've done. That's the first thing. The second thing is also that we're working with partners, even such as DBSA itself. We're looking to work with them in Senegal and trying to basically get a cross-pollination of processes and ideas to ensure that, number one, basic platforms to achieving our combined objectives, are put in place. Number two, and most importantly, that these sets of processes can be replicated not only by the particular developers that we've worked with, but by other developers who copy what these guys have done. And we will support them in terms of equity, we will support them in terms of debt, and we will support them with mezzanine financing. And if necessary, we will get other parties to help support them in terms of blended finance, as was mentioned earlier, or lower cost of finance to buy down the cost of capital. I mean, one point I didn't make throughout this is that one of the most important things you need to do is to make sure not only that electricity is available, but that the electricity is affordable. And anything that you can do to lengthen tenors, anything that you can do to buy down the cost of capital is vital. The last point, and I think this is a very important point, is that today in Africa we're going into a period where rates are going up. The base rates are going up. The treasuries in various economies are increasing rates. Last year, base rates were as low as 0 or even negative for Euribor. Now it's 300 basis points. This translates into higher tariffs, right? So things actually will be tougher in the next 10 years than they were in the past. That is the reality. So these are things that we have to think about managing from now, and to make sure that we get precisely those results that you're speaking to. I thank you.
Okay, that's a very complex question, but I'll give it my best shot from our perspective. So from the DBSA, as soon as we go back, I think one of the areas we definitely need to work harder on or try and focus on for a little bit, or at least initially, is to get our pipeline going, to try and enter projects at an earlier stage so you can guide and develop the projects right through the process, as opposed to having projects that arrive for funding and you can't influence or do anything about getting additional impact. Again, we're working towards that net positive. Okay. So pipeline development, I think, is one of the most important things. And then secondly, I think it's got to do with your funding models. Traditionally, I could say, funding a renewable energy plant, the models are there. Most investment teams are able to, or all investment teams are able to, think about a solar plant and go, right, I know how to do that, let's do it. We know what the risks are, we know how to manage that, let's get that project through. But when you come up and you say, well, okay, let's start funding other projects, how about you start incorporating natural capital projects into our pipeline, ecological infrastructure? And you say, well, what does it look like? How do we do that? So there are, shall we say, little shoots in the sector, in the industry, of how to fund natural capital and how to integrate natural capital and gender into our projects. But it's not considered an easy project at this stage, and I think we do need to work with our partners to develop those and to come up with those innovative solutions so that it is as easy to fund a natural capital project, a biodiversity project within the infrastructure space as it is as easy to fund a renewable energy project. So once people better understand the space, you're able to create that pipeline and have that broader, deeper impact instead of just carrying on doing one type of a project.
So when it comes to practicalities of implementation, we know that there's catchment of issues. So going back, I think the pilot was a good prototype, but I think it can be improved. So there's lessons learned there, so it can be improved because we obviously rolling other power stations. So this was the first one that we're shutting down. And if you look at the program, there's next ones that we'll be shutting down shortly. So we definitely can improve what we've done so far through consultation and collaboration. So I think that's the first one. But also, to unlock the investment, the bigger funding, we need grant funding. I spoke about owners, engineers, implementation agents, and all those. Those are the resources that will assist us to implement, to fast track the implementation also. So obviously, we need to knock in these doors and get more grant funding that will assist us to sort of take these projects now that we've got this pipeline from concept to bankability, so that we can be able to unlock funding. So I think that is the first priority then when we get home. Thank you.
I don't know if there are any comments from the House. Olympus?
I wanted to ask a question to ESCOM. In terms of, you're doing repurposing now for Komati. Obviously, the program is for a whole lot of number of power stations that you'll be looking at. Is there a conscious decision of the type of technologies that you use for each power station, taking into consideration the JT issues? Is the choice of technology connected to the type of impact that technology would have with regard to JT issues? Thanks.
Yes, definitely. In terms of technology, per power station, so it's not a blanket approach. So per power station, we start with the assessment. So for instance, for Komati, there was a clear assessment of the suitable technologies within that area. So it's area based, and in terms of the JT issues, if there's closure not only of the power station, there's also closure of mines. You know how devastating that situation can be. So when we're choosing technologies, for instance, for Komati it was wind, we did a wind study on the area, and then there's the PV and the BESS. So those type of technologies, obviously for Hendrina, Camden, is still gonna be an assessment if we're still gonna use the same technologies or we need more, even in terms of the measurements, in terms of the capacity, if we don't need wind in that area or not. But they are definitely linked to the justice part of it. They are linked to the community in terms of the needs, because we believe also that it must be a responsible transition. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I feel proud to land us here 10 minutes early in terms of closing time. I don't think anyone who hears their pilot say we've landed early gets very angry. So I'm bringing this session to a close. I think we've had a very robust and very informative decision from our panelists. Unless there's more hands in the room, I am going to use my powers as the facilitator and chair of this session and say it's time for us to go have a drink somewhere and chat and network at this point. Thank you very much.
can you hear us? You're on mute yourself, and if you could get your, if you can switch on your camera, would be nice. Frederick, can you hear us? We're just testing. Maybe he's not ready. Frederick, on Zoom. Frederick, can you hear us? You can't hear us. Oh, he says I can hear you. On the chat, he's. Okay, continue there. Hi, Frederick. Frederick, can you hear us? We need to do a test. Can you hear us? Frederick, on Zoom. Frederick, can you hear us? Checking sound. Frederick, can you hear us now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
I can see the people and hear you.
Thank you.
Yes, I think. No, we're missing the secretary, but she came later. She'll come later. So one, two, three, no, 4, 5, 6 with the secretary. It's okay, I guess. No?
Yes, and the conclusion of that by.
Yeah, but you will join, no?
Yeah, we'll join.
Is the remote working? Yeah? Priscilla, I guess you're the first one to use it, no? Let me... Muhammad. Ah, sorry, yes, sorry, I didn't see you. Okay, we have everyone then. We can begin? No?
Yes.
It's very loud, no? It's okay? Okay. If I may, for the setting. Thank you for joining. That's a crowd. It's 7 and you're still here. Are you sick? Are you offering coffee and pastries at the end? All the buses. So we are here to talk about how national development banks can contribute in supporting low carbon and resilient cities and regions. I am Carlos de Freitas. I will be your person today, tonight. So we have very valuable speakers today. I'm going to call them now. Priscilla Negreiros, you are a CCFLA manager. That's the right title. Can you join us on stage? Because I guess some people are watching. We have Frédéric Audras online. You checked? He is. Perfect. Frédéric is Head of Urban Development, Housing and Planning Division at AFD, French Development Agency. We have Mustafa Sayed. No, Muhammad Sayed. Sorry, from the DBSA. Climate finance specialist. We have Mustafa Kleish, climate finance expert at IDFC Climate Facility. We have Jean-Aloïse Biwole Nguene, Director of Cooperation at FECOM from Cameroon. And we will have soon enough, I guess, Marília Carvalho de Melo, Secretary for Environment of the state of Minas Gerais in Brazil. Thank you all of you for joining us. It's the second week of COP and we are already dying. Mustafa, sorry. I'm so tired, I'm so sorry. You joined only the second week, so you're very fresh. Don't laugh too much because at the end we'll see. Of COP, I'm gonna sit. No, it's too low. So, as Ms. Carvalho de Melo will join later because she has a slight delay from another session, Priscilla, would you be okay to start? So Priscilla will introduce us to 2 publications, in-depth examination from CCFLA on national development banks, context, purpose, what we should be doing better with the NDBs. Do you have the present? Perfect, thank you very much.
So good, so it's going to be more a conversation, which is a lot better than a formal. So please, yeah, just come in if you want, like very happy to show what we are doing. So, and I'm going to be standing because I'm tired of the sitting part. So first of all, let me tell you, if it works. So let me tell you what is the Cities Climate Finance Leadership Alliance, so the program that I run and lead at Climate Policy Initiative. So, oh, that's good. So the CCFLA was actually created in 2014 within the UN system, and the idea at the time was we have more and more, and it's a very good news. It's a lot of echo, this microphone, right? We have more and more organizations working on the urban climate finance space, but not necessarily working together. Now you have to hear me very loud. So what do we need to do? We need to increase coordination, and I think this is so important. We need to do it in so many levels, but particularly on the finance side. But we need to increase coordination with who is implementing projects with cities at the local level, with public and private financial institutions, and all of the other actors that are there. So, oh my God, I'm not pressing, and it's changing. Can you go back? Then CCFLA was created for that purpose, Climate Policy Initiative, which is an advisor analytical organization on climate finance. We got the secretariat in 2019, and now we have more than 80 member institutions from what we call the demand, so city networks, among those FMDV, who is here with us, but also from public and private financial institutions and many other organizations. And our role is to focus, now we can move, mobilizing finance for city climate action at scale, and we do that for a lot of different areas. So building awareness of the city needs, identifying the gaps, bringing solutions, supporting new investment mechanisms, and crafting what we call the strong architecture. So trying to understand a bit the numbers, the tracking, how much finance is going to cities. We do that through action groups that we have, where we have all of that 80 organizations distributed among their interests. And we also host the leadership of Urban Climate Invest at Lucy. So if I can summarize in easy words, is like the champion initiatives that are making a change in this framework, and then we are following their results and trying to increase coordination with them locally. So let's get away from that and let's focus on the topic that we have today, which is NDBs, so National Development Banks. We have identified with our membership that national development banks and their role within urban climate finance was very important, very needed, and there were still gaps on that front, that some work that could be done. And then we worked on a couple of reports with partners to try to understand a bit better this framework, like what is happening on that front. And then we published this first report, Enhancing the Role of National Development Banks, which is quite a intro report to understand. I'm going to show some results. If you want to access, you can just put your phone, otherwise just go to our website and it's there. Can you come back? And then we have published a follow-up report, which is leveraging the role, and then trying to expand and go a little bit deeper, talking with the banks, trying to create a framework to understand like what is a good like a national development bank that is doing like a straight, working well with urban climate finance, how they are doing, what are the areas that they are working that like allows them to do it, and then like taking some lessons learned from that and working also a bit on policy to try to bring these messages for other banks and other cities. So that's what I'm going to very quickly show some results of. So just to start, I think most of you work at the city space, and if you are, you're following all the presentations on the cities. Like, if you're not, very important to reinforce why cities are important when we're talking about climate particularly. So it's where the population, the big part of the population is where most of the energy is consumed, most of the emissions, but it's also most of the economic growth, so generate 80% of the global gross domestic product. Most of the government spending also happen at the city level when we're talking about national transfers, so there is big important. And although I still think that it should be more than 2/3, but the NDCs are mentioning cities. It's mostly where this change needs to happen. So this is just to show you, okay, like we definitely should be talking about cities when you're talking about climate finance. And although all of that, cities is still, if we're talking that we have challenges to actually, and COP is all about that, right? Climate finance. We have a lot of challenges to actually get the finance to the climate infrastructure needs. If we say that nationally is a challenge, at the city level, it's like we can even double or triple this challenge. It's even harder for cities to get access to the finance they need to make the changes on infrastructure, on resilience. And this is due to many, many different reasons. I'm not going to talk about all of them, but for example, in terms of frameworks, cities have a lack of capacity to integrate climate and infrastructure planning. They need a lot of technical assistance to do it. Just to bring up some examples, in terms of project, I think what is most talked about is a lot of the projects that the cities develop are not necessarily interesting for not even public or private finance, so they have a lot of difficulties in raising the money to do the changes, and sometimes grants are not available as they should. And in their investment level, of course, on the supply side, there is a lack of knowledge on how to fund this kind of project, but also a lack of suitable instruments available. And we think that actually national, next slide, development banks can play a really key role on that, and for many reasons. One, national development banks are necessarily local, working. They know the reality of the country, they know the regulation, they work with local frameworks, so it's a lot easier for these banks to actually participate and have access to municipalities. A lot of the national development banks is a very large concept. They are not one entity, each one works in one way, but a lot of them can actually have access to public and private financial institutions, so they could actually be able to fund cities. A lot of the cities don't have this access to direct public and international public markets, so they could be a very interesting mechanisms to come up with the funds. And we have a lot of different reasons why we think NDBs should be working more and looking at municipalities. A lot of them are, but looking at specifically climate infrastructure projects. So if we go on next slide, only 4% of public development banks are specifically mandated to finance local governments, and this is a very interesting data in terms like that we were able to identify. So there's a lot that we should do in that front, and that I know that we are already starting to do through the ICI and the IDFC, and there's a lot of space to grow, and that could be a very important and good opportunity for cities. Very quick, next slide. So NDBs, they can play the role through all of the value chain. So when we are talking about like, okay, but what can NDBs do? They can help the concept and design role of the project. A lot of cities, as I mentioned before, have difficulties in putting that together for lack of capacity. They can also work on the pre-feasibility stage, participate in CapEx and development plans, also on the feasibility stage, and of course they can implement, they can fund. So we think that NDBs can play a very different role through a lot of different instruments. They differ on what they can do. It's very hard to generalize, but we definitely see throughout our study that they can go from grants to technical assistance, but also like on equity, debt, and other types of instruments that could be very beneficial, such as like to diminish risks, such as guarantees, insurance, etc. So in terms of findings, what we did, it's trying first to identify the common barriers from MDBs. We have interviewed a number that went, I think, around 30 NDBs from all around the world. So trying to understand what they were doing, who was working at the city level, who wasn't, what is the kind of barriers they were facing. So of course, in terms of policy and regulatory barriers, we see the problem of legal structure. A lot of these NDBs don't have the legal mandate to do urban climate finance projects. The thing about the mandate is quite important. So some of them actually not working on climate or not working on that because it's not requested of them to do it. In terms of institutional barriers, of course, there's a lack of resources and sometimes even sectorial expertise to work on local infrastructure. A lack of bankable projects at the local level, and a weak internal capacity to support through TA. A lot of those banks not necessarily have TA assistance, so technical assistance facilities. And of course, like financial barriers. Some banks that we know are, of course, more developed, have access to international markets, but not necessarily all of them. So this lack of a capitalization, sometimes it can be a barrier for the banks. Good, so we develop a maturity model just to try to understand what it means to be, like what the banks need to have to actually be able to fund urban climate finance and try to implement and then understand a bit of the main areas. We first analyzed the barriers and then we went through the enabler areas. So we divided into bankable projects, the capacity building, dedicated fund for cities, green sustainable bonds, international climate fund accreditation, which was a big topic, and research mobilization. Of course, you can have a lot more details in the study, but that's, next slide. That's what the maturity model looks like. So we made like this analysis, and then with the banks that we interview and we analyze, we try to understand where they were on these areas and what would it mean to be developed. I'm not going to get into detail because we don't have the time, fortunately, because it's a bit late. If we have the time, it would be bad for you. But then we believe that all of these areas are important in different ways. Some banks are actually doing quite an interesting job on the urban climate finance develop without necessarily being on the top of all of them, but these are a way for us to measure and try to understand where they could improve. Next slide. We have like case studies through, so like with the banks that we interviewed, just one very quick that was interesting. We talked with PT SMI, which is like a national development bank in Indonesia. They were founded in 2019, and we tried to understand. They have a devoted resource mobilization unit for blended finance from international DFIs to work with cities. So basically they created a specific fund to be able to do it, which is quite an interesting example. So they were able to capitalize there and then send specific funds for Indonesian cities and then develop the project through project preparation. So this is quite an interesting example of what a development bank can do if it has on its mandate. So we did, like, for example, for PTM SMI and other banks, this kind of analysis, and we found this is a very interesting one. And finally, at the report, we tried to put some conclusions and recommendations on how could we improve. Like, we have a couple. We actually designed it as policy briefs, so like what national development banks need to do. So international finance institutions, they have a really big role. We always say that cities have a big challenge trying to reach to these institutions. A lot of them MDBs, they don't lend directly to cities. This is a problem as they need to go through national development banks. So what can they do more? And definitely advise MDBs in developing and utilizing the risk instruments to catalyze this investments, support them with innovative capital. So there are a lot of main areas they could do to support NDBs to increase the funding for urban, so for cities. National governments actually have a big key role. It's not true in all the countries with all the NDBs, but a lot of them are actually public and linked with the government, so they have the power to discuss mandates, to increase the policy on that sense. So we definitely think that like national governments should review, update these mandates and improve the infrastructure in urban development. I'm just highlighting some, but we actually have a lot of recommendations. For city officials, of course, like it goes on the basics, but like develop a city climate action plan with national priorities. It's very helpful. Also, if you want to work with the NDBs, most of them, like working with climate, they are linked to the national priorities. So actually being able to do all these links is useful. And then I'll just mention one on the NDBs, which is build a strong relationship with this ministry, commitment to support cities. Which is also like, of course, like a lot of the NDBs not necessarily will be able to do it, but it's very important that their mandate is changed and that they can actually support cities. So I will stop because I think I spoke a bit too much. Thank you. Okay, sorry.
Thank you. Whoa. Mustafa will be the second one to speak. Just to echoing. You want Frederic first? No? Okay. So, sorry. No, it's important just to remind us all that subnational financing is a frontier market, basically. NDBs have been existing for decades, centuries actually, but the market of subnational financing is new for everyone. And just on the last recommendation on getting a connection with ministries of finance, they have The thing is, ministries of finance are not interested in subnational financing yet. The link between urbanization and climate, decentralization, and the fact that all infrastructure is under the responsibility and the design of local and regional governments, it's not yet there in their mind, in the administration of ministries of finance. That's the very core component, because all the recommendations could be alleviated and we could go faster on supporting NDBs in creating this market if there was something happening at that level. This is why the advocacy on what we call subnational development banks, because we say basically that every NDB that has a department, a fund, a product dedicated to financing subnational is a subnational development bank. And you just remember also that the biggest innovation that you will find in the papers right now are the green banks, which are very basically a team of financial engineers who have a very clear mandate on financing climate projects. They get the funds and they are implemented in their area of activity in the state cities. It's very direct and vertical integration of the subnational market in the process of implementing the bank, and it's very successful, and it's basically deals for subnational infrastructure. Yet, Mustafa, Mustafa Kleish, you are climate finance specialist at the IDFC Climate Facility, and I think you have good news for us, no? On accompanying NDBs.
You will tell me after my presentation if this is good news or not. Thank you, Carlos. Just to complement what said Priscilla just before me, maybe talking about figures. That you know that the cities are facing this double challenge of climate mitigation and adaptation, and in fact they have very few money for doing that. The World Bank said that they need about $4 trillion to meet this challenge, and today they have few billions to do that, which is far from enough. Maybe the good news is that you know that the national development banks altogether have an asset of about $5 trillion, so they have the resources maybe to help. They have also some advantages that Priscilla just mentioned before. I will add one maybe that you didn't mention, is that they can provide the fund in local currency, which is important, without charging any transactional cost. This is an important thing for many cities. So take into account that, I think that we can do it, the NDBs can do it, but they have some barriers that just Priscilla mentioned. I would like, on the top, that's the one that you mentioned, that they have also some weaknesses, like, for example, the capacity to understand what are the needs. You know, the fact that there is competition for a bank between the different the projects of the cities and the other kind of projects. And the urban projects are always complex projects, very lengthy projects, a lot of time, a lot of risks beyond that, which make them not very attractive. And they are also public projects. I know some IDFC members telling me that they don't want to invest in cities because it's too risky. They prefer to provide money to the private sector because it's less risky in summary. So what we have, we have to provide also some technical assistance to the IDFC members, to the NDBs, to help them to crowd in this sector. And the project that I'm going to talk about is really that. The idea is going straightforward on working with the NDBs in a small number of countries to have a pilot phase for something around how we can make the projects, how we can make the investment going through real investments in the urban sector. So this is the project that I'm going to talk about today. it's the concept is you have here the summary of the concept. It's very simple. Is the really to invest in the cities in order to reduce the greenhouse gas emission. This is really what we are looking for, not to make technical assistance for the sake of making technical assistance, is to have real impact. And to make the banks, the national development banks, in emerging developing countries, so we have, for this phase, we have 5 countries, Brazil, Colombia, Mozambique, Indonesia, and South Africa. In all these countries, we are going to develop projects in order to improve the readiness of the NDBs, to make projects, and also to increase their commitment. So far, looking at these 2 very important objectives. So at the end, you can back, please. At the end of the project, we will have projects, a pipe of bankable projects. We will have a tailor-made instrument. We will have also the trying to improve the enabling environments of the cities, regulatory and institutional framework. We have also the idea of how to create the condition for the private sector to crowd in. It is important to have this role of the NDBs as a bridge between, from one side, the financial markets, the private sector, the international fund, and in the other side, the municipalities. It is an important role, how we can enable that role more deeply. And also, because financing projects is financing information, is financing knowledge, the importance of lessons learned through this project, how we can take these best practices and disseminate them within IDFC, but also outside IDFC, and make all the NDBs benefit from them. So what are the target group? All the banks that I just mentioned before, the municipalities, of course, the national government authorities. So it's a multidisciplinarity approach. We have to have all the actors around the project, private sector, the multilateral and bilateral development financial institutions. This will be done through 5 work packages. One around the development of project pipelines, financial instruments, the regulation, and the institutional frameworks, the potential for private sector engagement, and of course the knowledge exchange. And we have here CCFLA who can help us in that, because it's very important, again, that we use the results of this project, these activities, to disseminate around, to make this usable for others. So for the project organization, it's something very classical, and we are not reinventing the wheel. But it's important to say that we will work with all these stakeholders. We will have a steering committee, so we will to ensure that there is a great coordination between all the actors, and a strong PMU, because we need to deliver expertise, very well-designed expertise for all the actors, the feasibility study, and the capacity building. And around we have all the important actors there. For quickly, the implementation schedule, it's a long journey, but we started some times ago. So we are here at the development of the proposal. We hope to finalize this development phase within the next 8 months, to be in position to start the implementation during the fall or at the beginning of 2024. And what was also important as the last point, if I come to that, is NUCA is program is part of a family of projects. It is important to have this coordination in place. As Priscilla saw you this very impressive map of, I don't know how, tens of different actors. It is important to have this coordination, and I think that is important that we have already this mapping of the I would say the Wiki family projects there. But of course, there are also the other projects outside this family with which we need to coordinate. The idea is really to create synergies to ensure that we don't use or waste resources and to make everyone focus on really supporting the project, the cities, and the National Development Bank. So I stop here, and I leave you the floor, Carlos, for the rest of the session.
Thank you so much. Yeah, you can applaud. Yeah, a lot of money there, so applaud. Uh, no, before I think Frédéric will be the next one. Is he still online? Yeah, Frédéric Audras. Yes, you are. Hi. Are you cozy in your office in Paris while we are like sweating here at COP?
Yes, I was sweating in our credit committee all the afternoon, so.
Thank you for joining us. AFD has been investing and partnering with a lot of national development banks and subnational development banks in several countries. Can you talk about can you let us know what are the results of these investments and partnerships and how they create confidence in the market? Are you free? No. Oh, okay. Can you hear us? Yeah? Can you hear me? Okay, great.
I have a short presentation. I don't know if it works. Yes, no, it's not this one. That's.
Yeah.
I don't know if
just
you have time to receive it.
Yes, don't worry. It's coming.
Okay.
We are all very tired here. And
okay, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
So you can go to the next slide. Just to say that first, how do we support financial institutions to integrate climate change and to integrate climate change by financing cities? So that's the main objective of this session. First, I would like to say that we strongly support the development of domestic lending markets to local public sector, because as Mustafa said, we have an issue of a local currency. So in many countries, it's impossible, because institutionally it's not possible to for a city, for a region, to get some loans from external banks. I mean, multilateral bank or bilateral banks like AFD or KfW, for example. So, in order to promote financing to cities for the urban climate development, as you said, we need to find other ways. So one way is to help domestic lending market to local public sector. Another way could be guarantees, implementation of guarantees. We are just starting now a guarantee mechanism in Africa, and we hope to extend it to other continents such as Latin America and Asia in general, with the support of EU. But I will tell you more maybe in a few months. It's currently under discussion and negotiation with the European Commission. So the next slide. So I would say first that supporting financial institution, local financial institution to finance cities in order to finance investment programs that will be beneficial for the fighting against climate change, we need to consider three levels. First, at the level of the institutional strategy, we must, with this dialogue with the financial institution, we must take into account that we must convince these financial institutions that there is something to do. There is a strong association with the activities in financing cities for climate investment program with the emission targets, and we must help them to also to understand what is their current portfolio if they are already financing cities. We must fix with them climate finance targets. It could be very short, could be very low, but it's important to fix. We must, show them what we are doing with other banks, other financial institutions, and in order to set international standards And we must help them to create, within dialogue with the central government, with other donors, other multilateral donors, we must support them to create enabling environments through country support policy also. Second, at country and sector level, it's important to connect the long-term strategy of a country for the climate change with the development of activities of this financial institution towards the city. We must help them to understand that they have to know better what will be their trajectories, emissions trajectories for the country and even for the regions. And lastly, at the project level, when they are financing the projects for a municipality, first what we are doing as a global support is to help them to define the project inclusion and exclusion list. That is to say, for example, fossil sources will be excluded from that. If you want to find renewable energies for cities, if they want to, for example, to finance also, it could be solid waste management, etc. What we can do, but we can put as an inclusion and as an exclusion list. Also, it's important to see if, when they build their economic model, if there is a possibility to include the greenhouse and gas emission in association with a fictitious carbon price, in order to create an economic model to see if it's, if this kind of investment program for this city in particular is a good objective, if it will fulfill their objective. So next slide, please. So what will be the goals and the main source of leverage here? Next slide, please. First, we will work on the governance of the financial institution and promote a structural dialogue between financial institution and the climate change process management support and financial aspects. So that's very important, to include climate change as a key element of the strategy of the financial institution. Also to support the establishment of the financial institution, that is to say, actions concerning the governing bodies. Governing bodies could be the board, it could be the credit committee, could be, so in the credit committee you can include what we have, for example, in AFD, which is sustainable development advice, including also the calculation of the climate co-benefits for adaptation or mitigation. Also promoting dialogue between multiple parties, between the financial institutions, the local or national financial institution, and all the ministries. Also the ministries that are concerned with urban development or with the decentralization, for example. And also dialogue with the banking supervision authorities, because financing cities is taking a risk, and financing investment program for cities to tackle climate change is a kind of a risk also. So we need to have, I would say, the same commitment for the financial regulation for the financial institution. For adaptation and mitigation, what we are doing currently is to assist financial institutions to identify which projects cover adaptation and mitigation concern at regional level. So that's a way also to help them to create a methodology of to analyze the climate benefits. Also, we will support the financial institution to understand its portfolio, to have a very good qualitative knowledge of its current portfolio and of its future portfolio, and also to increase the percentage of climate compatible projects in their portfolio. And also in what we call the project cycle, which is a kind of the appraisal process from the identification of a project to the credit committee and then to the approval of the board to propose a loan to a city. We will ask financial institutions to produce a list of applicable documentation in the country for local investment planning. They need benchmark to do that, and we can help them to do that. We will help them also to do an analysis of the regulatory framework, indicating the distribution of competencies of different local authorities, could be provinces, regions, municipalities, etc., to understand fully what will be the impacts of the implementation of an investment program, and also what will be the necessary connection between each level of local authorities. And also, in the end, it's an inventory of applicable framework documents at local level focusing on the consideration of climate change. So it could be a national framework, and this national framework will be declined in each region, in each territory of a city. So there will be then a connection between the national public support for this national framework and the implementation of the investment program of a specific city. So that's very important to see that there will be the national government support for this program, investment program. So it will reduce the risk, it will help the financial institution to better understand what kind of projects they will finance and what will be the social, climate, inequalities, effect, etc. of these projects. Next slide, please. So that's an example of our, which is quite a sum up, but example of our methodology when we are providing a credit line and a technical assistance to a financial institution in order to help this financial institution to develop a dedicated strategy to finance local authorities for their urban climate development. So first it could be just a policy action plan. It will be the start. I mean, for a financial institution, we will start only to finance cities. It will be the beginning. So technical assistance there will be optional, and we will disburse the loan only with the condition to see what will be the prospect, and with I will say with a short analysis of the impact of the projects. So in this case, internally, we will say that the amount, the qualification of climate finance, in this case, will be 40%. 40% of the total loan which will be disbursed. Second, it will be supporting an action plan on two axes: policy and system. That is to say that this financial institution now is more mature, is ready to not only to finance but also to provide technical assistance for the preparation of the projects. So we will consider here that the qualification of climate finance will be 70%. And the last one, it could be, for example, we work with dedicated financial institution to finance local authorities for that. I mean, the best way would be to have an action plan with two axes: policy, system, and performance. That is to say that we will disburse all the credit line, we will provide mandatory technical assistance and a strong technical assistance, in order that all the disbursements that we will do from our credit line to the bank will be conditioned on the achievement of results. So there is a strong and important control in order to see that, in order to check the real impact, the climate impacts of this of the financing. And then in this case, I mean, that's at the best case, it will be 100% qualification of climate finance. Next slide, please. I will give you an example of what we are doing in Morocco, because we have already worked with DBSA and other financial institutions, but they will talk in this session. So I've just chose the FEC, which is Fonds d'équipement des communes in Morocco, because they are not invited, so I can speak about the projects that we are financing with them. So next slide, just few details about Morocco. It's, as you know, an advanced regionalization because there is a strong decentralization process in Morocco. And what is important is that the local investment is now more and more important. There is a strong importance of the financial transfer from the state, and also they can get local taxes, and they have predictable financial transfers, and also the financial decentralization is really transparent in Morocco, so it helps really to create and to reinforce that kind of financial institution, which is the FEC. Next slide, please. The FEC is a dedicated financial institution to finance municipalities, to finance local authorities, and they can also provide, because they're a state-owned company, they can also provide technical assistance to local authorities. So they are one of the best candidates that we met to help them, to support them, to push further their ambition for climate change. So next slide, please. About feedback of our first program. So in 2017 we proposed them a credit line of 100 million. It was fully disbursed with a goal of 25% of 100 million euros, which will be disbursed to finance climate urban investment program for local authorities. So it was just the start. It was kind of an incentive here, and we provided them technical assistance of 1 million euro to establish an environment and social management system, building and financing of climate co-benefits projects, validation, implementation of a social responsibility approach, etc. So we help them to create their own internal process to analyze the project, to prepare the project with the local authorities. So it works well because they were above the target. They reached 28% instead of 25%. So it was a good start with the Fonds d'équipement des communes. And next slide, which will be the last one. So now we are starting what we call the phase 2, the second phase of this support. We want to push further the ambition. We will provide more technical assistance, and we will fix a level of 40% as a target climate globally, including many sectors. To do that, we will provide a strong technical assistance. We are currently asking EU to provide subsidies for the FEC. So that's a good start. It works, but it works also because this financial institution, as Fonds d'équipement des communes, is strongly organized and as a national field of activities. So they can finance any kind of authorities. So that's very important. They don't really create markets. They are reinforcing the market, and they are they are really working for the national government. So that's one of the best cases that we have as the Western Union for EFD. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Frédéric. It was a bit long, but it was really interesting, you know.
Yeah,
no, because we went in depth, so it will be easier for the other speakers to go short. Mm-hmm. No, thank you very much, Frédéric, because it was really interesting. It was, and just to say that it takes that long, and those kind of processes to go and strengthen these kind of players, it's and you link a long-lasting partnership. This is why we need DFIs like AFD to support with certain programs this kind of emerging market, which is subnational financing. Mohamed, you've been very patient. Merci beaucoup, Frédéric. You've been very patient. You are from DBSA, which is a champion in Africa for subnational level financing. You have a presentation and it's in. I'm going to give you the floor right now.
No, thank you so much. I promise I'll be 5 minutes. So I think the intention here is just to give you some examples of some of the initiatives we've established in order to support cities in particular. And initiatives where the primary objective is to achieve climate impacts. So obviously we do a lot of work with cities and municipalities, as part of our normal course of business. But these are initiatives, where we try to mobilize climate finance and develop, innovative finance mechanisms to achieve climate impacts. Can I have the next slide? Oh, let's see, is it this one, yeah? All right, so I think before I go into the examples, just very briefly, lots of acronyms here, but I think most of you are familiar with these acronyms. So as DBSA, we try and mobilize climate finance through various channels. We have a national green fund, which we've been managing for a number of years now, where we look at piloting initiatives to support South Africa's transition towards a green economy, and cities, are certainly a big target, in terms of, that particular fund. But by far, the largest, funding that we've mobilized in order to design programs, and our approach is very much, as you'll see in examples, a programmatic approach. We want to establish climate programs across key sectors, all DBSA sectors. And cities, can either be, recipients of those programs, can certainly access funds through these programs, as you'll see a bit later. And of course, the largest source is your UNFCCC finance mechanisms, including your Green Climate Fund. And I'll show you some examples of facilities and programs we are currently implementing and busy developing. We're also accredited with the Global Environmental Facility, and of course, our partnership with IDFC, and being a member of IDFC, learning in terms of best practices, in terms of, various tools, in terms of GHG emission, measurements, but also being able to partner with other members in terms of getting climate specific action credit lines, as well as bonds. As you know, our first bond was through AFT. So if I can just go through very quickly just a couple of examples of some of these facilities, and very much aligned to some of the recommendations that Priscilla mentioned in terms of how do we de-risk projects in order to catalyze private sector funding, whether it's in support of cities or just to support private sector to implement climate mitigation adaptation projects. So one of the first initiatives which we tried to access and mobilize climate finance for was the establishment of a climate finance facility, which is very much based on the Green Bank model you've mentioned earlier, Carlos. And the intention here is to provide, credit enhancement, tenor extension across various mitigation sectors, including renewable energy, transport, as well as on the adaptation side, where we focus on the water sector. And in this particular case, the intention is to obviously crowd in private sector and mobilize funding in order to achieve impacts. Another program which if you just go to the previous slide, which is very much aligned to, or very similar to the Climate Finance Facility in terms of providing credit enhancement. This is specifically focusing on supporting South Africa's embedded generation initiatives. As you may be aware, there's been some transformation, in the legislation, which allows us to now look at opportunities around the embedded generation market. And what we tried to do here was to support embedded generation projects that are not backed by sovereign guarantees. And in this case, cities could be off-takers, or they could, in fact, also, develop their own embedded generation projects. However, what we have found is that your secondary municipalities, or cities in particular, require support to develop those projects, feasibility support. So we have managed to get some support from UK Pact in order to support a few cities in terms of developing embedded generation projects and undertake pre-feasibility studies that could then feed into this program. I'm just going to spend the last 2 minutes just talking about other initiatives that we're looking at, specifically focusing on cities. So we can just go through the next slide. Or I'll try using this thing here. All right, so one program we're very excited about is a water reuse program for South Africa. It's part of a much larger national water program. This particular initiative, again, we're planning to go to the Green Climate Fund for support. We've managed to receive grant funding to design the program. And the intention is to create a new asset class in the sector and to see how we can support cities, with water reuse infrastructure. And again, it's very much a programmatic approach. We have lots of requests from different cities in South Africa to support water reuse, and it just doesn't make sense for us to go to GCF on a project-by-project basis. So we decided to develop a program specifically for this particular, sector, and design initiatives and instruments that could, unlock support for water reuse infrastructure. So in this case, we are looking at potentially concessional loans from GCF, as well as a very strong a large project preparation component based on the lessons we've learned from previous programs, where we certainly see the need for cities to access preparation funding to obviously design bankable case studies. And we're also looking at a guarantee component as well, just to de-risk these projects. The last slide is, or the last two slides, if I can just get this thing going. We also have developed another program with GCF support, project preparation support, to design a program around the waste sector, where we see a lot of secondary municipalities specifically that are struggling in terms of access to finance, in terms of diverting their waste from landfills. And here we've identified alternative waste treatment options, and looking at developing and implementing a program to support secondary cities with supporting municipal solid waste treatment options. Next slide. The last program which we're quite excited about as well is where we're trying to complement GCF funding with JEF funding, and it's around the transport sector, looking at electric vehicles. And to date, we've designed a concept with for GCF support, with three cities in South Africa, around the rollout of electric buses. So the idea is, with the JEF support, to look at, maybe piloting a few projects or designing some of those pilots, looking at the, the policy environment, enabling environment for rolling out e-buses, and then approaching the Green Climate Fund, to scale up those activities. So this is still at a very early stage of development, but again, it's just another example of a program which we're trying to look at in focusing on the transport sector, where cities could obviously benefit in terms of support. I think that's it from my side. Just one more point just to mention, and I think it was raised by the other colleagues. There's a big need to obviously support cities in terms of planning their infrastructure plans and incorporating climate considerations. So currently we are engaging with our programming unit within the bank in terms of trying to maybe access readiness support from GCF and support, cities in South Africa where we could assist these cities in terms of incorporating those elements in the infrastructure plans, especially around developing climate vulnerability assessments, which, as you may be aware, is a strong requirement for adaptation projects if you want to access, the highly concessional funding from the GCF. Thank you so much.
Wow, you're a champion. I have you for speaking in many events now. Thank you so much. We're gonna go on with the African perspective on how NDBs and the subnational development banks can really support with financial engineering, because that's what you are doing basically, yeah? Designing the products that the cities need, and you get access to the funds at the international level because you are fit for purpose. They are not, and you are the right intermediary. So Jean-Aloïs Biolay Ngeme, can you join us now on the stage? You are Director of Cooperation at FECOM, a very different kind of subnational development bank from Cameroon.
Thank you very much. I'm really sorry I don't have a very good English, then I will make the presentation directly on... Okay. Then I'm presenting the apologies of the General Manager of FECOM. Yes, Mr. Philippe Camille Akwa, for his absence, and I will present For the FECOM, I will present the activities of the FECOM. Then you know the transfer of skills and its technical and operational counterpart, which is local development, are now accepted by African states as an irreversible direction for economic emergence and governance. Thus, devolution is observed in the majority of states from the central level to sub-state entities, such as cities and regions. However, the issue of mobilizing the financial resources needed to carry out these responsibilities remains a major concern. In some countries, structures dedicated to the technical and financial support of cities exist under different statutes. They constitute mechanisms of intermediaries for transferring resources from the central state to the cities and regions. In the case of Cameroon, a well-thought-out tool has been put in place to support local authorities in general, both in the mobilization of resources and in the preparation and financing of projects. Then FECOM, this is FECOM, was created in December 1974. It's a financial institution has the task of mobilizing resources and financing municipal and regional projects. The institution has developed financial products adapted to the specificities of local authorities and regions, from a fraction of the national fiscal resources returned to the municipalities and region trust an equalization system. FECOM also conducts with its partner, German Cooperation, European Union, GIZ, KfW, COMSA, sorry for the traduction, but also United Nations system agencies like UN Habitat, FAO, UNICEF, UN Women, several development programs at the local level. On support for local governments in the financing of investment, in the education, health, gender, support for displaced and refugee population, securing drinking water supplies, access to energy and waste management. The FECOM, which is certified to ISO 9001 and ISO 14001 standard, is also preparing accreditation for the Green Climate Fund and the Adaptation Fund. With 40 years of experience in financing local government, FECOM has been one of the main promoters of the establishment of an exchange framework between African decentralization financing institutions that allow a dozen public and private entities to share their experience, opportunities, and constraints in the context of decentralization in each country. It allows a dozen public and private entities to share their experience, opportunities, and constraints in the context of decentralization in each country. These institutions were recognized by the new urban agenda adopted in Quito, Ecuador at the third Habitat Summit. These institutions were recognized by this Habitat 3 Summit as a real catalyst for financial resources and accelerators of local financing. Last October in Abidjan, the Director General of FECOM, Mr. Philippe Kamiakoa, participated in the launch of the African Alliance of Territorial Banks, BDT, an initiative led by the FMDB and supported in particular by AFD and FECOM. Last October, this dialogue and exchange framework aims to strengthen the role and capacities of the banks of the territories to expand and improve their financial and technical services, consolidating local and regional projects portfolio to improve access to finance and sustainable investment on the African continent. The main focus of the Alliance is the facilitation of peer dialogue and multi-stakeholder partnerships to encourage the raising of additional financial resources from sovereign and non-sovereign donors the promotion of sustainable investments, the strengthening of the visibility and strategic role of territorial banks, and the structuring of the Alliance contribution to global agendas. At the end, the COP27 taking place on African soil is therefore an opportunity for the financing institution of the cities and regions to consolidate its achievements, through dialogue with other actors in order to continue the advocacy on the structuring of the financing offer at the local level that should constitute and should be an essential alternative to the fight against climate change. Thank you.
Your English is fine. Your reading? So, sorry. Paul Kronjäger, Policy Officer, International Climate Policy and Urban Development from the German Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action. You are closing the session. And I would like, before you speak, because Mustafa showed me we have 44 people online. Thank you so much for following us. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. De Freitas, and I'll try to keep it short. I know it's late. Well, thank you all for your extremely valuable inputs. It was very exciting. I think we skipped the discussion, but that's okay. We can discuss after. I think we really convincingly heard today that NDBs are really key players to enable investments in urban climate action from different perspectives. That was super interesting. They have a huge comparative advantage relative to international financiers. They know the local environment, the market, they can lend in local currencies, and they can intermediate funding from international climate finance and also from bilateral sources. So the majority of financing for city infrastructure really comes from national sources. One example is BNDES from Brazil that has a dedicated credit line for urban infrastructure. But as we heard from Priscilla, for instance, there are also many institutional barriers still facing NDBs in the urban sphere. And that's why I'm really, really excited today and really proud that we can finally kick off our new 20 million euro project, ICI project, the NDB's Urban Climate Action Program, which Mustafa presented very well. So very happy on that. I think the NDBs themselves are part of the consortium, 5 NDBs. It's a new approach to also working with partners, I think, in our international climate initiative from the German government, and they put their own funds also into this project, which is exciting. I think DBSA is one of the partners in that project, so looking forward to working with you. And the core mission of the project really, as Mustafa said, I don't have to repeat it, it's really to enable the realization of urban climate-friendly development and to empower the NDBs to deal with different sources of climate finance and to also mobilize climate private capital. I think that's really the big thing right now, and I think we really need to look into it. And I'm also happy that we're connected with CCFLA and through IDFC with many other NDBs also in the sphere. So now I'm talking longer than I was supposed to, sorry. Anyway, the NUCA program really is one of the new flagship members of our ICI family initiatives that support national, subnational climate finance and urban infrastructure. We also have the City Climate Finance Gap Fund, which supports cities in the early stages of project development, which is implemented by the World Bank and the EIB and GIZ, and we also have other projects. So, really, to close it out. I lost my track, sorry. Also, anyway, I think NUCA can work with other initiatives beyond the whole German-funded stuff, so also with FMDB, we're looking forward to that. And become hopefully a member of LUCI, the Leadership for Urban Climate Investment, which connects initiatives on the global scale along the whole investment value chain. So yeah, let me just thank you once again for this exciting initiative, and I think it's time for the drinks, wherever they are, we'll find a reception. And thank you so much for this event. Really looking forward to working with all of you. Thanks.
Thank you so much. You'll be invited for another session also with Muhammad. No, just to say that the secretary, Carvalho de Melo, she's very sorry. She's with the minister, the Brazilian Minister of Environment now. She's stuck. She sent me the speech, so I'll send it to the participants. And just to say, she was coming. She was really pushing for coming and joining, because they have a regional bank, BDMG, which is one of the most successful in Brazil. They are celebrating their 60 years to this year in 2022. Just to say that this is not new. And successful cases exist in different contexts, depending on the continent. But we launched in Latin America the Alliance of SDBs 1 year ago. And just to tell you that just the fact of putting them together during the year created in the margins of the meetings, etc., a lot of deals signed with the DFIs, etc., to support their programs, because they are the real implementers. So successful stories exist, and the NUCAP will help make sure that we promote SDBs as the next market maker for some national financing. And thank you, everyone.
Thanks to the technical team to stay beyond the 8 p.m. So sorry. Thank you very much for your patience and your support.